but I'll at least see how it goes today. Maybe we get a second win. Maybe it's a like quick illness, gone, done, move on sort of thing. Hopefully. But I don't know where their announcement is, so I just gave up and announced it myself. Go to Norway, baby! Whoop whoop. That's right. So I'll be flying to Norway on the 11th, I think it is when I fly out. So 11th until 15th, I will definitely not be streaming. But I think what's realistic, we can probably do 2 more streams Monday, Tuesday, before I fly out. And then there'll be plenty of Age of Empires 4 content with me involved. How bad does my voice sound right now? I feel like it's really screwed. Not sure if some caffeine is really helping the matter, but admittedly, I went with a light dose of caffeine today. So we'll see how it goes. But I think the idea was... What was the first series I was looking at? So I think I was going to open with... Let me just have a look. I think it was Dumu B versus M7 Volnamar. God, my friend. Oh, crap. I just realized we're in the wrong category. Sorry, people who came for Battle Aces. I knew I was going to get to do something today. All right, that's fixed, at least. So let me type this in. Dumu B versus Volnamar. Man, I do feel half out of it today. So we'll see how it goes. I don't often get ill, but when I do, it's really bad. So let me start up Age of Empires. God, my throat is ridiculously dry. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll give it a few shots at the cast. If not, we can always fall back on playing some games instead. But obviously, I want to try to start off with casting. That reminds me, crap, I keep forgetting. I need to phone up Le Hospital and try to refer myself for physiotherapy. It's annoying, actually. I should have done that. Maybe I would have been able to get some answers before I fly out to Norway. Because I think, well, I know, because I'm an idiot. When I go to Norway, I'm going to try and do some bouldering. Bergen has some pretty good bouldering gyms. Actually, like one of my favorite people to watch, Magnus Midtbø, he actually has a gym set up in Bergen. Very big one. So definitely might check that out. He also has a what's it called, an LED bouldering gym. I don't know if you guys have done bouldering before, but the LED boulderings are pretty intriguing. The whole idea is you can basically, like, it's very space efficient because you just use the same wall and you create loads of boulders on that wall. Now, those formats are done sometimes, but they're usually very confusing for people. So for anyone, here, I can quickly show you, actually, to kind of explain the problem to people. So, if we just type in bouldering wall with lots of boulders, we'll probably get what I'm looking for. Let's have a look. Yeah. So these type of things. These, like, there are a lot of places that do this because it's much more space efficient. But it's very annoying and confusing to new climbers because, like, you know, in some cases they won't even necessarily have the same color holds. They'll have tags next to the holds. So I'm seeing if there's one that does that in particular. I know there's a few places, like the more advanced gyms definitely do that a lot. But even without that, like when the walls are that laced, they kind of get confusing for newer climbers. So the whole idea of an LED wall is you don't have to worry about these, right? It's going to be, you know, fairly dark, not too dark, but like the ones that matter will just light up. So, you know, if you've got to go to this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, they'll just be lit up. The other ones will be dim. So it's very helpful. I haven't been to one like that, but I've heard good things. They're pretty cool. So, oh, by the way, is my face too close? I think we're good. I moved my my monitor closer because I was sweat boying in FPSs the other day. God damn. Let me get the game ready anyway. So we said we're going to open up with some good old Dimmu. Wait, is he not called himself Liquid Dimmu now? What's he called himself? What? Rogan? All right, let me check the leaderboards. People renaming their accounts, I tell you. Oh, that's right. He doesn't do the dot. He does the little tilde for reasons. So let me have a look here. Oh, for God's sake, Demo, why is your data privated? All right. I'm sure M7's a good boy. There we go. I mean, dude, if you just play in a tournament, leave your data open for the week. It's really not that hard. I don't know why people make it seem hard. It shouldn't be something that's like polarizing to follow at all. All right, so let me check. Which map were they on? It'll make it quicker to find. So, the... God. The Dumu B versus Voldemar M7 is going to be on Gorge. There we go. There you are, you beauty. Battle Ace's waiting room. Damn, Faye. Have you just given up on Age of Empires 4? What's happened? You just can't go back now, can you? I mean, you're going to have to because the beta ends in like a week and a half, right? Week and a half or 2 weeks, I think. They finally decided to cave in and announce an end date, Sag. I think it was something like the 16th or whatever. All right, let me get the UI ready. You still play OE doesn't mean you need to watch it? What, you don't find it thrilling and enjoyable to watch? Say what? How could that be? Yeah, I'm getting bored of this meta, I'm not gonna lie. I think the 20 games have given me a little bit of a state of execution on my my insanity, but yeah. It's too long, and I don't know why the devs don't like accept this. Like, it's always been too long, in my opinion. Patches take way too long. They've taken way too long for like 2 years, right? For that, when did we get patches XD? But like, this is a thing that I'm baffled by, man. Like, we need. And I don't want to be the one that uses the word deserve, but we do actually, for the like, you know, for the amount we commit to this game, we deserve a little bit more transparency. We also transparency words today, and we also deserve a little bit more progress more frequently. I don't know, man. I think unless you got fast changes coming in the most in the upcoming patch, people are not going to be happy because of how long they had to wait. All right, should we get ready to go? Oh yeah, map pool 100% needs to be updated regularly. They need to use community maps, which are actually good. All right, here we go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have got some sweet, sweet games. More of the top team gamer event here. And we've got quite an intriguing combo on the north side of this map. Because in the purple, we've got Team Liquid's Dumu and the Byzantines. Next to him, as his teammate here in Gorge, is going to be none other than 3D Clans B, playing as the Japanese in the orange. They're going to be going up against Voldemar, the kid from the Danelands, playing as the Roos in the yellow, and his teammate is going to be M7, who we've actually seen some respectable performances out of. You guys might remember earlier on in the tournament castings, we've done the Marine Lord M7 versus Cat B game, where M7 played a pretty pivotal outcome, part rather in the outcome of that game. Sorry, I am ill today, so my words feel really hard to get out. But Age of Empires 4 is love. Age of Empires 4 is life. I'm an entertainer. Gotta dance like a monkey for the people. So, Gorge, always a fun one, though. Really one of my favorite maps to watch and witness in team games because it actually plays like a team map, which is a very rare thing you can say about the map pool in Age of Empires 4. There's maybe 3, possibly 4 maps that really have a team identity. The rest feel quite tacked on. This one's intriguing because the way you spawn in a line. So you have a safer player and a more risked player. This can vary in the way you want to play it out. We've seen versions where you stick your boomer player in the back, so they're the one that gets to be greedy because he can't be reached. Then we've also had versions where the back player is simply going to be your cav provider. In this particular game, both back players are greed, but one of them provides a lot of cav very quickly. I'm wondering how Dumu's going to play us as a front player. Realistically, having front access to the Byzantines is a good thing. It's interesting, actually, because when they were first added to the game, people expected them to be the back player and do something like Hippodrome into Mass Horseman, right, for early harass. Nowadays, the Lombos are just too good to pass up, right? Having that frontal position is a good thing because you can get in position so much quicker. And I just realized, let me flip the UI. Sorry for people that got used to looking left and right. There we go. It's in the right place now. So I'm wondering, actually, how is Voldy doing? He's up to 340 bounty. I expect him to finish around like 430-ish. There should be plenty left on this map, right? Extra Deers are being taken out right now. It's a really good start, as it usually is for Roos in the 2v2s and beyond. And everything going according to plan. Not a single landmark unexpected here. I'm wondering... Yeah, okay, he is doing it. I was about to say, I'm wondering if Voldemar is going to try to be greedy here, but I'm not sure if I like this. 2TC Roos against Byzantine and Japanese. Both civs have a really strong castle unlock. Let's say Dimu and B just rush towards that. They have a very clear-cut way of ending this game fast. Voldemar going for a second TC is not going to give him a way of repelling that quickly. The Kremlin's always a solid defense, but the positioning is now questionable. You don't protect any wood sources, you don't protect the gold vein, you don't even protect your ally. In fact, to be totally honest with you, with this Kremlin placement, you don't protect yourself. So, a little bit risky from Voldemar. Let's hit the fast forward, as I want to get into the tech ups. Is this working? My fast forward is a bit weird. So, Grand Winery is on the way up. This should surge him into the initial contract. Is there a world in which you go something like Keshik's? Probably not. Lombos are just way too good. Jabs aren't really worth doing into Marlians. They can just jab better than you. Lombos has a little bit more utility, I think. And also poke early on in the game. B. Has he gone for the Tawara? Yes, he has. So we'll see a quick shift across onto the berries. Even better, look at the deer location. What? Okay, that's kind of outrageous, actually. I can't believe they got it that good. Are we? Dude, I swear speed is out today. Alright, I think we are at 1x speed now. I can't see on the current UI. It's being a little bit weird. But Rack's coming down early. Is there a risk of knights? There is. Okay, that's a little bit cooler from Voldemar. Remember, when you play on these team game maps, you get enough bounty that you're easily able to afford a knight for free. What I mean by for free is you don't have to go gather gold. That's also a double benefit here, because look at this detail. Although there's been room left, realistically, M7 could be allowed to place that house there, because Voldemar shouldn't really need to provide himself with extra gold too quickly in this game. And thank you, Nono, for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. Merc Camp is coming up. Yeah, no cheeky neutral trade post opportunities here. The maps are way too big for it. It's too much walk time to even think about entertaining the idea. Dimu should get a moment of truth here. Oh, is he going? Yeah, he is. That's really cool. He goes border settlements. That's sick, right? Like, think about the optimization here. Doing a house and then doing border settlements long-term just feels a lot cheaper than having to go outpost to defend. Because now you get such an early warning, you've already gone Limitane. It feels really bad to go Limitane and still build outposts. This allows you to see the enemy coming ahead of time and simply pivot your positioning with the Limitane to block any raids. That's really cool. I haven't seen many players do that recently for that particular reason. Like, we've seen a lot of border settlements in the past. Usually it ends with outposts still coming out. Akratoid kind of used prematurely there by Dimu. Wait. Guys, is border settlements bugged? What? These ones are correct. But this one isn't providing extra vision. The one he researched it in doesn't actually seem to be getting the vision. What? Because that's definitely not 7 tower range. Oh, it's because it's uphill. Thank you, M7. You're correct. I forgot we have got an incline there. Kind of weird the way the incline immediately just like blocks out instead of gradual. So Night Spam continues in the meantime coming from the Southside team. And I just realized I hit a button that I did not want to hit because now Team Red is Team Red. Oh no. Is it insert? It is. There we go. So Voldemar looking for Raidens, but he's looking in the wrong place. You can already see the tech ups coming out from B. This is exactly what I was worried about, because now Voldemar is going to be heavily discounted. He doesn't have a quick reaction here, right? He's playing a longer Feudal Age for 2 TC. He has at least secured double Berry Patch, which is mwah, but at the same time, considering that M7's trying to go castle gradually with Fulani, no one's really providing the answer here to the Mounted Samurai. Longbows are starting to spawn as well. So take out complete. Dumu isn't holding on to too much resource in reserve here. I'm not expecting a fast castle build straight away from him. He provides the bulk to start denning in. The Mounted Samurai can then raid around the sides. Voldemort, smart choice to build the walls, but a very expensive investment on a map this wide. This wall alone will not protect. He's going to have to think about walling to the backside. And you already see M7 is now complementing with walls on the eastern front. I do think this should be on Voldemort to do, by the way. That allows M7 to get a cleaner time into his castle, and also it provides you better walls to keep the enemy out, because these walls are more pathetic. And on top of that, because Voldemort went 2 DC, he should have surplus villagers to send out to build these areas. Not to mention the fact you build them quicker. Remember, 4 or 5 palisade walls, for some reason, build 33% quicker than normal palisade walls. I'm wondering, does Dumu just save up now? I think it's feasible here. It's risky, but realistically, the Japanese player should be able to cover you now, right? Like, Mounted Samurai count is up to 3. It will eclipse this Knight count very quickly. In fact, Voldemort, even if it wasn't for the Mounted Samurai, the Spearmen are already a big enough issue for him to get in here. Donzos, in the meantime, have been added in by M7. Correct call. Someone's going to have to address that. I love the lack of trust here from M7. He's like, no, I don't think you're going to be able to hold them back on the west front here. I'm going to get a second layer in the cake. Man, this starts to become very suboptimal, though, right? The resource burn here is keeping you away from your optimal tech timing for longer. M7, I think you just need to pull the trigger now. Yep. Lot of gold. Might be worth dropping a marketplace to trade across. Villagers are going to be raided. That formation shuffle did not help B. Actually, it kind of hindered him. Spearman should be able to snipe out the scout. That's actually big. Now he's riding blind. Voldemort doesn't really know what he's looking at here or what he's running into. And all those knights are basically death's door. So a decent amount of eco damage done in terms of kills plus idle time. But now it's going to be a mop-up. And Voldemort behind this has really got absolutely nothing to defend with. But in desperation, he has to pull the militia to try and hold on. High trade house on the way up. I'm not the greatest fan of what's been done here. It's tough, I guess, because like in this matchup, Roos don't really have an ace up their sleeve, staying an age behind against Japanese, but at the same time, you're about to be back-to-back tech ups. Look at the difference on the other side. Dumu provided a lot of pressure, continues to do so, while gradually saving for a tech up. This is substantially more valuable. You can't just boom twice. If you boom twice, there's a gap in who's defending. My worry right now is with the Lombo count soon to be, what, 15? These Donzos are going to be problematic. M7, it kind of feels like he's being given the pressure of having to address everything in their comp right now. Which makes me wonder, what's the value point for Voldemort? What is he going to provide in return? Other than walls. Walls are nice, but they also aren't the be-all end-all. Oh wow, they get torches out. Mount Samurai just sticking to it for the time being. There's going to be a dive through, a small opening. Does bait the Donzos out of position for the Lombos to start targeting down here. Needs to be very careful this count. Remember, it could shrink quickly. He still hasn't got age 3 yet, so these Donzos are not as strong as they could be. Burn continues. This is a wild attempt to torch down the primary TC, by the way. It's so unorthodox, but look at what's happening behind this. Dumu now aging up, and Mounted Samurai now sneaking through. Oh, bad news here, because now he knows. B will see them run to the other side of the wall, and now it's even easier to target down these villages. House in the meantime being targeted. They don't want to allow M7 to get fully online. They want to try to starve off his gold. Luckily for M7, sitting on 1,000 gold in reserve means that's not likely to happen here. Walls are on the way up. It looks like B was a little bit slow to realize and pull around the other side, so maybe Voldemort will be able to get these up in time. But the main base, I can't believe they're actually doing this. They've committed to the torch, folks. They're halfway through killing the TC. That is unhinged gaming at its finest. I cannot believe this. They're actually going to kill it. At 13 minutes in the game, they're taking out the primary TC of the Rus. It's the greed, man. We warned about it. Double castle within a minute of each other. This is exactly what it reaps. Death. Town center down. B. Now can start targeting other squishy, easier to exploit points in this base. Like the second TC. What? To B, like, I don't think he realizes he's built units that are designed to kill bio. Apparently, he just thinks these are mobile rams. Can't fault the logic. Seems to have worked so far. Timmy has got Fragmency queued up. Seems it is blocked behind some mercs here. But we'll be quick when it comes in. I think he can just switch over to Dialecticus instantly. In fact, perfect position to do it here. Damn. A painful lesson for Voldy and M7. I don't know what the comms were like going into this one, but it kind of just feels like they weren't in sync with what the roles were meant to be. Building 5 knights and then both going Castle Age is not what I call a recipe for success here. Yeah, this is GG, man. I don't know how you come back into this. Maybe if B throws away knights like this, right? Like, just, yeah, finally realize he should be attacking. Now, at this point, you might as well go after the villagers. But the bigger issue is now over here. Like, Dumu's army is unkillable. Voldemort has a grand total of 0 military. Right now, he's trying the appeasement method of diplomacy. What he doesn't realize is Benny is a bulldog, and he will not let go. I wonder how M7 feels about this when he looks across at Voldemort, and Voldemar's only unit contribution is monks. Well, Voldemort proving he's not quite the ideal teammate right here. Hopefully he does better at the 1v1s with the Norwegian land coming up, but this, I mean... I got a lot of love for Voldy, but if I was to watch this as a potential teammate, this would make me pray not to get you. This is brutal to watch. Voldemar's just off on the side like, yeah, you hold him back, buddy. I'll be there in 20 minutes. M7's like, we got 5. And I'm being ambitious of holding them for 5. I mean, he has got mangoes on the way, right? But it's like, what's your front line against these Mountain Samurais for mangoes? Do you have one? Because I don't really see it, considering M7 is barely keeping together double-digit military force. Oh, man. Let this be a lesson, folks. Genuinely, like, it's very difficult to do a double fast castle build. There are ways you can make it work where you throw one player onto the bus if you think the other's strong enough, but I think they put way too much credence on maybe the Marlene Zerg factor and didn't give enough respect to the Japanese Zerg factor, right? Like, I think that is a direct counter to what you try to do as Marlenes in this type of game because of the complementary element from the Lombos that Dimu has. It's just like your Zerg, which works against Mount Samurai, can't work because of these units here. So yeah, just actually great synchronicity between Dimu and B. Really on point. I wasn't sure what I was going to get getting into this. I don't feel like those two talked that much anymore. I thought maybe it'd be a bit more discombobulated on their side. Instead, they seem perfectly in sync like a boy band from the 90s. And M7 and Voldemort, well, they look more like that boy band from the mid-2000s. Credit to him. Voldemort definitely has the hair for it. I'm going to speed up. This is just them processing the defeat now. The mangoes are going to come in way too late. Voldemar's army might start to exist, but M7's going to have nothing. In fact, cows are now on the menu. And I love mine medium rare. Goodbye to the Fulani effect, and goodbye to M7. B and Dumu. Fantastic sync up here. Oof. Yeah, that was... I don't want to do it to Voldemort, but I feel like the name of that should be the worst teammate ever. He genuinely just bailed on him. Oh, Do I do it? Do I call it that? I don't know. I'm weighing it up. It's kind of like, my brain is like, it kind of has to be to a certain degree. Something to do with that. Ditch to die, I guess. He was a good teammate. Our strat sucked. I know, but that's what makes it look like he's a bad teammate, is that the strat was really bad, right? Because, like, it ends with him. Teammate bails on defense. Hides in corner. I think that's the perfect name for the video. Teammate bails on defense, hides in corner. Oh, bless him. But I'm confused, guys. I was told Malians are OP. How can this not work? Oh. How did my voice sound throughout that, by the way? Like, I can kind of hear it because I have it set up in a way that I can hear my voice as well. It sounds really nasally. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Poppy Paw Sass versus Wham Louie, maybe? Wait, what's that one? Anatan Louie versus Corb. Let me check if that one was... Did we do that one already? I don't think so. Voice of an angel. Oh, sorry, I can't even do the ha anymore. Louis, why is your data private? You donkey, it's not even been a week. Come on. Sass never unprivated, right? Pretty sure he didn't. No, of course he didn't. I mean, I'm shaming players who don't bother to like unprivate their data. Sass's was not unprivated at all. From like the minute 1 of the tournament being done. Because I had him in there and I was shaming him. He's like, what? I was like, yeah. And then he never went and unprivated it. Thanks, bud. Has Corvinus still called himself the blank account? Because I'm not searching blank accounts. So we might not be able to do... Because I think Anatan made playoffs, right? So he's going to have too many games in his recordings, I think. Let me have a look. Was it the King of the Hill game we were looking for? No. Alright. Can't do that one. Yo! There's my boy, Mister. What's up, my friend? How you doing? It's been a while. You doing well? So we can't do Anatan Louie versus Corvinus Sassy because some people need to learn to not private their data. We could do... Did we do Lucifer Cat? I don't think we did. Let me check. They're good. Getting warmed up, getting ready for when Age of Myth releases, Mister. Return to the Pro. To his OG game. Or are we going to see more AoE 4? Did we do this from Marine Lord versus Vortex Killjardy? That sounds like one that the main channel would have done. Let me check. No one? Wait, what? Did Lucifer Marine Lord versus Vortex Killjardy really not get cast? Did we cast it, chat? No, we did, right? Was that the mass... I can't remember if that was the mass Landsneck game. We definitely done Lucifer Marine Lord, but yeah, we did. AOM is the plan? Okay, yeah. Not surprised. I mean, it's a game you know you could easily dunk on, right? Not easily, but you know what I mean. It's in your blood. Oh... Yeah. I'm skeptical as to how well it can do. I think it will sell alright. I just don't know. I think I've talked about this before. I don't feel like there'll be that much longevity behind it. The people who love it will continue to play it. But like in terms of getting new players in, I think is the big issue. I'm not sure still how they're going to get new players in. All right, so we wanted. God, my throat really is rough. Lucy Cat versus Doomimum 7. Where is that one? Let me find it. There it is. We definitely didn't do this one, I'm pretty sure. So let me update title. Sup, Arkleaf? How's it going, buddy? So. Selling will be okay, or just buy it for the campaign. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? So it doesn't have longevity, I think. And I'm an esports commentator and host, right? So I've got to be thinking, you know, at least one eye's got to be on the competitive element. And the thing is, they can make like almost the perfect competitive game, but like I think the issue is, and that's what I tried to explain to them, why I kind of wish they just done a, instead of doing a remastering, I think I would have rather preferred a full remake, even though I love the original AOM, is because it has a better chance that way because it's seen as a new game, right? The issue is, you know, no matter how pretty they make a remaster, it's still an old game. It's a nostalgia trip, right? That's how most people play it and view it. So, like, you know, this is the same reason I explained with AoE 2. AoE 2, although it's done phenomenally well, is fundamentally limited in how many people it can get in. You won't see that many brand new players attend Age of Empires 2 because they've already, like, they've already looked at the game and gone, I'm behind the ball. This doesn't resonate with me, right? Same logic with, like, CS versus Valorant. Like, I was with that in CS, right? Like, if I don't have people to play with, I don't want to go play Counter-Strike, because to warm up and get used to the game again, I'm going to have to get my ass kicked for, like, 20, 30 hours, right? But, like, Valorant, whoa, no one knows what they're doing there. You know, natural aiming skills will matter, but, like, there's so many things unexplored. And it's fresh. You think the game's going to be a huge success? I mean, how do you weigh huge, though, right? That's what I mean, mister. I think it's issues, like, I'm looking at it from an issue of, like, what's the retention like past the opening phase? I think it'll sell great. I'm just not sure if it's going to hold attention long term. That's my worry. It's like, you know, it's tough as well, because, like, my brain is like, I've spent years creating content for AoE 4, and I don't think I've even had 1 month of just, like, the content creation side of AoE 4 paying my bills for a month. Like, you know, esports events, sure, they help, but, like, in terms of the content I create, like, I could do the esports events without doing the content, right? And my brain is like, if AoE 4 continues the downward trend, where do I go next? And it's like, I feel like if I go to Myth, I'm probably going to run into the same issue I had in 4. Which isn't helpful, right? New content and competitions? I mean, I'm curious. I think I kind of stand by my guns of, like, I don't think new people will flock to it. And you need new players to keep growing, right? I think there's a lot of people who take the nostalgia hit for sure. I'm just wondering what happens beyond that. Oh, blimey, my throat is so stuffed. I'm not sure if we will be able to do 5 series before we have to go to play some games. But that's where, here's a perfect example, Battle Aces, right? Like, Battle Aces comparatively is in a position that it can attract new players because it's a very, very accessible, new, fresh, you know, yes, StarCraft players, Micro will help a little bit, but there's still things to be figured out. Obviously, it has its own issues of, I think they need to find more depth for replayability, and I think they need to get rid of the buy system, but these sort of things are important. Come to King of the North? Maybe. Maybe I just want to come to Norway and just avoid you guys. You ever think about that, Killjadi? I mean, I was waiting for Cal to make an announcement, but I'm like, dude, we're a week out from me flying. I might as well just announce that I'm going. Yes, I'm going to be at King of the North. He really probably should have put an announcement out much earlier than this. God. So yeah, basically, guys, I will not be streaming from the 11th to the 15th. So I was just saying at the start of the stream, we'll probably try to get 1 or 2 streams in Monday, Tuesday, but then that'll be it for next week in terms of streams, because I will be in the Scandinavian lands. will be the official streaming channel of King of the North. I'd have to double check, but I think it might be Rising Empires. Like, let me check, double check them now, actually. King of the North. I was talking for a few possibilities for him to try and find a different place to home the tournament that maybe has more immediate reach, but I think it's probably going to be, I imagine it's going to be Rising Empires. I'd be surprised if it isn't, right? God damn. I feel so dead today. All right. Let's get ready to rock and roll. I could stream the campaign. I don't know if people will be that interested in it. Maybe if you do like a speed run of the campaign. Maybe though. I do want to start doing more general like strategy games. Like playing through Battle Aces was really refreshing. I think a lot of people were also shocked and surprised because they didn't think I could play strategy games. But like we never got around to doing Mana Lords when it was first released because they were a little bit slow on sending keys and I was busy that week. But you know, I'm keeping an eye on upcoming strategy games. I think there was one that I was thinking of checking out. Let me double check his name. Cataclysmo. If you guys have seen this. Oh, so I'll quickly show you it. And then afterwards we can hop into this game. So let me pull up. Where is it? Not game capture. We want a window capture. So yeah, here you go. So this is Cataclysmo. It's kind of like a tower defense RTS. So you build your castle and then the enemies come. It's a very funky art style, but I think it kind of works. So basically, Terran versus Zerg. The Hooded Horse sent me a key across for this, so I was thinking we could maybe check this out. I think it's like 22nd of July it comes out. So yeah, here you go. Like it's very much focused on the sim sitting, the building the base, and then mounting the defenses. Kind of reminds me of They Are Billions, right? Has that kind of feel to it. Yo, what's up? Thank you, Hermes. Appreciate the raid, buddy. What game is this? This is the, what was it called? Was it Cataclysmo? Yeah, Cataclysmo. It's kind of like tower defense / RTS-y. It's a little bit deeper than your standard tower defense game, though, right? It does look pretty cool. They sent me a key, and I was like, I might check this out. It's from the same publishers that made Mana Lords. So yeah, like I think you can move your units around the walls and whatnot. So it's a little bit deeper than a standard tower defense. It's a very funky graphic style, right? Like sometimes I don't know if you guys are getting it, but like sometimes when I look at it, I'm like, that's kind of ugly, and then I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? Like that looks like that one right there looks pretty ugly, but then like that, yeah, that works, visual clarity and whatnot. That also looks kind of cool. Like, that one looks really cool. I love that picture. But I think I need to look into it more because you know, this picture alone, it makes me think that you actually have a hero unit you control directly. Some color touch-ups, but overall cool. Yeah, I feel like they've gone for this color scheme to be kind of grimy and, you know, deep forest evils sort of vibe, right? But I think the only thing that feels really polarizing is these. I think the coloring on the mobs is a bit odd. But that might change, right? Like, it almost looks like this is an earlier phase design that they could change. But yeah, that's going to be coming in 20 seconds, so 2 weeks' time. God, I'm done. But I think the reason they chose white, by the way, is immediately it pops out, which is kind of important in these type of games, right? If the logic is they're trying to get, similar to the They Are Billions, they're trying to get into your eco to kill you or whatever, you want to see those enemies straight away to be able to react to them, right? It'd be really annoying if they kind of camoed in. Norway soon? Yeah, I just went over this. Oh yeah, well, I mean, you guys rated him, right? I will be in Norway for King of the North. So yeah, I'll fly out on the 11th to that. But yeah, I don't know if there's any other strategy games around the corner. I need to ask Hooded Horse, because they make or rather publish quite a lot of games. I feel like Hooded Horse is a good dev to be chummy with, or publisher rather, because they are mainly strategy game focused from what I've been seeing. Yeah, they've got quite a lot. Super Fantasy Kingdom. Okay, I'm smiling. I actually kind of like the look of this game. Dude, that's some... What? That's some old school graphic style. That's wild, though. Like, what is happening on the screen? I almost want to say it's like a bullet hell, actually. But I think it's meant to be... it's meant to be a strat game, right? It's like a... Yeah, you build your base. Intriguing. And yes, I will be casting. Yeah, other than that, like, what else they got coming? Norland? I think I looked at this before. Was this the one I looked at? Oh, yeah, this one... Yeah, this one looks kind of wild as well. It has a RimWorld-ish kind of look to it, right? I think it is meant to be medieval RimWorld. But yeah. I'll check in with them, because they've got a bunch coming up, and they usually are willing to just throw me keys for them to try games. But I like the idea of being able to start doing this, right? Like, I love AoE 4, but it's nice to be able to kind of mix it up and show off some other games. I think that's been really refreshing with playing Battle Aces at the moment. We've been having a lot of fun with that game. And people learned the hard way that I can play games. Wow. Hom and the Mushroom Kingdom. I mean, that's one way of referring to it. Of course I'm competing. You know, that's why Voldemar and me will not be able to cast together, because he'll be on the casting couch and I'll be in the grand finals. Voldemar, we can't have me being beat by everyone. That's against Twitch's T&Cs. But if you really want to blow me, just slide in my DMs. All right, over we go. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We got Lucifron and Cat going up against Dumu and M7 in a BO1 2v2 tournament series here on Cliffside. Thank you guys for getting to use the UI. Kind of interesting though, right? You got Shown on one side, French on the other, and you got kind of boomy civs that can also play a lot of feudal age. This should be a very fun one. Cliffside's kind of interesting when you get into 2v2s as well. The distance is still lower than some Dry Arabia-esque maps, but overall, I think that's one thing they do need to fix with 2v2, 3v3, so on and so forth, Cliffside. I think it loses a lot of its initial character that you see in 1v1s. And a big part of that initial character is how quickly you can reach the enemy base. That's why you're seeing both teams go for a cav focused approach here, right? Like, actually, one side has double cav civs, in fact. Because although Cliffside is meant to keep you close to the enemy, 2v2s kind of fail to hold up that end of the bargain. Alright, so let's talk about the particular matchups here, because I wonder if Cat's goal is to be greedy. It feels very difficult to not be greedy here, right? When you're against Rus and the French, they have decent ecos that can outscale you over time. The HRE's Arcane buff does lose some of its value deeper you go in, right? Once you're past that initial wood line, it's mainly just food you're getting extra of. So I would expect Cat to kind of be a boomer in this game, and Lucifron is likely going to be covering that. Dumu and M7 actually have a very intriguing kind of all-in timing here, actually. I would love to see them do something akin to Dumu Mass Knights, and then Cat... Oh, sorry, M7 rather goes Mass Archers. Because he has got the 20% wood buff. You could still do a 2CC build off the back of that, although it would probably make you a little bit late to intercept the fast castle timing. The other interesting part about this matchup, when you see HRE versus Rus actually are heavily favored against HRE. And the reason is the palisading. They can wall off the relics, so you can't get anything from a fast castle build. That doesn't work as well here because you're up against another player as well, right? So the logic here is Lucifron can kind of patrol the mid-map, and that should block M7 from walling off all relics. 3v3 is the sweet spot in team games. 3v3 maps are too big, though. I think like 3v3s could be the sweet spot if it wasn't for how sucky the map design is. They're just too big to play. It doesn't make for a very fun experience. Because I feel like most 3v3 games, like, you can't block a boomer at all. There's just not enough time. So, Arcane on the way up. It's going to be a retractor one with the goal in the wood. And... Wait, what? Why is Cat building a mill there? I mean, I guess he didn't want to walk to the front of the base, but... Has he at least measured it? I think he has, so he can get... Wait, no. Did he fluff up, chat? I think he fluffed up. I want to say he's safe there. He can get farm. That is kind of a funky one, though. Wolf follow up as well, so he's already anticipating the raids are coming in. This is a boom game from Cat. No interest in anything other than being greedy. School of Cavalry coming the other side. Is going to be a Ford Kremlin coming out from M7 that blocks any sort of raid into his woodlines whatsoever. Unfortunately, he didn't push the deer in, but here's the positive of what you can do here if you're M7. You can very easily just wall this to here, and then the rest is protected, and you can gather deer on the front line. So I hope he does that. I think it's actually a very big value point here in these type of generations. And also, M7 should have enough bounty to afford wheelbarrow. Yeah, there you go. Confirmation is on the way. In fact, he has an insane amount of gold. 200 in reserve means this could be very easily an opening of a stables and a double pump of knights. Not a bad idea as well, as it does assist you against the Jeune factor. It's really intriguing, actually, because Jeune versus French, I don't know if you guys know this, but it typically favors French. The reason is that Jeune can't do anything in the fights but die, usually. She gets dove. Having an extra 2 knights in the early game means you can block Jeune from even coming out. So I do hope that's what we're seeing out of M7. Immediate 2TC sounds a bit too greedy here. Cheeky block on the wall from Dimmu. M7, he might still be able to crack the tier 3 bounty mark. Just checking now for wolves. Maybe there's none left. Yeah, so unfortunately it's going to be 60 short. That's a big deal. Remember, especially for the hunting cabin generation, getting an extra 40% there is really crazy. On top of that, though, the extra 5% is huge, especially if you shift out into the deer or the boar. Cat. This is an insane amount invested in defense, though. It's weird, because it suggests to me that Luciferon isn't going to be your protector. Maybe they just agreed because it's double heavy cav civs in feudal that he can't be his protector, right? Because Jeune, as we mentioned already, becomes a giant liability. We've got the V for victory walls on the way. Usually Luciferon does this. He'll build one side and then the other. I think because the tree line's close enough, he'll probably only build on the left side here. And second TC drop is coming in. So M7 is going to be a greedy boy. And he hasn't added any knights whatsoever. Missed opportunity, really. I think genuinely, when you've got Luciferon playing like this on his own, double downing on the east side player is really strong here. Because you know the HRE is not going to help. Dimmu. Oh, no! Luciferon was too late getting assistance in, so Knight should be able to raid through. A little bit of a body block there from the scout, but will be a kill. Prelate not able to change that. It's a good opening from Dimmu. Wolves are now going up. So M7 is going to be playing a full greedy boom game to mirror out what Cat is doing on the other side. Wait, I was about to say, isn't Luciferon on Cat's team? Just here to supervise, boys. Just here to supervise. Interesting. So they've backed up quite a bit right now. I guess he's worried about Luciferon's number surge on the defense. You have to keep in mind, like, the way that Dimmu was rotating is around the back of the base. That leaves him more vulnerable to a flank attack. We're going to hit the fast forward a little bit here, because it should just be like a chip away at vision on the map, if anything. Dimmu is going to get some freebies there. Cat now on his way up with the Regnants, though. Knight count. Slight lead building now for Luciferon. What's happening? Dimmu. Wait, what? Oh my god, he went pro scouts. Okay, this explains everything. Luciferon is not being greedy whatsoever. Dimmu may have been a bit too greedy here. He does now have safe food, but this delay has given mid-map control to Luciferon at a critical timing when Cat is about to need it. Remember, relics are the win condition here. You need to get the numbers up and push Luciferon out. Wait, is Lucy trying to... Wait. Wait, is he hoping that the villagers will walk over this deer and he'll be able to snipe him? Because that's kind of wild. I mean, it's a cool idea. I remember melee Jeune has no value here because you're up against mass cav, you'll just die. So you might as well have range zone where she can snipe the injured knights that move away and get some XP. And then when you grab later in the game, which you know is going to go later in the game, you'll have an anti-siege weapon in zone. I do love the dramatic death noise. Oh, just vomiting their guts up. M7 could be very helpful here if he frontlines with the scouts to like 2 hits. It should actually give Dimu the edge, but right now, looks like they're not quite in sync. Hello, Zhone. Goodbye, Zhone. Ooh, good pullback just in time. Yeah, quite infuriating the way you have to lose at night like that. Might be a second one going down to just 7 HP. Lucy does also have Chivalry now on the way. I think Dimu, he didn't get it, right? No, he skipped it. I mean, that's the price of going Pro Scouts, right? You can't afford to then go Chivalry immediately. And now, because he's behind on a Knight count, he can't afford to go back for Chivalry again. He needs to win a fight before he can get Chivalry. Otherwise, he'll always be behind in Cavalry. Walls are going to be a fail, so Relics are on the way home. Cat, he should have, what, 3 coming back? He would if he hadn't missed the rally. So 1 here, 1 over here. No Furb being grabbed yet is a bit surprising. I think you go for the safe one immediately just so you have extra gold income to pump more prelates. And there's also a safe one on the west. Wait, does Cat? He just about knows about it. We should at least give a reset point for Dimu here. Okay, that was very kind of him. If he ran past the villager, he would have body blocked the villager, and then that's an eco kill. So instead, by going to the west, he allowed M7 to keep an extra villager alive. Who's walling better? It's a different strategy, right? Blue doesn't rely on the map to provide his economy. Pink has to. So it's not a case of whose is better. It's a case of them doing their required objectives. The problem now is M7's overreaching with these type of walls. This is just not feasible in this type of game. These type of walls are impossible the moment that Dimu decided to go Pro Scouts because Lucifron was given the military advantage, right? Which means you're always going to be pushed past the threshold. And now with Spears being added in, it's even more difficult for you to get out here. So what I prefer is M7 now trying to do this with the more straggler-based relics, just trying to block them out. We mentioned why this isn't feasible in the mid, because Lucifron will always be there early enough to block you. Relic count is kind of getting scary, though. Dimu, military count isn't scary as all hell, right? It's only 11 versus Lucifron at 13. It's the price he pays, right? I think this is where Pro Scouts can often feel like a bait. Pro Scouts works if your teammate is also going for raid, but M7 went for greed, right? Like, if this was a double Cav game, I think Pro Scouts makes a lot of sense for Dimu, because then what you can do is you can constrict the map and punish Lucifron for things like this. Because you instead chose to be greedy like the HRE were, you had a one-on-one where Dimu done something a little bit greedy, and it means Lucifron doesn't have to do that thing as well, right? Instead, he can take these risks. Knight count has started to bolster up now for M7. I think the goal should be castle here, though. His reactionary, right? He has to build a lot of knights now to address the enemy threat coming. But if you build too many knights, you feed Cat. Like, Cat right now is on top of the world because he has the counter to everything on the enemy team. He's just building spears, right? Just building spears wins you the game because they're better than your enemy spears and they're better than the Cav. Instead, though, Cat has chosen to take the greedy approach. As often an HRE player does, and as often an HRE player dies by. He's going for him. Can't say I agree with this. I think Cat was in a really good position to play a longer castle before teching up. It's advantageous as well because it allows Lucifron to get level 3 on Joan, and then that can kind of surge you forward further. So yeah, a little bit of an unexpected greed play here. The reason I'm not the biggest fan of imp rushes for HRE in team games is the reason it works so well in 1v1s is you can protect yourself, right? You build a few outposts, you get cannon emplacements, you can't be dove. What happens to your teammate? Well, apparently that's something Cat's already considered here. Cat, this is kind of sick, actually. He's teching up, he's gathering stone, but he's now building outposts in his teammate's base to provide protection. That's actually so cool. I haven't seen an HRE player do this before, and this is why I never believe in the imp rush for HRE in team games. They kind of just sell their teammate out, right? It's the same logic with like English players wall themselves in. Whenever you do these type of things, high-level players will look at your teammate and say, you've left him alone with us. All right? We're going to kill him. But this at least provides a layer of safety. What a cool build. Dimu now hard on the gold gathering. Did get the tech up right. Wants Royal Bloodlines, wants all the techs. Knights are starting to chip a little bit. M7's eco in the meantime. The dive does come in. This is what we're waiting for Dimu to do. Unfortunately, there is no upgrade on that outpost right now. It's a feign. It's a fake. Spearman will be able to react courtesy of the marching drill. So this should at least keep him away. But this is going to lead to gaps for Lucifron, right? In a game where he needs to find a way to age up, he might start to look a little bit stuck here. M7 is now saving up for his own tech up. That should be on the agenda soon for the Rus. Nightmass is at least big for Lucifron, but it's kind of like he's playing a pseudo age free by getting the XP for Zhone. This night count is insane, right? Up to 26 now. The issue I take with it is 15 of Dimu plus the assistance of the Rus. With Royal Bloodlines, should be enough to contest. Needs to be careful not to get pinched into these Spearmen though. What? Okay, sick grab by Lucifron. And that's a lot of XP being given over. Remember, in team games, Zhone snowballs insanely fast off of weird fights. Night Raid at least did find some damage onto Lucifron's economy. Down to 36. Dimu, by comparison, playing with the French, up at 54. Now, part of that is due to eco-inflation, but also, I'd say about half of that is actually due to the murdering of the villagers. He has at least got cannons in now, finally. And with the Relic, remember, these things are absurd. 11.4 tower range is insane to me. I don't know why that's even a thing still. So at least around the TC is now protected. As Dimu is about to learn. Yay. Don't you just love these cannons? Luckily, the formation is keeping them just loose enough that it's not splash damaging. That would be infuriating here. But here we go. Lucifron. He got sent the gold. He's now on his way up. This is big, guys. Yes, Royal Bloodlines is already there for Dimu. But Dimu is clearly behind in the night count. And that is not going to change too quickly here. Actually, usually the difference between Rus Knights and French Knights is one has more HP, one has more damage. But when you do Royal Institute, it invalidates the Rus entirely. So, like, actually, right now, M7 has made the right call just moving away from Knights. He cannot win with Knights in Castle Age against these two civs. Instead, he's now just trying to answer the mass Spearman because he understands by rushing Imp like this, the moves that Cat's making, setting up the outpost, covering his teammate, this kind of leaves him weak on the eco while inflating with the Palace of Swabia, right? So what he's doing is identifying the fact that Cat's only unit comp he can make is Spears, and he's looking to address that now to get deeper into the game as a team. Cat farm count check. Oh, sorry, M7 farm count check. Up to 17. Not crazy right now. Meanwhile, Dimu, is he going free TC or is this a keep defense? This has to be a castle defense. Remember, he can't rush Imp. He does not have the Guild Hall. Raid will be a little bit annoying. Remember, the marching drills allows him to gap close real fast here. But Dimu already anticipated this. Textiles should mitigate most losses. High Trade House. 177 gold up here. Remember, he did get the tier 3, hence why it's so high for that. Burn through now on the way, though. And Zhone is about to crack level 3. Yep, there it is. Alright, so this is where it starts to ramp up a bit. Knights are going to break in. Small Spearman mass means they'll try to contest them. Need to be fast if you want to break through here, though. Reinforcements are coming. Will be a back away. Champions are left with the Wolves. Cat has got more troops on the way. The army tactics has been queued up. This is going to be the game changer. Oh, Agent Nib, you're a funny guy. Is there an issue with capture age? There isn't a capture age. Oh my God. It kind of depresses me every time I have to explain that. Yes. The lack of Capture Asian team games is proof that the Capture Asian devs cannot account pass too. Keep drop did come in the end from Dumu as expected. This will stabilize him. I think this might start to snowball a bit though, right? They still have an Imp issue. They now also have a Sacred Site issue. And the relic count in the end, folks, check this. This is insane. Is that a 6 relic game? I think that's 6 relics, right? 3 in the Regnets, 2 in the Outpost, another one over here. 6 relics for Cat. Just a reminder, those give 160 gold each. So the mathematicians amongst you have already done the maths in your head, right? That's a ludicrous 960 gold. Well, at least starting to get the walls up for the most. Oh, this is so cheeky. Cat actually coming in with some outpost crawls. He has got enough for stone emplacements, right? 1,500. Yeah, this is going to be a cannon emplacement. So cheeky as well. He's constricting the entire map. Look, everywhere. Cannon emplacements coming in all across the west side. Lucifron, how are we looking now? 42 knights. Only 28 for Dumu. One big fight would get Mecha Zone. Yeah, I've got a problem though. Backstab coming in from Dumu. So normally Palisade Walls will not hold this back for long. Lucifron might get idled out on the backside. Knights are now on the move. A little bit of a miss micro there. Zone, she hung around from an A-click. So she will not be farming XP from an engagement if it happens here. That being said, Dumu should not want this engagement whatsoever. This would be a death sentence. He's raw outnumbered. More Spearman raiding it again. I feel like Cat is just progressively getting more and more annoying in this game. And they're not really punishing him for it, right? And the problem is you'd have to kill so much eco now to punish him for it. Courtesy of the Love Hotel. This thing is insane. 17 food and a villager every 7 seconds. Night Clash coming in. It's a bait. Dumu does read it just in time there. However, he's starting to be herded to a corner. Lucifron, fully aware of it, splits between the tree line. Villagers are going for the wood wall up here. It's going to be tight, but I think it might be a little bit too late. Dumu, can he get there? No! He gets blocked in! Lucifron baits him in, hook, line, and sinker, and that fight took so long to occur that Zone is going to farm it up. The perfect storm. Lucifron makes it work. Divine Restoration comes out. And everything pays off. Dumu now down an army. In fact, he is down to single digits. Practically every knight has been removed from the checkerboard. And Lucifron firmly says checkmate. What an insane timing there from Lucifron. It looked like he was going to be a tiny bit too late. Sometimes the villagers are a bit weird on where they path, but using 23 villagers guaranteed he gets the entire wall up in time. And that right there may have just decided the outcome of the game. Because now M7 has to defend on his own. Now, mass spears, you say, that should be good enough. But remember, Cat has his own answers coming. And this pussy knows how to meow. 47 men-at-arms with heavy maces. Good enough to take down knights and spears alike. So annoying as well, trying to raid in like this with all these cannon emplacements. Zone here to farm more. M7 losing track of his troops here. No wonder. Oh, Cat, I wondered where the men-at-arms were. They're in the eco again. So this is double bad, right? Not only are you losing eco to Cat, you're also feeding XP across to Lucifron's Zone. So it's like a double negative here for them, right? I feel like they're running out of places to feel safe as well. We've got a little bit of a wall off in the corner to use the high trade house and grab some wood. But right now, it looks like Cat is ready to grab some more souls. Dive towards the farms. M7 does tech up, but check this from Lucifron. Red Palace now on the way. A lot idle time to be achieved here. Dimu, remember, he has to replace the lost army. He can't afford to just raw tech up here. If he tries now, he's dead anyway. Knights now diving in towards pink. Dimu with a keep drop on the east side. They're trying to address the Sacred Site win condition, but they got bigger issues at home. Dumu's main has been dove. No way he'll be able to hold this back, surely. Looks like the army has come to assist from M7, but that might now leave him somewhat vulnerable. Knights are prepping in the mid. Tech up complete. Lucifron should immediately be queuing up the Elite Knight tech. So, M7 able to save Dimu from despair here. But who will now save him? It's like Cat. His army is prepping for another push. He's got control coming on the west side. He's got troops moving in the east. And a big triple of men-at-arms on the way out. Lucifron just kind of trying to bait them out of position again here. I mean, M7, credit to him, right? He's their lifeline right now. His army is the only thing standing between them and defeat. But right now, they also need to find a way to get Dimu up in age. Static defenses is really all he can contribute at this stage. He's up to 50 Knights again, but that really doesn't hold a candle to Lucifron's count of 57. Nice. The spear's been cleared out. Big mistakes made, and he realizes it. He jumps in to move to the rescue, but now they're Elite Knights, and now the spears are no longer there. M7 at risk of losing it all. Zhone continues to farm up as well. XP almost completely unlocked for Mecha Zhone mode, at which point we will be looking at Gatling Gun Knights. Crossbows down, and there it is. Level 4 is in. Mecha Zhone has arrived. All bow in fear. Because Blast is here. I mean, that's it. There's no coming back from this right now, right? Valor's Inspiration hasn't even been used, and they're still losing the game. Militia Pool's going to come out. The Knights might thin out, but the men-at-arms are there now to replace them. GG gets called. Lucifrons stab in that corner. The definitive moment to ensure they take the win. Damn. What a pinch. That was a sick wall. We call that the perfect bait, I guess. Knights make enemy look like a sheep being herded. Does that work? I don't know if that works as a YouTube title. I'm trying to think what I'd put as a YouTube title for that. Like, the perfect bait on the video is what you definitely show. Wolves in sheep clothing. Sometimes you think like being like obscure works, but in my experience, obscure doesn't work on YouTube. People just, like for a long time, I thought being like obscure and being crafty and thinking like in a very way would work. It actually, weirdly enough, doesn't with YouTube. With YouTube, people kind of just want to know what they're getting, right? They actually just like they want to buy a tin of tomato soup that says it's tomato soup. Herding sheep like knights, knights like sheep, that could maybe work. I think that's clear enough. Good job, Blitzkrieg. That's why I just let my chat decide my YouTube titles. Big brain. Okay, there we go. How's it going, Age Noob? How you been, buddy? Been doing any content creation on the other channel recently? Ooh, whoopsie. Wrong thing. Wait, why is that open? Eh? Rogan? Ooh, one uploaded in August. You got a teaser on what you're checking out? He's becoming a Stormgate gamer. I'm calling it. So I think up next, so we done this Cat versus Doom M7. That was a really cool game. I like that one. Maybe let me check Poppy Paw Sass versus Wham Louie. 1 second, guys. FIFA 98. God damn. Alright, you going hard in the past. I don't think I even played that one. I think I started with like, maybe it was 06 or something like that. The football games, the one that I played that's older than that would have been Sensible Soccer. Sensible Soccer was a banger. Alright, who did I say we're checking out? It was going to be Wham. Who's he with? Wham Louie versus Poppy Paw Sass. Let me have a look. Oh, my head is killing me. Is it Himiyama? No. Migration? I don't think we've done this one. It's a migration game. Let me update the title. Oof. Tiny Glade's best strat video? Wait, what? Nani? Yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, we talked about that one game that's coming up that we could check out. I'm trying to think what other games are on the horizon. It's kind of a little bit heartbreaking how few people were interested in even taking a look at Supervive, actually, if I'm being real. I thought that one would do better. It is a very fun game. I don't know if my mental game is what people didn't like there, because I was a little bit annoyed playing Supervive because my PC kind of is too crap to stream it and play it at a high frame rate. And the difference between like 60 frames and 120 frames is like day or night in that game. It's wild how much it matters. All right, give me a sec. Just double checking. Oh, did I miss anyone on the YouTube side? Yo, hey. No, I'm good. Hey, YouTubers. Hopefully having a good day. I reckon we'll do... I'm trying to think how much more I got in me. We'll see how I feel after this one, because I'm definitely starting to fill up my throat. Maybe we have to hop over to Battle Aces earlier than anticipated, but we'll see. God. Now I have less desire to actually play Age of Empires 4, especially after Faye mentioned the whole input difference. I got to give it to Battle Aces, man. It is an insanely responsive RTS for sure. All right, let's get ready to go. Ooh, need to hide that. Hey, look, another. Hey, look, another game where the players forgot to use the custom UI. Why am I never surprised? One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. We got some familiar faces here. Wham01 on the Japanese and the yellow. His teammate in this 2v2 tournament game is going to be Louis MT on the HRE. Across the way is going to be Sassy on his beloved Mongols in the teal. And then his teammate is going to be none other than Wham's bro, Puppy Paw, with a very odd pick here, actually. Iabids on Migration is not something I had on my bingo card. Not really a map that I'd say they're great for, right? Like, Iabids on water hybrid maps can kind of work for the fishing element into a focus on land, but you can't really take that approach on Migration, considering that everyone's on separate islands to begin with. Maybe it's like a rush the center type build? That could kind of make sense, right? Like, there is actually some insanity to this combo of Mongol Ibid, by the way. It's a little bit wild. So Mongols can provide the Kurultai buff in the mid game, which gives you the 20% buffer. And then Mameluke's Bravery can give you the 25% increase in damage, right? Like, so actually you just end up with archers that have a base damage as high as crossbows. I'm wondering if that's maybe the thought process. We'll have to see. It is a little bit awkward because it means you have to shift your economy to the mainland early so you can build the Kurultai there. Other side of it, a little bit more logical of a water map selection here, right? Like Japanese, very strong for their eco boom up with fishing. And then the HRE, just as insane, their eco boom up via land. Cool thing about Japan as well, it's not done very often, but you can Yorishiro drop docks, right? So you can amplify the production rate and the research speeds on these docks. So don't think just because we're stuck on, you know, a water map, floating gate kind of loses its value. You can also just build the floating gate in the center anyway, which has multiple layers of value. For a start, it allows you to ramp up troops in the center, but it also gives you perfect positioning to take the majority of relics from the game. I don't think that's going to be his goal in this particular one, simply because his teammate is HRE, so realistically, you'd expect Louis to be the one getting that priority. But I could always see a world in which the HRE plays along feudal, and the Japanese are the ones going castle. We're going to hit the speed up anyway. Early game is basically going to be them just setting up their economy and getting ready to make their first moves. I am curious as to what the tech choice is going to be from Puppy Paw. 1v1 water maps, you kind of have to go Advancement Wing, otherwise you die. But I think on a 2v2 map, the map is wide enough that you can get away with going something a little bit more greedy. Just not sure what that would be. Maybe Growth Wing could be the way. I don't think there's much value in Industry Wing here. You could go Logistics and then set yourself up for a Relic Pool when you reach Castle. But I wonder if that's a bit too far in the future, right? Like sometimes rushing Castle can be a bad thing when you need to focus on the feudal water. Moment of Truth will be approaching pretty quick in this one at least. No Uvu, by the way. Notice that, like, this is pretty typical for Mongols and water maps. There's no value in the Uvu straight away. And if you go Uvu, you sacrifice your dock timing. But there you go. It is still going to be Advancement Wing. Outside this Wham is returning the last of the food required. So tech up is now coming from him. And it is going to be the Koka Township. Okay. I wondered if Kuro would have been nicer here, because you can actually guarantee a lot of wood very quickly. And you can also save yourself with this type of spawn, easily an extra 100 wood on lumber camps, right? Because you can just layer them here. So you remember, the Kura storehouse is not just a drop-off point for food, it's a drop-off point for all types of resources. Very much underrated for that detail. But we're going to have some Shinobi shenanigans here. Now, just to confirm for people, the Shinobi cannot Shunshin the gap. They cannot blink over this gap. That's why the transport ship has to keep coming back. Little tip for people, though, because weirdly enough, no players ever utilize this. I was starting to wonder if anyone actually realized it. On Canal, you can actually Shunshin from one side of the river to the other. There are a lot of points in those rivers with a distance where you can actually Shunshin. It's just a little bit finicky to click the right spot. Villager now moving on to the center. So, Sassy, this should just be, what, an outpost on the enemy side, probably? Or maybe a dock drop. This has to be a dock drop. Outpost takes too long. Remember, outpost takes double the time a dock does to build. You could easily get scouted in that time. Wham. Shift 6 villagers onto the mainland super early here. Hold me a moment. I'm going to fast forward because I don't know if any players are really trying to get too offensive here. Sassy has at least got, what, transport ship scouting. He is going to get the dock drop now. So he's moving close to Louis MT's base. That is bold, though. Moving close to the HRE player? I don't know about that. I get why you don't want to be close to Japan because of Shinobi, but from a military perspective, like Navy vessels, this is the weaker player. HRE's economy is all-encompassing on land, right? Meanwhile, for Wham, what he gets is cheaper fishing boats. That's how he escalates his eco. Has the Shinobi come across? Am I blind? Is the Shinobi that good at hiding? I just haven't seen him. Like, bro, where are you? Oh, ship's gonna come through. Oh my god, he walked all the way across before realizing. Oh, Wham was expecting some sort of maybe land assault where he could sabotage the early Raxes. Unfortunately for him, turns out Sassy's actually snuck it unnoticed, and Stable's now being dropped. Wow, we've actually got piracy coming in. You don't often see piracy, folks. It's only, I think, 175 resources now, but the issue is you skip a boat. Skipping a boat is a death sentence, but in team games, it's more feasible. Remember, it's the one that increases the amount of resources you get, like rather gives you a load of resources when you get kills. Piracy is insanely valuable. I genuinely think if it wasn't for the fact that it had to be researched in a dock, you would see more of it in 1v1s. Because you're only paying 175 resources to get 50 resources for every boat killed. By the way, I still feel like this is bug behavior, but if a demo ship detonates, you still get the resources. I'm not sure how you get the resources from that. Like, you know, a boat kind of exploding itself into a million pieces doesn't sound very salvageable, but the Mongols have magical ways. I guess they just have a really big net that they catch things with. Damn, that's a tech up, though. So, moment of truth, is it on the mainland or is it at home? Shinobi has found the stables, but the first Keshik does come out. Oof. A lot of damage done, but not enough. Keshik, as expected, will win that fight. And Doc's now being dropped close to Wham's side. He got very distracted by that, by the way. He's still sitting on resources, not spending. Dive, at least, is coming in. Puppy Paw starting to take some serious damage here on the Doc. Has got Aris that's coming in. Unfortunately, wait, was that intentional? I think that was about blocking a demo ship spawn. But instead, that actually, like, it works in saving your Springles ships, but it kind of hurts you from a different angle, right? That being said, Springles are doing a lot of damage fast here. Tech up is complete. Villagers are now being pulled, and now the demo can come out to play. Archer ship, oh my god, the reactions there somewhat minimize the damage. The villagers now in peril here. Archer ship can move in. Springles ship also with the drive-by. Decent damage being done. Wham should be able to get 1 or 2 villager kills here. I think that was the double, yeah. 2 go down there. And that was Growth Wing, right? So that is basically a quarter of Puppy Paw's advantage. Meanwhile, on land, though, Keshiks have moved in. Outpost is going to be there to try and protect, but there's going to be some villager losses here. So, Wham paying a price to get this online, but instead, thinking about bailing. You don't have a choice, though. If you leave, you die. Has got the transport ship ready. This is sick. So, Wham, he's going to complete the tech up and then walk straight for the transport to get away. Problem is, you are going to be sacrificing a Shinto, and you've already sacrificed a lot of villagers. Yorishiro drop does come in. Villagers will make it on board. Not many of them, though. Meanwhile, north side. Regnitz dropped on the mainlands from Louis. Yeah, we got so distracted west side, we hadn't checked in with him recently. This is wild. Louis at the separate end of Migration's main island from his teammate here. However, keep in mind we are on a water map, and this is where Yorishiro drops into the stables kind of get nuts. He has so much food coming in, this will not stop pumping. They need a reaction fast, and I don't know if Puppy Paw can get enough camel answers fast enough. He's going to try, though. Wait, are you guys on the... Like, you genuinely think that they're enemies right now? Oh, no. Really? Wham! Dude, you've got an HRE teammate. Come on. Be reasonable about this. I can't believe you just done that. I love that they're both going Cav against a Camel Civ, by the way. This should, in theory, end really badly. But it seems to be working out all right. Wait, are those villagers coming in? Yeah, no, you have to leave. Puppy Paw, a lot of idle time here now. This could be an immediate switch up, and it is indeed. Wow, now with the Rax drop. Keshik should not be quick enough to stop this either. I think they've lost control of the game. Puppy Paw still has his back eco, but Wham's constricting him now. He can't get more onto the mainlands. He has at least got 5 stables here, but that means you've got no unit transition past. Mount Samaraga stand their ground. Spears now need to be immediately queued up. They need to get Raxes from both players, actually. I don't know why they're both playing Knights like this when you see Camels, right? It's kind of a losing battle, but I guess the logic right now is you've got the resources, you might as well spend it. Right now, you're getting spent. Puppy Paw taking advantage and taking a 2v1 victoriously. However, it's coming at a price now. Wham finally goes after the economy in the back. I don't know why he wasted a demo there, by the way. Demos don't do bonus damage. It's kind of ludicrous. It takes 5 demo ships to kill a transport ship. It's really inefficient. Because remember, transpos are only 100 wood. Nice dodger there. Wham, piling the pressure. Louis now creeping out to deal with these 4 docks. Is it me or has Sassy not really been able to do anything with this? No, and I'm wondering if he ever will be able to. Double demo pump is coming for the fishing. It looks like Wham actually did take some damage. I'll correct myself on that one. I feel like Wham is doing enough damage to make it worthwhile, right? Puppy Paw is now really struggling. Ay, ay, ay. Kurultai now coming up. We talked about this as this S-tier element, but I just don't think they're at that point yet. Right? Like, you actually need an Archer transition from Puppy Paw. He's kind of stuck on Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers can use this buff reasonably, but I feel like Spears is just the bane of your existence. And right now, so are these Knights. A dive in! Sassy has more villagers. Should be able to finish this off, but it's going to come at a high price. Wait, Sass? Lag? Okay, that just genuinely happened. Sassy didn't realize what's happening. Knight's now going to dive back in. Dude, this is killing him right now. Camel Lancers are finally reacting. But Spearman Mass is built on the south side. They're going to have bigger problems now. North side. A dive comes in. Louis has got the numerical advantage here. Demo ship follow-up is on the way, and that's going to cost Sassy dearly. Sprill ship's down. He's about to lose fishing on the east side. West side's starting to get pinched as well. Demo's coming in to trade, not quite able to finish off the fishing boats. But Puppy Paw barely alive with fishing anymore. Wow, he may have taken hits from those 4 demo ship placements, but remember, he can reboom the fishing boats much cheaper. Are they at least winning on land is what you have to ask, and I feel like the answer is no. Louis again! Sassy, I think he's too distracted now. He's watching on water, he's not watching on land. Finally realizes, once again has to pull back, but the losses are adding up here. I don't even know how many villages that is now. If only there was like a tool that could tell us how many worker kills have occurred and again. Okay, I'm being salty again. But Spears are now here. This is never going up. This actually might just be over. It's Mass Spearman now against Mass Camel Lancers with the Bannerman as well. Realistically, Sassy should never be allowed to build this. And also, we're close to a point where Louis could creep in and deny from the sea as well. Damn. What a wild one. Louis and Wham just playing wide flanks on the center islands and on the sea to crush Sassy and Puppy Paw. I mean, Sass isn't even trying to complete it anymore. It feels like you lose too many villagers, but you might as well just go for it. It's over if you don't build this landmark anyway. And I think that is going to be it. The backstab comes in. It's double galley. You can't clear out quick enough with a war junk. This game is done. Woo. Damn. Wild one from the two. Well played. What were we going to call that one? Is that uploadable? I don't know if that one's fully uploadable. It's a right game. I just don't think there's anything insanely unique about it for a YouTube video. And yes, Wham and Puppy Paw were on different teams. That's the format. You have to play with different players. Every round you play with a different player. Oh. How dead does my voice sound, by the way? I've been curious. It definitely feels a bit dead. I'm weighing up. Do we do more tourney games, or do we go and play some battle aces? I think my throat isn't completely kaput. Could definitely do some more tourney games. Let me have a look. Who we got? Maybe some 1v1s? Would that keep it nice and fresh? 1v1s or 2v2s, guys? What do you think? I think Don mentioned some games to me a few days ago. Like, there are still some other like 2v2s we can do, but we've done most of them, actually. I think it was like 4 or 5 that went uncasted in the end. We definitely carried that tournament's coverage, baby. What can I say? Solo casting over half the games that occurred. So, let me check. Need to find Ravain's profile. I think he's 11th in the world right now. Wait, is that him? Rugen? Give me a a sec, guys. Ravane has multiple accounts, so I have to double check which one it is. Because Don said there was a game he had versus Ravane that was really good. Don doesn't fail to deliver, folks. We trust in the Don. Let me see. Deli Abba. Where is it? Oh, he changed his name again. That's why I couldn't find it. Yes, there's a Deli Abba game from 6 days ago. God, my head. Chat, give me a sec. I'm going to go get some painkillers. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. I am alive. How goes it, citizens? Alright, let me update the title. And I kind of want to find some people to do some Battle Aces show matches. I don't know if I got people, though. How many of my age of people have become Battle Aces? That's the real question. Maybe the play is to get what we try to get Faye to play State, right? That's how we do it. That's actually a solid plan. Well, that's the type of thing you should probably organize ahead of time. All right, so let me have a look here. So I've got to go. Let me copy and paste, and let me open their data for the game that we're looking for. A lot of his games are showing as invalid for some reason. Wait, has he been... Wait, what? Why is the game unavailable? And Don's made his profile private. I guess he's trying to make it to Wololo. Alright, so we can't do the Don one. Apologies for that, folks. Yeah, I'll show you what's happening. It's very weird, actually. So we go to this guy's profile. This is Ravane. Why? Why are these games unviewable? I don't get it. Did he? Is it because he crashed or something? Does anyone know what causes this? Oh my god. My head is thumping. Yeah, I don't know what causes this. It's a bit weird. Alright, no problem. Give me a second. Maybe Kiliardi? Who's Aeolus? 85th on the ladder. That's respectable. Is it someone Smurf? Player from China. I haven't heard of them. There's someone else I wanted to check in on. I can't remember what it was though. I can't remember. Yeah, I've completely blanked it. Alright, bit of a weird one. Let's get ready to go then. Oh, that's right. We need to. Oops. So team trim can go off. Now I need to turn my scene switches back on. There we go. Oh, wait. Something didn't work. Rogan? There we go. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. We are live from the ladder for Kiljardi, Mr. Killmonger, playing as a dragon, going up against the Chinese dragon here. Aeolus, ranked 85th in the world right now, playing as the Abbasids. I thought this would be an intriguing matchup, actually. Kiljardi, definitely like a top 20 player right now. Aeolus, someone I haven't seen before, that's arrived in the top 100. I said he's 85th in the world right now with 93 games played. They usually finish around 100 to 200 each season. Was curious to see what would happen with the skill difference when you give a Civ difference. And this is a big skill difference, right? Like, I think Kiljardi, I would expect him, let's say this was a Bassett to be dunking 95% of the time, but with it being Order of the Dragon, that kind of puts a very big question mark. I actually think Abbasids are one of the better civs of dealing with dragons' techs and choices. That's mainly because of the flexibility they have between the feudal and castle variety units, right? Like, they have some really strong power in Castle Age with the composite bow builds, but they also have a lot of potency in long feudal if they start trailing into camel archers. And why would they go camel archers? If Kiljardi stays feudal and decides men-at-arms is the course of action, that's when camels destroy you. So step one should be in a good old Ark and Chapel coming in. I feel like everyone's moved away from the mine work. I don't know if you guys have been seeing many mine works in the games you've been watching from pros, but I feel like I see a mine work every 1 in 50 games now. It's actually insane how not used it is at this stage. It's weird as well, because I know there's a few players that highly felt it was required because of certain techs, namely the Golden Cuirass to make your men-at-arms more tanky, and the other thing was really around the Zornhau to give you that extra damage on your Landsnectar. I think the Arkan's just too good to give up, though. You know, Arkan, I feel like it gives you more flexibility, more agency, whereas going mine work leans you into 1 or 2 units. One of the biggest issues Order of the Dragon actually has, guys, is the attack techs are +1s, when for certain units, it feels like they should be +2s, right? So, like, for some units, it makes sense that it's +1. For example, a Gilded Archer is a machine gun. It attacks very quickly. So, giving it +2 would be broken. But other units, like, for example, Gilded Knight, +1 just doesn't really feel tantalizing. I'd argue even the men-at-arms, to a certain degree, the +1 can feel a little bit underwhelming. Realistically, it should be good due to the attack speed difference, but it just doesn't seem to be hitting as well as just having Arkan. I think, actually, like, the bigger fundamental issue is the amount of units you need for blacksmith techs to return value. Because your units are so expensive, at 10 minutes, you're going to have half the unit count of a different civ, right? Ergo, Steeled Arrow or Bloomery has a lot less value for you than it does the other civ. I don't know of an easy way to solve for that, though, right? Like I said, you can't give the +2, it's too broken. I don't think you can decrease the unit cost too much. I think that would be absurd. Maybe I wonder if actually making it so that Order of the Dragon had 100 wood cost buildings would work a lot better for the transitional stage in the early game. There is still issues around the late game though, right? Like this Civ fundamentally has an issue with playing wide in late game. They just don't have enough units to cover the angles. Aeolus. Well, I was going to go offensive, but check this. It's actually going to be a deer shove. And this should be a second TC coming behind, right? Pretty standard play from the Abbasids these days. Maybe OOTD is for Gold League only. I'm sorry, have you been losing to Order of the Dragon in Gold? I think, in general, Order of the Dragon just have issues in the late game. The mid-early game, like, it's not insanely strong, but it can work. It's just, they never have options, and when you don't have options, you become predictable. I feel like usually Order of the Dragon players look kind of desperate because they know if the game goes late, they're dead. So TC drop down the way. Deer nicely in position. No interception from Killjadi, and Killjadi, by the way, did go Horseman here. Really? I'm not sure exactly what the thought process is with double Horseman. I feel like it doesn't do much, but I guess he was worried that the Abbasids were going to attack with the military wing, so he had to build something, right? And, you know, Gilded Archers, you probably don't want to be building them into the Castle Age in this matchup. Spearmen, you definitely don't want to be building a Spearman when your enemy has Archers. You don't want to be building a Men-at-Arms, they're too expensive. This at least gives you a pseudo-Raider, because remember, these guys have 15 base damage. I do love that Killjadi moved down to the flank resources, by the way. Even with the threat of the military wing, it's just very hard to get kills with those 4 units against Gilded Villages, right? 65 HP might not sound like a lot more than 50, but when you put it into the fundamentals, like that is an extra 1.5 rounds of attacks to the archers alone in this comp, right? And that's the thing realistically that's going to be attacking. I see the Horseman though, first blood drawn, so Killjadi does get the kill. And that's a nice blocker. There was a wall coming up there from Aeolus, so can't easily get that online anymore. And Killjadi, he's training for Castle. This was a little bit problematic right now for Aeolus. This is kind of the issue with his angle of approach, right? Because he didn't go immediately into, like, say, a Horseman or two. He didn't have the flex to stay on the front line and force Killjadi to invest more. So Killjadi understands the longer that this age goes, the better it gets for Abbasids. He wants out fast. Remember what we talked about, right? Like when your Eco gets big enough as Abbasids, Camel Archers are possible here. Camel Archers would disintegrate anything that Killjadi tries to do at the core, right? Ruins the damage on your Horseman, stops you going Men-at-Arms, blocks you from going into Spearman. Just doesn't feel great. So definitely the right call in this matchup. And this should just be a fast switch into some Gilded Knights. I mean, realistically, Aeolus just doesn't have answers to Gilded Knights right now. He's going to have to queue up more Spearmen, and this just doesn't feel great, right? Because you know that when you queue up more Spearmen, your opponent could easily just switch into Lance Gear. And because you're giving map control, he should end up with the gold required to get Lance Nectar about 5 minutes into the Castle Age. So Prelate's immediately queued up. Textiles was taken by Aeolus. Love the ball play. This is classic Killjadi, right? Just exploiting everything on the map because his opponent won't come out. This is how you really want to be able to play against defensive players. Sometimes I do feel like maybe the opportunities on the map are lacking in AoE 4 to punish turtling. Most notably in Long Feudal, right? Like, I would kind of like to see something change there where playing Long Feudal against a turtling opponent can work. Because right now it doesn't unless you're called the Deli, right? You have to go Castle. Because then you go Relics, and then you go Sacred Sites, and then they have to come out. Boar is nice, but usually on its own it doesn't feel like it's the backbreaker. Ooh, Prelate not able to pick that up. So good interception on the initial Prelate. Remember, you do not start with any of these at the beginning of the game. Killjadi had to tech up and then start building them. Hence why Aeolus was able to get out quick enough. Now has the triangle walls coming in. Maybe a little bit too slow though. Horseman. Dive in. Spears should be able to push this away though. Looks like Prelate's just going to go east side. This is a good distraction though, right? Like he's keeping him here, which means he gets the other relics. This could still easily be a free relic game for Killjadi. In fact, that's exactly where we go. Wonder where the first knight is, though. Oh, Killjadi, no. I can't emphasize how big a deal it is that this guy's sitting here like this. This is 480 resources you waited a long time to get. It's your first knight, and early stage in the game when it's harder to counter. Sitting here idle for the length of time it would take you to build another knight is not good. At least something else is going good. Relics are making their way back towards the base at least. Knight finally on the move, but now it feels too late, right? Walls are already up pretty much everywhere. There's only a small gap on the east side, one that he may have noticed if he moved straight away with the knight. How? It's going to be far too late for. Love the outpost usage as well by Killjadi. A little bit risky, but with the way he's playing this game, his logic isn't to go hunker down and hide in his base. That doesn't really work as well for Order of the Dragon as it does for HRE. He needs to be more present on the map. So having these loose relics garrisoned isn't the worst thing in the world. Things could get a lot more dark though. Culture Wing now being queued up by Aeolus. Canceling the outpost, and Relic is being walked home. This is mass spears, so they cannot easily snipe the Prelate. You can buy time to protect. The arms are now coming. Look, Killjadi, a little bit slow on the pull away there. Luckily, the no clip saves his life. All about to be broken through. In fact, he should be able to chop these guys down. Gilded Knight reaches over the wood line. We'll get one of the villagers. Second one not looking feasible right now. The dive is going to find its value, though. A lot of worker kills coming in for Aeolus here. A big deal as well, right? Getting 3 of those worker kills. Remember, Gilded villagers are substantially more valuable than your normal villagers. However, Killjadi mirroring the move now. Double strike down there. No repair crew left. Now up to a total of 7 worker crew kills. And he has got the men-at-arms marching east side now as well. Okay, that's a really cool switch by Killjadi. So why did he go men-at-arms now, right? What do you see this as value? Is it because it's against spears? Would Lancenet not be better? Yes. However, men-at-arms for a start are more well-rounded because your opponent doesn't have a counter until it's castle. The other fort here is burning through, right? Lancenet are very expensive on gold, whereas actually the men-at-arms just a meat shield on the food. And what he wants right now is a easy to ramp up formula for burning through these walls. With the double torch damage, these guys are that formula. Sorry, I mean, actually, that's kind of the weird thing, isn't it? I was about to say, it's not double torch damage, technically, right? Because it's actually 1.5 torch damage. I've always found that a little bit weird about them. Their attack speed isn't any better, right? 2.12, 2.12. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. That if you're trying to torch buildings down as Order of the Dragon, you have 1.5 times the power instead of 2. I imagine the devs tested 2 originally and felt that it was too broken. I mean, you saw how quickly he was burning through that wall with just 6 men-at-arms. But still, it's an expensive investment, right? It kind of feels like you should be rewarded appropriately for it. Killjadi, I think he might be going imp, you know. Makes sense. Abbasis have already built an eco lead. They're going to have crossbows to defend against the men-at-arms, so you know you're not likely to break the game now. And you've already achieved your real win condition, right? 4th Relic now on the way home for him. He might even be able to make it 5. In fact, the Prelate is marching there. That's sick. This is not about attacking the eco, guys. This is simply about getting a 5 Relic game for Order of the Dragon. Aeolus thinking about responding, but right now, if you go before you have like 8 crossbows here, you'll get dove. You might still get dove. Killjadi now moving in. Horseman is at least thrown away straight away. Men-at-arms should wallop through the front line fast here, and they will leak over onto the crossbows. Aeolus, a little bit slow on the pull away. He's trying to enable the Gulen front line quicker here. He will be able to stabilize, but it has come at a price. Pulse of Swabia on the way for Killjadi, and the 5th Relic now being walked home. Oof. This is not pretty. Actually, it's more than that. So the passive gold amount right now for Killjadi will be 800 from the relics. And then the Sacred Site's generating 300, right? So he's actually got 1,100, or will rather have 1,100 gold a minute in passive gen. Which, to say out loud, is quite frankly insane. And I don't see any way in which Aeolus is going to stop it sometime soon, right? Lancenet now being queued up. Yeah, Aeolus is getting a little bit too reliant on crossbows, and Killjoy stints as the weakness. This is really clean from blue so far. Love this as well. Remember, he got Inspired Warrior Tech, +1/+1. Makes him so much more tanky. Interesting effect this has on Lancenet, by the way. It takes the damage stats from a Castle Age variant to an Imp variant. Alright, Aeolus. Uphill battle time, buddy. What you got in you? I think this is probably going to be a keep defense. I think he has to hunker down here. Coming out just doesn't work. You need to sneak for a Sacred Site, but outside that, you don't want to be contesting outside your base right now. I don't think your eco lead is big enough now. Not with all this passive gold. So how does he address that? Golems could potentially sneak out at the sites, but you don't know that you're against Lancenet, right? If you knew you're against Lancenet, a handful of Golems works quite well because you split them up so the cleave doesn't connect, and they have double strike against an unarmored unit. In fairness, I do think Aeolus is playing overly defensive. I know I said I want him to stay at home, but what I mean by that is I want him to keep his main focus at home, but he needs to block these win conditions. Glad to see he's doing that. Moving out on the west side. Decap on the Sacred Site. Is he setting up trade? I mean, when I see walls like this, I'm thinking trade. It's not a great game for it, though, right? Like, it's a central spawn trade post, so you don't get insane amounts of gold. He doesn't have Trade Wing either. Killjoy in the meantime, now with the keep drop in the center. A peculiar keep drop, actually, guys. Like, this doesn't secure a gold vein. Usually, you look for this keep drop on the Sacred Site with the gold. For example, here. This would be perfect. And that looks perfect to me. Thank you very much, Zuby0T. Congratulations on the subscription, baby. 9 months with this one. Villagers do get caught out. Nice snipe there, Aeolus. That's big. However, these boys are even bigger. 210 health, and they hit for almost 30 damage per strike in an AoE. Suffice to say, Aeolus does not have enough to insta-kill them yet, so he needs to be very respectful of that. Can we hit the fast forward a little bit? Aeolus is just trending in the same direction. I think he's just trying to inflate his eco behind this with farms now, so he can keep flooding troops. Killjoy's not that deep on the food count, right? Like, he's only got a handful of farms right now. It looks like he's playing pocket resources. Kind of a dangerous state of the game for him right now. Still. When you get this much gold income, when you have 1,100 passive gold a minute, there is only one action to take. Unleash the Lancenet. Oh my god. I think he's going to lose the army here. Aeolus trying to start a step it back. Only a handful of Golems left, though. Can only snipe down the Gilded Knight. That's the only thing he'll be able to kill straight away. Golems do turn around again. That's going to buy time and space, but the front line is now gone. And Aeolus still has a long way to go to safety. Lancenet's just like, just give me a little touch. Just a little tip. It's a gold sword. You've played Minecraft. They're not that threatening. Oh, they bloody well are. Aeolus. This is his entire army right now. He hasn't built any more. He's trying to go in behind this. Oh, my God. Now the switch up into archers after he realizes what's happened here. Will this give him a better way of kiting, right? But my worry now is, like, what stops Killjoy from just getting siege to assist this? Brutal. I think he's going to need more stone walls. If these Lancenet ever get into the eco lines, you're in trouble, right? The one good thing about dealing with Lancenet is you don't really care if they hit your farms as much. What I mean by that is your villages are spread out, so the cleave doesn't matter. You have to be very careful with your wood line and your gold line. Those are the vulnerability points. Aeolus now with the sneak out on the east side. Killjoy. I don't think he sees this, but he's a little bit slow on the reaction. Maybe not slow enough, though. Aeolus, he's greedy. He went for the stone first instead of rushing the keep up. This is not going to work. Oh, no. Disaster strikes. Villagers need to run. Aeolus, get the hell out of here right now. That is a doubt keep right there. He doesn't even cancel it. What? Kiss farewell to your map control, sir. He now only has got 1.6k gold left. He's going Tradewing tech up into Imp right now. But fair to say, Aeolus is in a shaky position right now. I mean, Killjadi needs to switch it up though, right? Like, I love this Lance Nectar play, but you've got to realize it's going to get countered. You need something to assist. Mangoes makes a lot of sense here. Gilded Archers is actually quite insane as well. Fortunately, Lance a little bit too late on the chase here, not able to stop the wall going up. This is where alarm bells will be ringing for Killjadi though. Like, why would you wall here? Why would you not just wall back here where it's safer? It should be very obvious to Killjadi, either trade is happening or it's about to happen. That's the siege we were asking for. This time it's going to be Bombards instead though. Don't cry, it's only Abbasid villagers. They don't have souls. That's why they only cost 32 food, right? Like, you have to pay 18 food for the soul. It's very expensive. Oh, Aeolus trying to get defense together here. Has got a decent number of archers. I feel like if this gets seen and Killjadi just pulls back into Mangoes, though, you're in trouble, right? And because of the lack of long-term gold, Aeolus doesn't have a way of reacting with Culverins to counter that. Sacred Sight's once again locked in, though. And we have got Military Academy being queued up. Aeolus is going to march out. By some miracle, he has crept out onto a 4k gold vein. Outpost does go up, so Killjadi sees the enemy army. Tech up is now complete. And a keep drop coming in again. Wait, what? But no, he doesn't know about the Bombard. We'll dive in. Villagers being neglected here by Killjadi. He's on the move now, though. This is not the win and play. The Bombard's a problem right now. Lance next. Charge on in. We'll clear the front line, and villagers are going to bail here. Bombard creeping in the stealth forest to see if it can get a free shot, but it is seen. However, the castle has not been cancelled. Bombard will get the shot out. Cancel finally comes in. Aeolus at least saves some stone this time, but he cannot save his army. Especially rallies like that. Wait, what? Aeolus? Just a touch, just a kiss. That's all it takes. Bombard's now being crept out onto, but guys, I mean, if these Bombards start attacking the Ghoulems, they'll win. Outpost going down, Lance next. Once again, reaching in. And I think this is the point where Killjadi realistically should be queuing up like a Mango or two. Instead, he might get forced to go Spearman, which feels terrible against archers here. I mean, the be-all, end-all condition for Killjadi is just get hand cannoneers, right? Like, you've got insane gold haul right now. Hand cannoneers is your finishing creme de la creme. Instead, we're basically playing a pseudo-Delhi herbal medicine build here. Just trying to tank and dive in. Hand cannoneers have started to get queued up by Aeolus. Lance see the villagers though. Ooh, that kill just in time before the swing started coming in. We'll minimize the damage done, but Aeolus is still feeling the pain. Only 8 eco difference between the two. Oh, damn. Killjadi basically going full CGQE. I think Killjadi is kind of diving into the predictable comp a bit too much. All of the Dragon players do this a lot, by the way, in the late game. They rely on Siege and static placements. But I do think there would have been value in either Gilded Archers or Mangoes here. Which leans into the Siege idea, but I mean now, with Horsemen starting to come out, it feels kind of cumbersome. Bombards are going to get splintered. Killjadi, has he actually lost this game? I mean, he's still got Sacred Sights behind this. He has stonewalled in the west side with stonewall towers. The only threat right now is going to be the center. The center only has a single keep to defend. This one has multiple outposts and castles. believe those are cannon emplacements. Yeah, so this is going to sting. All right, Killjadi says, I don't need to come to you. And it looks like we have got a Horseman switch incoming. And hello. Thank you very much for the bits, buddy. I think we're about to see Aeolus splatter into bits here, by the way. If Killjadi does just spam out Horseman, it's very hard for Aeolus here. Yeah, oh my god. 18 Horsemen in queue. So here's the problem, folks. If Killjadi just adds in a few more Lanks again with horses, it kind of kills everything. Bombards are going to slightly overextend again. How does Aeolus do this? It kind of feels like Golems is meant to be the play here, but he neglected it. Golems counter Horsemen, and they do well against Lansk, right? Lansk will still hurt really badly, but you are talking about a unit that has a decent amount of melee armor, a very tanky unit, especially when you go EAT, Elite Army Tactics, and they have the double strike against a unit that doesn't have armor. That's the important detail, right? Double strike against double armorless units. But Aeolus instead seems to think Horseman's the way, right? Like, I think he's too busy tunnel visioning the one Bombard and not focusing on the bigger picture. Could easily cost him the game. Meantime, knock at the door. Bombards are breaking the walls. The trade, they've just been being set up. They're still in its infancy. Maybe about to be put down. Horsemen have not been fully revealed yet. Aeolus is going to get a rude awakening here. Handful of villagers building up the keep. Dive comes in. Horseman reveal. And there's barely any spears here for Aeolus. Tries to seep around onto the villagers to deny the castle, but I don't think it's going to work. Even if you get that kill, it's going to cost you everything here. Horseman pretty much done with the front line. I think there's just too many. Villagers do pull back, and Aeolus realizes he's now overextended. Retreat is going to cost him even more. Now, with the trade being exposed, I can't help but feel we're moments away from a GG. Biology now being queued up. Killjadi, 45 seconds out from being unkillable. With 27 Horsemen as well. Didn't even bother to keep a 50-50 comp of Lansk and horses. Because now Horseman gives him the raid potential onto the trade. Aeolus. But yeah, that's definitely going to hold back 40 Gilded Horsemen. Yep, I believe in that 100%. Yeah, he kind of needs another Stonewall. Surprised he didn't go for it with 873 in the bank. Meantime, Marketplace is now denied. And the raid, the villager raid, it's a race. Well, here's the awkward thing, actually. Killjadi's villagers will win. Oh my god, he pushes him in! No way, Aeolus! I think he was looking for a decap and an escape. Instead, it's a decapitation here. Killjadi shoves him into the Stonewall Towers and now can mop up the remaining villagers here. Meanwhile, a cleanup on Isle dead on the east side here. Horseman count way too big. Aeolus, he's scrambling at this stage. There's just not enough gold access left to get enough hand cannoneers together. And with 3 minutes left, you're on the clock, right? You can't even try to camp this out and subtly trade into mass hand cannoneers. Your time is gone. Damn, what a game. I feel like I don't often see mass horsemen work that well. I mean, in theory it should, but usually it just has a counter. But Aeolus was never allowed to reach the stage in the game where he could do that. Killjadi able to dunk with the Dragon Boys. Woo-hoo! What a mad lad. What do we call that one? It's kind of like somebody with the fact that all of the Dragon kind of just do one thing really well, right? I feel like that's the case. Have one unit, but it's a good unit. They have one unit, but it's a great unit. Airy OTD should do this, maybe? Alright, there we go. Ooh, switch over to that. Don't just need to stare at my ugly mug. Oh. What cool game. Oh. So, let's see who else we got live from the ladder. I think Voldemar is scrimming. What a little sweat lord trying to win the Norwegian land. Voldemar may act tough, but he knows he's going to be in the casting booth with me after day one. Wait, what? Poor guy. Oh, crap. I accidentally just closed the window. I didn't mean to. One sec. So. Voldemor's pride is hurt after the team tourney. I felt worse for M7 in that game. How can we counter the Lance Nectar? Build more Lance Nectar. There's a few different ways you can deal with Lance Nectar, right? Like, actually, those kind of ones, if you have Bombards or Culverins, they're not a bad way of dealing with it. If you know he can't chase into you. Archers is usually the way. Aeolus was just too late on the switch. He got baited. He didn't expect Mass Horsemen, so he only really built for Archers. Any Beastie games? I don't know. I feel like most people just don't care to watch the Beastie games because they've already watched the Beastie games because Beastie streams his games, right? It's a bit of a weird one. I'd say the big issue is usually doesn't Beastie private his data so that then handcuffs you to like 10% of his games. What we got here? God, my throat is really rough today, guys. Killjoy's in another. Let's see who he went up against. Alright, so he's on an Utd day. Is this like, this is a preview, man, of things to come in King of the North? Because I'm pretty sure Killjardy and Dragavan are on the same side of the bracket, right? So that kind of lines up really nicely. In fact, let me double check that. I'm pretty sure. If they both win their round one, they face each other. Let me have a look. No, my apologies. They would have to meet in the upper bracket final. It's likely Killjardy versus Voldemar and Dragavan or Baltoon versus Dimir, right? Probably Baltoon versus Dimir, actually. But if Voldemar beats Killjardy, a Dragavan Killjardy showdown could very well happen in the lower bracket. Statistically, the likelihood of them meeting early on is very, very low, basically. Alright, let's get ready to go. Dude, who does this, though? These two players are getting ready to face off on LAN in Norway later this month. What better way to get well-rounded and prepped than to pick the worst civs in the game? French in the hands of Dragavan, Order of the Dragon in the hands of Killjardy. We've already seen today what Killjardy can do with the dragons. He's to be feared. This boy can breathe some fire. I'm curious, though. A guy who's so fixated on the idea of proxy raxing and proxy archery ranging and TC dropping and clown carring, why would Dragavan ever pick a civ like the French that doesn't do really any of those things particularly well? Let's find out. Already an interesting start here. Very far out into the D on the north flank. This is intriguing considering usually an Order of the Dragon player would go into Horseman, but a great read in this matchup. Guys, when you're playing against Order of the Dragon, they should not be able to open up stables if you have French Cav. Because if they open stables, that means they are admitting they have nothing to defend their gold line at home, which blocks the usual win condition in these type of matchups for Order of the Dragon, which is to rush Castle Age. So that's a pretty sick read. I don't feel like a lot of players would actually sense that, but that's a really smart move by Dragavan. Was kind of suboptimal in that he had to move out without Wheelbarrow, but as long as he knows he can stay here, this is a worthwhile investment. Remember, much better gathering rate, and on top of that, he shouldn't have to come home with the sheep too quickly. I'm a little bit disappointed in his timing here from Dragavan. I think he could have tried to go for more sheep, but unfortunately it looks like Killjardy maybe shoot himself on the mid-map, and then Dragavan realized there was no extra flex he had here, right? It was going to be a 50-50 cut. Arcing down the way for Killjardy. Yeah, welcome to every HRE game, or the Dragon game rather these days. A lot of people really expected them to be the Civ that went Mine Work, but that tiny buff of Arcane just made it good enough that it was better than Mine Work. In fairness, both options kind of felt really underwhelming, right? So it's kind of the slightly better of the worse. Dragoman, just very standard stock. So we're going to have to speed up a little bit here. We are watching live, but we're a few minutes behind on the live track, which means we can kind of fast forward a bit. Secondary is over here on the east side. Is this maybe a game where Dragoman tries 2TC? It's weird, because like 2TC, you feel it in your fingers, in your veins. You want to do it when you're playing French, but I feel like it's a build that's just fallen off in popularity really hard, is multi-TC play for French. A lot of matchups just don't allow for it anymore. There's just too much pressure coming. And it's kind of interesting, like the full feudal meta focus, you'd think it would actually favor the French a lot for the aggro side, but it kind of feels like just being on 1TC doesn't leave them with as many options. There's a lot of popular picks right now. HRE, Byzantines, Chinese, you know, the list kind of goes on, right? Here you go. Moment of truth. Is it going to be a Rax drop from Killjadi? I mean, he doesn't even have to scout for a School of Cavalry, right? He should expect a School of Cavalry. It is a bit suspicious, this trade post, because it could be an option to trade, but realistically, it should be Knights. And wow. Killjadi, an unexpected reaction here. He's actually going to go for the Horseman still. I guess the other way to think about this is while Spears seems like the right call, the reality is you'll need a Spearman or two for your gold, and then you'll need a Spearman or two for the back of your base with the wood lines and the food, right? That's 4 Spearmen. That's 640 resources to defend, right? Like, if your real concern is defending, just outpost and wall, right? Outpost here, 100 wood. Wall here, wall here. That's what? 80 wood? And then the options are pretty handcuffed from there, right? Maybe outposts on the berries if you really need it that badly, but it doesn't feel like you should care about berries considering they're out of range of the Archon, right? I think only the... Okay, actually, no, sorry. The second wave is there. So realistically, it is worth having, but it's not really worth the cost of emission of an outpost here. Because it's not just the 100 wood, it's also the fact that it would take you... Well, with this Civ, what is it? 45? 52, right? Or 48. So 48 seconds. If you think about it, this is the thing that I think really gets glanced over when you consider outposts versus walls. Building an outpost isn't just 100 wood resources. You're actually, for the Order of the Dragon here, sacrificing about 50 resources, right? For a standard Civ, you're sacrificing 45 resources a minute, 40, 45, to build an outpost for a minute. So it's actually about 150 resources investment. That's before we equate walk time, any harassment that comes in along the way. Yeah, outposts are much more awkward to kind of justify for some civs than people realize. Spearman reaction comes from Dragoman, so kind of bites the gun on that. Killjadi is also now going to have to mirror into spears, but this is more annoying for him, remember. These spears are very expensive. That being said, Killjadi's being very smart about this. He can actually afford to do what he's doing with Horseman play because he only is gathering wood. If he was gathering gold as well, he'd die from this play. Love this raid as well. Gets in, gets a villager kill. Does take a lot of damage on the Horseman, but able to back off in time. Wow, strikes in both locations. So Killjadi gets a kill on the north and the south side of the French economy. Scary damage that adds up fast. And what on earth am I looking at? Dragoman with the undermesh research. So he's looking to dive the TC. Guys, that doesn't really work against hardened Gilded Spearmen. They hit for 52 damage per strike. Or 190 health unit. Let me put that the other way. You die in less than 6 seconds to a single spear. Sorry, no, it's less than 8 seconds. 8.5 seconds, right? Because it's 2.12 per attack. Oh, sorry, 1.88. Yeah, so in less than 8 seconds, you die to a spearman. One spearman, if you're one knight. It's very difficult to dive. Kind of surprised he actually optimized for undermesh. Bloomery is going to be there for free, right? And there's no point getting fitted level works because reducing 1 damage off of 52 is... It sounds so dumb because it is dumb. It's a 2% damage reduc for a pretty lofty investment of 175 resources, right? So understandably not something Dragoman wants to have to go for. Might be a little bit more value when you have Spearman, right? Because remember, the Gilded Spearman the base damage isn't crazy. So 12 damage, if you get that 1 armor, that's almost a 10% reduction. Dive coming in for the Knights. Nice attempt at the bait there, but timing was slightly off for Dragavan. We'll get one of the Spearman kill. Needs to justify it by getting more, and there we go. Nice overwhelm here. Killjadi also gets baited in. That was sick micro by Dragavan. He pulled back the injured Knight the moment he realized that Killjadi was going to go for the stab. So no value gained on that final Spearman. No damage extra done. 1 Knight for 3 Spearman. That is a trade you would take every day of the week. The people who play normal Spearman, they're like, that's kind of standard, isn't KP? No, not quite. Usually it'd be like 2 spears for 1 Knight, right? But the fact that you get the Gilded Spearman like that, phenomenally well done by Dragavan. This is the weakness of Killjadi attacking with spears, by the way. Remember, because you have less of them, you have less saturation to brace. It means what usually happens in these fights is you might get the brace out and you'll stun 1 Knight, but 3 more hit you in the face and get bonus damage, while also doing significant damage with the lance attack, right? And remember, the way that bracing works is that you and your target both get stunned initially, and then they get rooted afterwards. So actually, when you brace against numerically advantageous Knight counts, you take bad trades inherently because you're stunned. It's a really weird mechanic with Age of Empires 4. It's quite easy to forget sometimes. Always tends to rear its ugly head when you look at Order of the Dragon comps because of this. Dragavan. Whoa, boy. Calm down. A little bit of a miss micro there. Has got the archer switch coming in. It is a double archer range play. I was about to say, I want to see 2 to 3 archer ranges here, or you will not be ready. Has got some Spearmen to try and frontline. Killjadi, I believe we have got farms getting added in. Yes, multiple new farms on the way. It's going up to 12. A sneaky horseman raid on the back here. Okay, that's really cool. Dragavan, what a sick little wall here. This is really cool because if you put 1 Spearman each side, the horseman can kill the Spearman. But this way you have both Spearmen next to each other. Unfortunately, one of them got overly ambitious there and will be overwhelmed. Dragavan has to shift back. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If both spears had gone at the same time, they would have at least got a horseman kill, maybe 2. Instead, a really good trade there for Killjadi. Good block out in the gold now. I wonder really if he wants more Knights though, right? Like 12 Knights is pretty good here. This only matters if Dragavan was trying to get Castle Age. Now he can focus on massing archers. Something that Killjadi has yet to do, actually. More horsemen now on the way. So remember what I said about how like bracing with Gilded Spearman is difficult because you're usually outnumbered by Cav? Now think about it the other way. Bracing with normal Spearmen is very easy against enemy horsemen from Order of the Dragon because they have not got many Cav. So it's a weird double-edged sword that cuts twice actually well enough at the dragon. Meanwhile, dive in for the horseman onto the eco line. Dragavan not realizing it yet. Oh my god, dude. Killjadi is just getting so much advantage out of the fact he has an A-click brain comp because it's just mass spears, right? And that's why Dragavan only just realized after losing several workers on the wood line. Military still pretty much neck and neck. The eco being neck and neck is not a good sign for Dragavan, folks. Remember, French build villages quicker. Order of the Dragon build them even slower. So the fact that they are even this close on economy is a bad sign for Dragavan. He needs to do damage soon. Mates will probably benefit from diving past, actually. Trying to get off this outpost feels like a quick way of losing the game right now. Archers are trying to snipe down, but there's not many of them here. Horsemen do get baited out of position, so the Knight's able to take advantage of that. But right now, it just feels like Killjadi is gradually building a lead out of these fights. Yeah, I don't know about this with Dragavan. It's a little bit weird the way that played out, right? Like, you're sitting on 12 Knights, and you send them all into a choke point. He's trying to burn down an HRE outpost, essentially, which means emergency repairs will always come in. You just don't have enough torch power. And every time you try to do this, you get further away from the critical torch mass because you're losing units instead of gaining them. I think instead what Dragavan should have done there, when he walked in, walked like 4 Knights around the back, 4 Knights around this side, try to hit him before the wood line goes up. But now with the walls online, these options are starting to disappear for the Norwegian. Who usually wins the charge cancel versus brace micro at this stage? Well, like we just said, like the brace dynamics are very weird. Like Order the Dragon don't really want to be caught having to brace. If they can get a situation where they don't brace, it's much better for them, right? It's very easy to kind of bait Dragavan to stop charging because of these choke points, right? Like Dragavan, realistically, if he charges into a choke point, 3 knights are going to connect, and there's going to be maybe 3 to 4 spearmen bracing, right? So it's like a bad trade every day of the week. It's getting even worse. Kilchadi now attacking Rednets while having more military pop cap. Dragavan baited to dive with the archers. Count starting to look a bit better, but a lot of them aren't here yet. And the raid comes in again. Horsemen onto the villagers. Oh, he should be able to clean this up. Still does lead to more chip damage and more idle time. Tech up complete. Kilchadi just needs to wait for the veterancy. He can afford to give over the outpost here, right? It's not the end of the world if he loses outpost to get veterancy. E-repairs is going to make it so he might not even need to lose it, though. Emergency repairs is only going to last about another 15 seconds, right? So, like, this outpost realistically will go down before it can get the cooldown off. So he either has to sacrifice this or fight. I think he fights. Veterancy only 30 seconds away. Horseman poking again. Spear count is really low, by the way. Only 5 of them in total. Mosh pit commences. Spearman. Just 20 seconds away. Archers. Slow to be pulled back. Knights being baited in. Dragavan. The auto aggro punishing him here. And the military mass too big. GG gets called. Great hold by Kilchadi to force the fold out of Dragavan. Damn. Well played. What do we call that one? Oh, I know what I call it. Order of the Dragon have a cavalry slash brace issue. I hate E-repairs. Why does it keep healing after it's being fully healed? I also have no recent experience with French, by the way. I mean, I don't think anyone really has any recent experience with French. I think that's why I got into that game. I said battle the trash tier serves, right? So I think your issue is like your archer transition felt a little bit late. And then you kind of laid off the spearman, right? He baited you in that way. I don't know. I feel like you should probably have been on 3 archer ranges, right? Those horseman raids were really annoying, though. You made too many knights? Yeah. Well, I kind of understand why you did. I was saying to chat, like, the interesting thing about, like, Order of the Dragon, one of the big fundamental issues they have in the early game is the brace dynamics suck. Because they never have enough horsemen to not get over-braced by spearmen, which means they get stunned, the enemy spearman gets stunned, but the assisting spearman stabs you as well. And then when they build gilded spearmen, and your opponent builds knights or horsemen or whatever, they get stunned into a brace, but then the extra units attack them, right? So, like, it's very... I kind of get why you try to get more knights, because I think that element can bait you into thinking it's the right call. But yeah, more archers definitely were needed. Like, your archer count in the front line was really underwhelming. 1 second. God, my throat's still rough as well. Let me just check something quickly. Because I reckon we can AoE for another hour or 2 at least. I think my throat won't give out too quickly, which is nice. And then maybe we'll do some Battle Aces giveaways later. You did get a key for Battle Aces, right, Dragavan? I really want to do some show matches on that game. Are we on Kilchadi train right now? Well, we can't view him anymore, so let me check the Observe tab to see who we've got. You can after match. Oh, I'm not saying you need to be in the show match, because I don't know if you've got enough units unlocked, right? But I want to find some people to do show matches on that. I think it's like, with the right format, it could be really cool. In fact, one sec, I'm going to make some notes here, because I had some ideas on what to do. So, Battle Aces formats. So one format was, after 2 games, you have to change at least 4 units in your deck. But you can still flip around the next time. So like after you've changed, you do another 2, you can go back to what you had before if you want to. That at least gives a little bit of diversity in the decks. The other thing I was thinking is you could have a build X decks can only win with each X number of times. There was another format. What was the other format I was considering? So I think there are some interesting things you can do with Battle Aces. A full draft format could be interesting too. It's like pick, ban, that sort of thing, maybe. Could probably even use AoE, what's it called? The AoE 2 draft thing to emulate that, if need be. There was something else I was considering. Or, like, I think the other one was build 3 decks. Every game, you have to use a different deck. Decks cannot match exactly the same. I.e., you can't just literally create the same deck 3 times. I think there's some, yeah, I'll keep a note on those. Those are some ideas I had, though. Yeah, that's one I've got listed down, Dragavan. So, like, these are some of the ideas, like, I just typed down, chat. Okay, I love how Twitch never lets you have formatting. Yeah, like, pick ban is kind of cool as well. The only problem with pick bans is, like, I would always aim to do it before you're at the point where you're casting the matches, because it sucks. I kind of had to agree. So, Pimp Muckle, who does Dota 2 recently, he put out a tweet. Let me see if I can find it. That he said, like, the only part that really lets Dota down is its drafting phase, because it takes so long and it's boring. And I kind of had to agree. It's like, drafting is cool, but the time it takes is a bit long. So let's have a look. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. And this is, by the way, this is kind of true for AoE 4 as well. Like, it's nice to have the draft, but it needs to be faster. How long does it take to get all units? I don't even want to try to do the maths. Quite a while. So yeah, I watched football like once in a decade, not gonna lie. VAR is almost as bad as Dota 2's unreal amounts of draft time for entertainment. Is it good for the game? I guess. Is it unbelievably boring? Absolutely. I think that's why usually EGC skips a draft. I personally would rather, instead of EGC skipping the draft, they just create like, they have the draft happen, and then they have a recording playout of it, which is over double speed of what the players are doing the draft at. So you just have, you know, pick, ban, pick. Like, so, you know, you have a little bit of time with a panel to talk about the picks and bans, but you don't feel like they have to pull rope or whatever to try and have something to talk about, right? There is just stuff always coming out that they can reference or bow to. I think that would work really well. But yeah, I think, has someone done the maths on how long it takes actually in Battle Aces to unlock all units? Should you have a look? I'm kind of curious. I agree with this. Wasps are like toxic for game design. It's really bad. For those who don't know what wasps are, because you haven't checked out Battle Aces, one, check out Battle Aces, trust me. It's like, it's a good thing for the entire RTS ecosystem, no matter what RTS game you come from. But the problem with like wasps is even if you outplay it, it feels toxic. It was hilarious because last night I was in one of the streamers' chats and he was saying that wasps aren't overpowered and they're easy to deal with. And then, like, you know, he's like, let me show you. And then he had 2 back-to-back games versus Ghost Stefano and lost both of them. I was like, so wasps. I didn't even see it in chat because he was so tilted I could hear it already. There may have been some kill yourself, definitely only in-game comments that he was making. But I'm wondering, maybe unlock... If we put unlock time, has someone calculated how long it would take to unlock everything? Yeah, oh, here we go. Someone done it. The alarming maths. I've noticed many complaints about unit unlock times, initially dismissing them as a few disgruntled players needing to put in some more effort. So here's some rough calculations. Credit gain, excluding the initial 300 credits you start with, and by the way, reminder, there are some units that cost 1,500 resources. I found I earn about 25 credits per 5-minute win. While consistency varies, I suspect the estimate is generous. Grinding continuously, a player could earn 300 credits per hour. Units range in cost from 200 to 1,500 credits. Excluding free units like Crab and Hunter, total cost sum comes out at roughly 21,500 credits. So, efficient play, with these numbers holding up, means you'd unlock the entire roster in a minimum of 73 hours. That's wild. Assuming a more realistic 250 credits per hour, that jumps up to 86 hours. Now, the way I've described why this is a bad system, there are many layers to it. The easiest TLDR one I've given to people to explain why this unlock system sucks. Some people are like, you know, you just need to work and then you get the units and it feels really rewarding. It's like, no, it doesn't, because, you know, that kind of grind works in PvE games. It doesn't work in PvP games, because in PvP games, I'm now getting my ass whooped, not because the player is necessarily better. He might be better, but I now have this excuse of he bought the game's units. He has the units I don't have. And you might go, well, that gives you a reason as to why you lost KP. You always talk about how people don't want to admit they suck. They don't want to admit they suck, but they also don't want to feel scammed. This is how a player feels scammed. Because the reality of what people have said to me as to why they don't mind the system is like, oh, it gets good eventually. The problem with that, has anyone ever had a friend who's made that statement, the early episodes of the show really suck, but like around episode 8, it gets really good. So let me translate what you just said. I must waste 8 hours of my life to potentially enjoy this thing. It's not really selling me on doing it, is it? Right? And that is the war credit issue in a nutshell, because I'm going to have to burn X amount of hours to potentially enjoy the new unit I get, but I also might hate the unit. And now I can't do anything with that wasted time. I have to grind again. So actually what War Credits turns into is more a comparative of you listing me 10 shows which all suck for the first 8 hours, but I might like on the 9th hour. I rest my case. What's up, Full Vista? Yes, we've got keys to give away later, so we'll be hopping on Battle Aces a little bit later. And I've got keys still to give away. I'm hoping they're going to send me some more out. I've got about 25 keys. We'll probably give away like 10 or 15 today. We'll see how long we go, though. But yeah, this is like fundamentally an issue, though. I think this is the #1 thing that will stop this game going big, by the way. I actually think this thing has a lot going for it. There are things that need to be improved. Some of the balance sucks. I don't think Raiders should exist. You should not have a unit that is specifically for King workers. I think it was Tasteless talked about this, or was Artosis? Sorry, those two are joined at the hip. One of them said that you should just give people units. I'm pretty sure it's Tasteless. You should give people units and then let them use it how they want. Shouldn't just be, oh, this can only attack workers, right? That's a problem. Outside that, there are balance issues like Wasps I just think are poorly designed entirely. But those are fixable. This is a core choice they're making. Out of the core concepts of the game, the choices they're making, this is the one that will make it fail if they go forward with it. So I really hope they listen. I really hope they don't get a bit pig-headed about it and be like, no, we know this will work. We'll do this. Because this will drive away the casual audience. And your game will live or die by casual audience, because this right here, guys, the reason that this is going to be a really good RTS for the wider RTS sphere, Battle Aces is lining itself up to be the perfect gateway RTS. This is why I say people that like Age of Empires, people that like StarCraft, all these people should actually be being very positive and supporting of what this game is. Because what this does is it brings a new generation of people who do not play RTSs into the sphere. And then it's similar to the logic of like, you know, like I do bouldering at the moment. And people tell me that usually the way it works, you do bouldering and then you want to do outside climbing. It's that logic. You leak over. Right? How many of you have had that with a simple FPS, right? How many people start on something like Call of Duty and then like, I want to play CS. I want to play Valorant. I want to play Overwatch, right? It's an entryway into the wider sphere. So, like, you know, I hope they get that right. I also hope they do things like different maps, more focus on team games would be really cool, because I genuinely think they've got something special here. But as of right now, the number one concern I have, the biggest failure point for this release is going to be the war credit system. That war credit system will kill them in their infancy. And by the way, another thing that people really don't seem to be talking about with these systems designed this way create power creep. Because now they're actively encouraged to make the new units better, so you have to buy them as well, right? Actively grinding more, or rather buying them with currency, real-life currency, to get them. This has been an ongoing issue in freemium games, and these systems exacerbate that issue, right? Don't get me wrong, cosmetic-only models are not free of it. Everyone remembers who's played Dota 2, Monkey King's release was absurd. A few others were as well. But overall, those environments are still less toxic than the environments that these ones create. And this is a game that has ways it can monetize, guys. They could easily monetize through the... Like, let's have a look at Battle Aces in-game, right? So let me just quickly... I'll open up the Twitch and we'll glance at someone's stream for like a minute. Sorry to hijack your content, but I need to like prove my point on what you can do with this game. Right? So let's have a look at... Hello, Sturgeon. Hey, how's it going, buddy? This guy, right? Like right now in this UI, what could you monetize here? Not his nostrils, but oh, you can't see him pick his nose. Sorry, I'm in the way. But you can monetize a few things here. So you can actually monetize colors. Let people buy colors. People will actually buy that. Believe me, you'd be surprised what people buy. Let them monetize map skins. This map could have 15 different looks. You could have a Halloween skin. You could have a snowy biome, right? You could have a jungle biome. All these different things could be added in. Those are things people will buy. People actually do buy those things. I know. I come from games where people have bought them a lot. You can also do the voice lines, right?
I mean, they don't do any damage there.
Okay. Sorry, he's talking. Like the announcer, right? Who sounds like the detective guy from Future Diary. You could get different voice lines. You could get different actors, right? You could have a tasteless announcer. People love that. You could also just customize the voice lines of the units. I would stay away from adjusting the cosmetic looks of the units themselves for now. The worry there is that there's a lot to take on board, and if you make Scorpions look different, unit identity straight away becomes more concerning, right? That would be my kind of like take on things to be careful with. But everything else is monetizable. Like this entire UI could be monetizable, right? Like you could make a different skin for it. You could make a more StarCraft-esque skin. You could make one that's almost like mythological based. You know, there's a lot of different skin designs you could do. And the money they could generate from that will do a lot better than what they have now. In terms of the issues around progress that I know people have mentioned to me before, and they think that the unlocks on the war credits is your progression, there are other ways you can do progression. Progression can be through challenges. It can be through battle passes, right? It's naturally going to be there through ranked as well. I don't think progression is an issue if you take away this system. You just replace it with challenges and whatnot. You give people things to aim for. That's all it is. That's realistically, that is all war credit unlocks are, is something for people to aim for. There are many different ways, as has been proven in the last 10 years of video game development, to give people objectives to aim for. So yeah, that's my take. I mean, that's what's missing from like this game right behind here. This game right here. If we're being totally real, guys, do you want to know one of the big things that's missing from this that is making it really boring for people and turning them off? There is no progression outside of your rank. There is nothing to progress towards. There is no challenges. Actually, okay, fair. There are challenges, but I feel like they are... Like, there's no new challenges being added, right? At least I don't remember there being new ones added in a long time, right? Like, there's... Is it here? Well, these are the Art of War things. The civs have challenges associated with them, right? But I'd love to see fresh challenges each week. Things like that. Right? Like, these things help a lot. Because it gives people a reason to play the game. Same thing with temporary game modes, right? Imagine Age of Empires 4 has temporary game modes to test out new formats. Temporary game mode this week is we are going to have this map. That's the game mode, right, as a basic one, but like that lets you test new maps and whether people like them and get data. Then you're like, temporary game mode. We're going to do a 1.5 speed modifier. See if people like it. Why do you do these systems? Because you find out what people actually want. And then you can start to design your game around those. If we implemented a 1.5 speed system and the devs realized that 80% of the games being played were that, even after you adjusted for the time difference of like being 1.5 times faster, the devs now know that they should be developing actively around the 1.5 times speed modifier. If you change the capture system so that it's the company hero system where you have like the sacred sites will tick a score down, and you discover that actually the majority of the audience like playing that instead of playing standard sacred sites, congrats, you now have found a very creative way to test a new format without stripping choice away from your players immediately, right? Like, these things are very important. So, I very much feel that like challenge systems, progression, cute game modes, whatever, these all pay. Like, dude, I never really like, as time went on, I pulled away from Hearthstone. Do you want to know what occasionally has me going back still? It's the tavern challenges, right? I'm so far behind the start line. I don't want to like play into decks that will annihilate me, and unless I pay $200, I don't have a chance. But when I go into the tavern, I don't care because we're on like an equal footing, right? And it's a different footing. So like people who are very talented at the game don't immediately have the right answer. Same logic with like these different formats. Fortnite does this like every week. Yeah, like there's so many examples of games that do this. It's bewildering to me that we don't really have it in this sphere. All right, so shall we hop into another game? I think that was a fun talk. I want to find more of these type of talks to do. Not sure if I'd say full-on talking head streams, but it is nice to find subjects to break down each week and go over. So let me check the observe tab quickly. Oh. I really need to push my editor to get like more clicked in and watching the streams, because I reckon like there is a video to be done there around. I just probably need to like stack and order it a bit better myself on like a list of things to talk about, right? Let's have a look here. Alex Mercer plays AoE4. What? Is there no one online playing pub games right now? That was quite nice for my throw as well, because it needed a sec. You won the same matchup? Yeah, but was it against Killjadi? Oh. I think the difference is it's Killjadi, mate. What's my profile picture? That is a pigeon in like World War II-esque stuff. I think I need to like update it, actually. I might just try it. Maybe I just go for a logo across all my channels. But yeah, it's a pigeon and a flight cap. The World War II kind of like background and whatnot. Someone, like a fan, made that for me years ago. And I just like loved it and kept it. But I might change like a KP branding logo. You can watch you versus Lash in 5 minutes. Ooh, boy. Guys, you want to watch Dragavan versus Lash? I feel like doing some live games. One sec. Let me open the door a bit more. Oh, blimey. I'm so bloody hot. Anyone else been going back to Overwatch recently, by the way? I found myself playing a bunch of Overwatch again. It's weird as well, because I really drifted away from the game before Season 3 even happened on Overwatch 1. And I've come back all these years later, and it's literally the same meta as when I left. Starting to wonder if it was ever anything different. Alright, let's load this game up. But yeah, maybe do like 1 or 2 more AoE4 games, and then maybe we hop onto some Battle Aces. Just trying to be thoughtful of my throat. This little discussion point, even though I'm talking a lot, it's like the cadence with which I'm talking is different, so it was actually quite nice for my throat. Didn't kill my vocals. But yeah, I don't know. Battle Aces, I think, when did they announce that the beta is ending? I think it's ending in like a week and a half, right? Yeah, like when I went to sleep last night, my throat was causing me so much pain. I was like, I think I'm screwed. But luckily, it's not as painful today. It's just very dry, though. Yeah, I don't know. I am a little... I'm curious, like, you know, what kind of different map designs they could do as well for Battle Aces to give different units different value. I really am watching with great intrigue at that detail. Stormgate comes out end of the month, right? I need to talk to some of the tournament organizers to see if there's any plans around that. I'd love to get involved in some of those at the launch of the game into early access. 50 hours of Overwatch, I got bored because you can't really change your loadouts or anything. I mean, there's loads of different. I think there's loads of different compositions you can play in different maps, right? I think the thing for me when I play Overwatch is after a while playing it, I'm I kind of want to play with friends. I find at the moment I spend a lot of time doing things like Genji parkour quests, which are really fun. Really fun, but really infuriating. I realized the other day when I was doing it, I was I should kind of stream this because I'm molding so hard, it's probably comical to some people. No cap, I was some of the crap I was saying, I was Jesus Christ, I'm not even speaking to anyone right now. And I'm just full on raging. Am I watching Euros? No, not watching Euros. It's on Saturday, right? I didn't have plans to watch it. Watching us kick a ball in a triangle for 2 hours, you know. Not the sexiest of opportunities. Just saying. One was probably good for shorts. Yeah, I mean, it's a variety of content, right? I want to get to a point where we've built the community to a point where we can just do variety. I think something that's going to be really refreshing. It's going to make things not get monotonous as well here. Is we were just talking earlier about doing different strategy games over the coming months, right? Checking out this game on release, that game on release, this game on release. I think it's nice. It just creates a variance. I literally have cast more Age of Empires 4 than any other commentator in the scene now. Easily. Probably more than a bunch combined. So I've kind of seen almost everything. It's very rare that I see something that shocks me now, and I kind of hate that. I also think just solo casting all the time makes you a worse caster. I've said this a few times in the past on this channel. It genuinely anyone who thinks they are the dog's bollocks because they solo cast all the time, no. Solo casting is easy in a way. It's a different kind. Some things are harder, but ultimately it makes you a worse caster because you don't know how to interact with people, right? There's a reason Tasteosis are considered one of the best casting opportunities to present on a camera, right? It's because of the way they play off of each other. They're still very talented casters when you separate them, but when you put them together, they are on another godly level, right? It's insane. Development A before it's not keeping up the amount of casting I do. Yeah, I don't think it ever will, if I'm being totally real. A year's worth of content? Oh, dude, yeah, I think, should we, what's it at now? Isn't it over 700 in the playlist? And I'm pretty sure that playlist doesn't have everything in it. Some things never got added, some things got miscatalogued a while back, and we realized very late. I don't think we ever fully adjusted it. So, the live streams alone has 415 in it, and I know that isn't all the live streams, it's just we started cataloging them a bit later. 817 videos in the Age of Empires 4 playlist. Yep. That's quite a lot. That is petit few, you know? And let's say average game length for 35, let's say 25 minutes, right? So what is 25 reasonable? I reckon 25 is for an average is probably reasonable for AoE4. It's probably higher than that on average, but okay, let me do the maths quickly as we get into game. 25 times, what do we say? It was 840 or 820, let's put it lower. So 20,500. And we want to put that minutes into hours. There's over 340 hours in that playlist.
Come on.
Oh, that is absolutely wild. You know, Kadankus, wait, let me record. Forgot to hit the record. You know, Kadankus is not wrong about this. That AoE4 playlist is ungodly. If you guys are watching this on YouTube later, there's an AoE4 playlist that, at the time of recording, I think it's sitting at 340 hours of content in it. That's a rough estimate. It's actually going to be higher than that because we lowballed. You know how it is. British people love to sandbag. No Brits here, though. We've got Germany going up against Norway. Lash on the Delhi in the green, going up against Dragavan in the purple and the French. Dragavan has been trying to figure this Civ out. Some mixed results. I do think this particular matchup is a hard one, though. Delhi just kind of rip French a new one 9 times out of 10. They force you out into the map very early, and they force you to sync locations with these sacred sites, right? On a map like Rocky River as well, very easy to wall in these sacred sites to deny options. So, curious to see how Dragavan wants to approach this. I don't think 2TC is feasible here. It just means you're outnumbered way too quickly. My worry is if you can't keep this on knights, you die anyway. Right? Because if you can't keep this focused around knights and Ghazi, it moves to archers. And the moment it moves to archers, Delhis are just better. Oh, thank you, Bertino. Yeah, we were having a conversation a little bit earlier about solo casting, how it sucks. It makes worse casters. I mean, I think when I solo cast, I'm 100% a worse caster than when I duo cast. Can depend on the person, but in general, anyway. I think maybe we should look to have more guest casters on this channel. It's just finding the tournament games and whatnot to do it with. I'd love to see a bunch of SC2 people appearing here as well. I don't know if that's because we've been doing battle aces at the moment, but I love the fact we're just building a community across multiple games now. Tower Victory is going to be on the way. So remember, this is the one that gives the attack speed increase to all infantry-based units. And that's why the French player needs to keep it focused on the cav. Sheep count is going to favor Lash here. That's to be expected. Actually, I think they were about even, right? It's 11 sheep to 15, but remember, Dragavan for the last 3 minutes has been eating sheep. Lash has been eating only berries. So that's where you're seeing that drastic difference. It's actually impressive Dragavan got that much of the sheep pull, considering typically the Delhi stay out longer with their scout, ergo they get more sheep overall. Oh, we can do live predictions, right? We can. Let me just get that ready to go. I've kind of already maybe skewed the results with what I've said about Delhi in this matchup, but maybe Dragavan can do something magical here. He's a decent player. If you guys haven't seen Dragavan, he's featured in a bunch of our videos on that 340-hour playlist on YouTube. Some incredible games. We even had some games which should be appearing soon on YouTube where he proxy TCs the enemy base, i.e. he drops a command center next to the enemy base and builds a base there. So, very talented player in the right situation. Let's see if he gets to play that type of situation here, though. Where are the vulnerability points here? I mean, Delhi do have kind of a crap spawn for berries. This is fairly out there, but it is somewhat wallable, so I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, actually, no. I don't think this is that crap after all, now that I think about it. The issue here is you can easily wall against the edge of the map. What would make it a crap spawn is if the berries were here. Right, out on the flank and nowhere near a fat tree line, it means you just can't easily sufficiently wall it. But these type of edge spawns are really favorable for Delhi because it means you can easily just wall up against night raids and not care. Normally what you have to do is build outposts because it's more efficient, but outposts against knights can lead to mistakes where you lose villagers, 1 or 2 at a time. Having a wall there is just an easy, solid reaction. Oh no, knights are here, repair the wall, pull the units to kill. And the units to kill with will be the Ghazi as expected. Oh, this is a very different build I just noticed. Wait, what? Okay, I do not think I've actually ever seen a player do this so far. Not this way anyway. We've seen some sort of wall-ins to protect the gold gathering or stone gathering or whatever. But that's a new one, man. That's actually so cool. So it makes sense, right? Because usually the issue is when you're in a cav on cav matchup, you either have to wall yourself in or build spears. The only thing that should really be vulnerable in the first 5 minutes of Feudal Age is going to be the gold because it's out of range. So he spends like what? I think this was 50 wood? Close to 50 wood, right? Because remember, when you initially start a wall, it's very expensive at 21 wood. The extra tiles are 7. So this is like maybe, I'd say about 40 to 50 wood. Beats an outpost, right? An outpost that would take time to run to. But the Ghazi, can they actually reach? I feel like Lash should be able to attack him there, no? Like, look how close they are. On the other side. Oh, this is so cool. What a ledge. And now Dragavan can just go raid with his own knight. He doesn't have to chill at home. I mean, I say that, he's reacting to it, which is kind of surprising here. Still, I don't like how this game trends for Dragavan with the current picture we're painting. Right? This isn't like some fast castle build. It's not a second TC lock-in. It's legit just him looking to play into Archer Spear Knights. A 1-1-1 build against Delhi is kind of scary, right? Because if Delhi move into Archers now, they destroy you. 20% better attack speed is no small advantage. Keep in mind the blacksmith situation as well. Is like you're going to pay full for your attacks, whereas Lash can just get them for free over time. And no, of course they can't come in behind. Because he's latched it against the edge of the gold, right? So this is actually like a full encompassing wall. You can even see the overlap of the boxes there. Look at that. Oh, that's so sick. I'm a bit surprised that Ghazi couldn't reach over the tree line, though. Not the tree line, sorry, the gold line, right? Because, like, the villager right here, when the Ghazi's standing there, I mean, his mace should reach, right? So that was a bit weird. Still, can't fault them. We said he's a creative player, and he's proven exactly why. Scout does get taken out here. Did he gather the critical info, though? I think he may have glanced the extra wave of Ghazi coming in, so he knows that this is a pretty heavy cav comp from Lash. But I do believe Lash has hidden the Spearman for the most so far. It should have been scouted on the racks, but I don't think Dragavan has an idea of the count. Yeah, no Blacksmith is kind of funky. I'm a little bit surprised Lash hasn't committed into it now. He needs Undermesh, right? Instead, wait, what? This is very delayed on the Archer's arrival. I guess his logic here is he can wall in the Sacred Sites and then catch up. That's kind of funky, though. I don't know, man. Like, I know it said that attack speed means Delhi win this, but you're already 10 archers behind. I feel like Undermesh is maybe better to lean into here. Walls have not gone up successfully. Dragavan able to contest the central Sacred Site. Bang with the archers. Ghazi trying to wrap around. Spearman are being held back. Remember, Lash has no archers, no answer. The choke point works against him here. Dragavan will deny the Sacred Site cap timing. In fact, he might even be able to pinch a Scholar on the tree. You can see Lash's hesitation here. The only thing that's really missing for Dragavan is a Blacksmith play into Steeled Arrow. I think he's kind of reaching the point where you get value out of those archers with that. In fact, you're going to need it now that Lash is looking to scale into his own archer mass. Spin the stab through. Notice what he's doing here. He's pulling back with the spears, so the Ghazi are engaged, but the Spearmen are not. He doesn't want to have to get wailed on by both melee techs, especially with the Spearmen hitting much harder. Archers in the meantime also just cutting down that spear mass. Only 5 on the front line, make it 4. Scholar barely alive, and I'm starting to wonder, like, where the hell are the extra troops here, right? Like, apparently Lash had 8 spears, but the rally point off the mark. Dragavan now starting to trek ahead. Remember, because he's playing French, the longer the age goes in this stalemate affair, the better it gets for him because he's building more villages. The way that Delhi usually wins this matchup is they match that villager count with their own eco-scaling by getting Sacred Sites. So far, Lash has no Sacred Sites. He has not held one even remotely, so he has no extra gold income. This also creates an extra scary dynamic, which is if your scholars die, GG, right? Because you now have to spend a lot of gold to get an additional. You have to spend 130 gold. And you don't typically rally people anywhere near gold, so it's a lot of idle time walking over in the first place. You don't want to keep people on gold, because why would you ever keep people on gold? You're meant to get gold passively in these games. So overall, it's a very uncomfortable position to find yourself in. And Lash didn't want to waste time healing that one scholar, because remember, if you heal one scholar with the other scholar, you aren't actually idling out one scholar. You're idling out both. That means no double production. That means no blacksmith tech increased speeds, eco tech increased speeds. You're just flatlining. So really brutal position means he has to put this injured scholar in the archery range and bring the other one forward. Dragavan shows a lot of respect here. Does back up. Is he going to turn this into a raiding game now? He's playing pocketed resources. Quite risky. Lash has still got a sizable number of Ghazi here. Steeled Arrow is on the way, though. And I believe that is indeed Pro Scouts coming in a minute and 10 seconds for Lash. One interesting detail here, though. Steeled Arrow kind of breaks the dynamics. Lash is slow-teching Steeled Arrow now, right? 3 minutes away. Dragavan will be good to fight in 30 seconds. When you get Steeled Arrow, all of a sudden that attack speed buffer doesn't matter. Because statistically, the increase in damage blocks it out, right? Like, these guys get a 20% increase in damage. Great. That's the equivalent of having an extra 1 damage. Oh, look at that. Blacksmiths gives that over to French. It's a great read, great time by Dragavan. Now a scary affair for Lash. He just captured the Sacred Site. He's getting baited, though. If he nibbles at this, he needs to get punished. Looks like Dragavan showing a lot of respect, though. Steeled Arrow, still 2.5 minutes away. Archer's ready for the trade out. Lash should not be looking for this fight. Knight, Spain the Ghazi out position. Spearman do go in. Archer trade out begins. Knight's able to charge in afterwards. Lash, we have a dicey fight. He needs to swarm right now. Tries to get around the flank. Archers are standing their ground. Ghazi being held back by the remaining Knights, though. Can he bleed through this? Lash, it looks like he has enough meat. Dragavan, a fight that looked like it should have been good, but Ghazi always eternally deceptive in this game. Able to break him. And Dragavan, now in a rough affair. Like, I mean, this is the awkward thing, right? Like, this is the thing that kind of tilts me about Delhi. There aren't many civs that can have an army that size that take such a dominant fight in such a way. But that's Delhi for you. It's not just the 20% buffer. He solved for that. What he can't easily solve for, though, are these ridiculously tanky horsemen. What's up, Packer? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Speaking of Swarms, this build, it's getting big now. 38 to 27. Second Sacred Site is now being walled in. Damn. I don't know if that was me, like, I don't know. I felt like I was being balanced in my approach to that, but I will admit, part of me wanted to see the French build break it, because I'm kind of tired of watching the same situation play out between Delhi and French. Like, this is the way it always goes. Realistically, the mistake made by Dragavan, he needed to raid the flanks. He needed to attack. Right? Getting stuck down like that was a big problem. Archer count now swelling up to 27. And this time, when they fight, Steeled Arrow is going to be there. I think Dragavan can't win a direct fight anymore. Thank you very much, Always Cursing. Appreciate you, buddy. 4th of July. Why does that date, man? Guys, how great would it be if Delhi lost their Ghazis and got given baby elephants instead? That had half the damage, but were just really tanky. Okay, I'm going to stop now. Baby elephants. You just get, like, feudal age elephants that are half the size. Oh, walls are now complete, so Sacred Sites are going to be held. Third one, now being locked in on the south side, and I don't think Dragavan can easily afford to send troops down there to address that. Now it's too late. By the time he'd arrived, the cap would already occur, which means the Scholar would have paid for himself. And then it gives an opportunity for Lash to attack you in the center, right? So, like, really tough position for Dragavan. Why am I getting mocked about the 13 colonies? Lost the whole nation a couple years ago. We might lose the whole nation again. It's election day, guys. Whoop, whoop. Dragavan's getting baited. Moves forward. This could be a pincher. Lash, what a maneuver around the backside, and Dragavan none the wiser. Gold line now to be attacked. Quick reactions come out of the kid. Although, not all of them. Apparently one villager didn't get the memo. Now burn on the houses. So Dragavan about to be pop locked. Lash can continue to scale his lead now. Very fragile state of the game here. Lash knows that Dragavan is, over time, going to reach a desperation point where he has to take a weird fight. The Sacred Sites now guarantee that. The eco lead just isn't big enough to fully equate the difference, right? Like, being 10 villagers up, in theory, very good, about 400, 450 resources. But Sacred Site Gen is able to equal that out, right? With 375. Add in the berry gathering rates, and Lash is pretty kosher about this, although raids like this might prove problematic. Knights around the back. Textiles is at least there to mitigate some of the losses for Lash. Still, kind of an unnecessary level of gluttony there. I think he got overconfident. We talked about the idea of walling earlier. Lash did not bother, and now he's suffering for it. Dragavan, well played. More Knights now being scaled into. I think he's finally realized that headbutting this fight is how you lose against Delhi. They want to fight you in the mid-map. They always can force you to fight in the mid-map. If you go after those flanks instead, though, now with him being majority archers, he doesn't have the mobility to get in position. Question mark is, has Dragavan realized it too late? Lash, meanwhile, frontlining his eco. There's so much value here, this is absurd. The berry mass on this screen will just keep him camped probably for the rest of this game. Like, he could actually end this by, say, 23 minutes. He won't be exhausted of the berries by then. Oh, you're right. He did go free blacksmiths. So it kind of makes sense when you consider Lash's timing was late. Especially if he's planning castle behind this for the quicker unlock. Remember, he did not blacksmith early, so this is his compensation. I guess he wanted siege engineering, which is a bit dangerous. I find usually siege engineering kills games. Clash coming in, though. Nice in the choke point. Drawing a lot of fire, actually. That's a big mistake. Lash, he needs to be targeting the backline here. What? Oh my god. The A-Brain. Dragavan. Second wave coming in. More melee to draw fire. The archers are once again locked onto the knights. Dude, Dragavan is actually trading remarkably well. This is a problem. Lash. That was 100% how you do not micro these fights. He A-clicked in, his archers spent half the time attacking heavily armored knights instead of the squishy backline, which he can win in. Unbelievable fight. Dragavan keeps himself alive here, pushes back, almost now with a 20 eco lead. Maybe an opportunity to decap here as well. A little bit of a miss micro there from Dragavan. Actually might give a swell up for Lash to go back on this. However, Dragavan doesn't realize it yet. Vision is a problem. More knights are starting to arrive. That is drawing fire. Once again, Lash wastes his time on the knights instead of pulling back and letting the spears get the stab. Once again, Lash has to forfeit ground. What a remarkable turn here. Dragavan now in a premium position. Second Sacred Site decapped. Knights once again raiding, but no berry gathering here. This should be where alarm bells are going off for Dragavan. There's only realistically one place he could gather from. Unfortunately, Dragavan never scouted it. He doesn't know about the triple berry. That could actually bite him in the arse later. You're playing a raiding Civ, not knowing where all the critical resources are is a big no-no. He might suspect it, but he doesn't have confirmation of where they are on that west side. Knights do sneak in again, though. Dragavan, he's coming back into this. 2 villagers down. Knights do get away. And they can always pivot around now towards the berry mass. Lash hasn't got much protection over here. Only 2 spears. Dragavan. Lash is starting to learn. Yeah, Dragavan needs to be a little bit careful about this. Don't trickle Knights in unless you know Lash is overcommitted. Otherwise, he can just backstep and snipe you down. Archer trade out. Finally, Lash starts to pay attention to the right unit. The A clicks once again, costing him dearly here. Knight's just taking way too long to get through. And great micro away. Love that. Dragavan saves them because over time, they can replenish and do the same thing again. Eco lead. Looks like it has been shrunk a bit. I think there was some Ghazi raids around the sides, so Dragavan also getting kicked in the nuts here. Knights have been lurking. Spears are in the wood line, though, so Dragavan shouldn't be able to sneak in here. He still doesn't know about the berries. Like, Dragavan should be doing the very basic maths, right? Let me explain the basic maths. 1, 2... Where is his berry? I don't see his berries. Like, that should be the alarm bell moment. And it seems he realizes it. Dragavan now moving south. 3 spears should be able to hold this back. Remember, they have increased attack speed. So now alarm bells go off, guys. You see the mill, you see the exposed berries, the exhausted ones rather. You should be checking a bit deeper. Your opponent's either fishing or gathering additional berries here. Fortunately, Spearmen get the first stab. So Knights off to a bad start. Ghazi count is kind of worrying me a bit for Dragoman. Remember, not all of his Knights are here. They're trying to split off to raid as well. Whereas Lash is just kind of very fixated on this big dented fight. 15 Ghazi now. Nice. Once again in. Actually, this isn't too bad of a place for Dragoman to fight. If he can hold a choke point against the Ghazi, then the numbers can't swarm the Knights, right? Remember, like, if Knights and Ghazi have equal count, Knights will win that. It's when Ghazi, and mathematically they should, get more, they can swarm, and then they overwhelm. Wondering, does Dragoman consider a Turk? He's stockpiling a lot of food right now. And he has got specialized picks on the way, which is usually an indication of rushing the gold. Lash can't mirror that, by the way. Like, Lash actually has to commit. Remember, he can't upgrade his army quickly. Oh, this raid, though. Dragoman may have made a bit of a blunder. He got attacked here before. He built an outpost. He did not build walls, though. Dragoman in for a rude awakening on the flank. Ghazi are in. 9 villagers about to go down. Body blocks are there, so very difficult to get to safety. Dragoman still doesn't realize. Wait, was that intentional? That might have been intentional. Lash, he attacked the wall at the same time, so I think Dragoman got distracted for a moment there. Villagers will not be safe in that outpost, though. Notice Dragoman doesn't come back. There's no point. He says, okay, if your Ghazi are here, who's defending home? Norwegian marches in. Villagers do go down. Ghazi need more eco damage. There are a lot of farms here that are exposed. Dragoman needs to return fire. I love this move, man. This is so ballsy. So risky, but going back home to react to the Ghazi is how you lose a game. It just doesn't get you anything. You just end up with losses. Instead, it's going to be a hunt into the base. Ghazi the dive now. Dragoman losing additional eco. He needs to find the villagers of Lash soon. Unfortunately, for Dragoman, Lash has smuggled them out to the flanks. North and south. Kind of limits his options here. Dragoman now starting to build spears at home to defend. Villagers also having to get shivs out for the Ghazi. Clash coming in. Knights lead the way. Ghazi count is underwhelming. Only 11 to the 9 Knights. Spears following up as well to clear them quickly. Knights drawing fire here. Lash retreating towards the corner, but running out of space. Other side of the map, villagers. It's a death pit. A mosh pit of pain here. One he cannot win. Villagers have to run. Ghazi get an amazing raid. Can Dragoman clear up the main army of Lash? Archers diving deeper. Few Ghazi left over, but a few spearmen there. The trickle of troops are starting to work out, and the Knights are now starting to raid, but they look in the wrong place here. Lash able to dodge death, but for how much longer? Archer count about to be fully reduced, 40 to 19. Knights and spears are now catching up. Lash may have bitten off more than he can chew here. Dragoman, with the all-in timing into the enemy base, now has dominion over army count. Can he hold it, though? Eco-wise, they're neck and neck. Lash is also running out of resources here. Knights have also spotted him, and no. He ate through the wood line. The palisade doesn't protect him anymore. The villagers have been found. This might be enough. Lash, that's all his food income, guys. That's everything. He doesn't have farm set up at home. He doesn't have anything else gathering. He's only got deer moving across now. Gaps in the eco now coming for Lash. Switch over to the wood line's not going to work out. Archers are already here. Dragoman making this game incredibly uncomfortable. Now back up to a 10 eco lead and scaling. Remember, Dragoman also has the farms. He can keep doing this all day, all night. Until it just about looks right. Meanwhile, for Lash, with this many villagers out here, was it 22 villagers on the deer? This is not going to last long. Lash, if he can't hold here, this game is over. Archers, a little bit of an A-brain in, have to stand their ground. Ghazi do get the concave. Spearmen are being cleared out, though. And Knights are now going to swarm in. Dragoman, where the hell is the rest of the army? This can't be everything. He's holding some things back in reserve. Knights looking like they're going to win out, though. 7 of them left over. Archers have been traded out. But if you have to trade your archers to allow the knights to win the game, then that's going to be good enough. Tail end of the fight looks like it's going to favor Dragavan here. 11 knights left over, barely any spears, and no clear answer anymore. Lash is about to get broke. What a game from Dragavan. After that shaky fight in the beginning, it looked like it was all over, but now, the turnaround. He worked hard towards this, but I think it's just a matter of time now. Lash, he can't afford to lose these fights with no farm transition. It just kills his game. And Dragavan can keep this up ad infinitum with the farms available at the back. What a cool game. And those villagers, man, just running out for the deer was kind of weird. I think the thought process there for Dragavan is that the only way I potentially lose this now is if he raids my eco and cuts me down. So I'm just going to send everything into the front line so that my army's there to protect it. Even the Ford Stable's now coming out. Dragavan. Willing to just A-click this now. Spin count is not good enough for Lash. Archers once again getting target down, but what are you protecting at this point, right? It's just a case of Lash finally realizing the correct micro, but too late. Knight count will hold strong. Raid connects, and oh my god! Lash doesn't know! That's game. There's no coming back from this. 25 villager deficit for Lash. Military not looking too good either. The fact that he still manages to kill the spearman after the villager's tank, unknowingly. And Lash is now going to realize it. With the idol now ticking up because no one's gathering deer anymore, he's going to realize he just lost 22 villagers on the deer. And game gets cool. Dragavan proving that even with early slip-ups against the Delhi, a game is not simply over from one move. Woo, woo, woo! Our boy Dragavan, look at him go, man. This makes me want to play French, but it's just an illusion. Yeah, Philly, you just need to get as good as Dragavan, man. That's how it works. What a Chad. I feel like that one's micro matters. Why does suck again? Dragavan, wait, dude, Dragavan, calm down, mate. In fairness, Lash really did miss micro those fights. Your early fight should have cost you the game. That first fight you took, which was too early, where like you got slapped and he had 10 military lead, should have kind of lost you the game. But you did out micro him. You outplayed him, that's why. I don't think French is very strong. What do we call... What would the YouTube video be called than that? I think the real big focus was the micro. Like, originally I was going to make it... Like, it was going to be about that first fight. It's like, how is this a losable fight? I'm trying to think how to connect it. I don't know if asking a question like that is correct. Like, how is this a losable fight? Doesn't feel right to ask there. It's more like... a fight Delhi should never lose. How to clutch defeat from the jaws of victory. I don't know. Feels too long. Unlosable game. Decided by skill diff. We'll go with that. See if that works. Because I do think, like, after that first fight, you should have just been losing fights big time. But well played. Outplayed him, mate. Etta GG. God. My throw is weirdly enough starting to feel a little bit better, so that's always good. What do you think, guys? More 1v1s, or do we do some battle aces now? Thank you, Morad. Yeah, I like Welcome Crackety. Crackety's good fun. I think you need to be able to have the technicality behind like casting. Like you need to be able to actually understand the game and cast it, but you also need to be willing to exude a bit of personality in boring moments. And Crackety does that well. Like I still one of my favorite casts this year is still the God, I can't remember what we talked about. It was like we were doing metaphors for how bad a certain Byzantine build was. I think it was the Marine Lord Louis game where Marine Lord played the Byzantines and Louis played the Chinese. I can't remember what, I can't remember exactly what we're talking about. I just remember finding it very funny. Like we were just we were making weird metaphors for the state of the game. He's a good lad to cast with. I do think I think I said to him don't feel pressured to do the play-by-play sometimes. 'Cause I think he's really good as a supporting element for that. Not that he can't deliver, but it's he can I think sometimes when I listen to him cast, I'm like, man, this guy has so much knowledge, and I want him to be I want his brain to be picked more, if that makes sense. UGUA, interesting matchup. Is that true? Is a Philosberto game ever that interesting? Whoa. I mean, he's just going to pick Byzantines, right? Immediately, first game will be Byzantines. Right? Nah, Byzantines has to get banned, surely. What's the first game? Is it King of the Rockies? No, that's not the first game. Rocky Canyon? Wait, why would you play Rocky Canyon and then King of the KOTR Rocky? Wait, is that not the same map? I don't know. I haven't seen the Rockies map. I don't know what it is. You talking about the Abbasids Ibids game? Is that the one, Philly? Alright, let's check that game out then. I mean, you're playing Abbasids, so you're pretty favored there. I think Abbasids beats Ibids 8 times out of 10. Oh, Rockies is a rebranded Coastal Cliffs. Kind of weird that it's not a rebranded Rocky Canyon. I see. That's why then. It is different. It has got the mountains instead of water. Thank you for the clarity, Neri. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, am I the only one who thinks that the Abbasids just destroy Ibids? I think it's an insanely Abbasid favored matchup, unless you kind of monkey it. Because you have really good options for early pressure, and then a fullback to attack up. I think Core shot to me a few weeks ago in one game against maybe Kiljadi or someone, and it was dirty as all hell. He done a 2TC Culture Wing play. I think he done Culture Wing and Feudal Age, and he just fast-teched. It's there's no answer. I actually think the play is you do Feudal Age, Culture Wing, and then you go Military Wing, Castle Age, because you get the initial Camel Riders to destroy the Camel Lancers. And then it's GG. Alright, should we get ready to go? Oh, Jesus. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you guys something funny before we begin. I noticed this circling on Twitter in the Call of Duty space. This is an issue with sarcasm with British people. You can never tell when we're being sarcastic. I'll show you what it is. Here.
Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. Whenever I play a keyboard and mouse player on online COD, I get pretty ragey. Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. Whenever I play a keyboard and mouse player on online COD, I get pretty ragey. If I went up against Breadman in that position, it's cheating. Let's be honest. Let's call it for what it is, guys. It's much better. Keyboard and mouse players, they're insane. Breadman, though, I think we'll give him a pass. He's so good.
I'm not gonna say it's a cheat code at all. I see the way.
All right, so I think he just clarifies. I was joking. I heard it, and it's he's clearly joking, right? I've noticed this after years of doing things in esports. British sarcasm is an r/whoosh 8 times out of 10. Because we don't overly inflate our voice and oh yeah, I really believe it's that way sort of thing. I think we're very subtle, a lot of us, at the way we do sarcasm. I remember I had this when I was casting with PyCat. I asked him how it felt to it was some comment about being here commentating instead of playing. He's like, what do you think, man? And it's he didn't take it the wrong way, but I remember there's a Reddit thread outraged that I'd insulted Dota royalty is like, dude, I know PyCat, he's chill with this. He knows I'm being sarcastic and he's responding with appropriate Swedish dry sarcasm. But like a lot of times, people just like whoosh with it. There ain't no way anyone who's played an FPS thinks that mouse and keyboard is easier than controller. Oh dear. I just thought, I was just like, I saw that pop up my feed. I just wanted to share it because like I've had that experience with casting before. Like British sarcasm in particular is crazy. Language barrier as well. Me as a Swedish is very comfortable with English. I always spot the sarcasm, but I would struggle with understanding a German being Yeah, but like I think it's also like it's a disconnect even within the like the English speaking barriers. And what I mean by that is like a lot of Americans don't understand British sarcasm. Like we've evolved, dude. You know, I always say we've evolved the game too much because it's like it's not your standard form of sarcasm. I learned that years ago. Isn't mouse and keyboard easier than controller? Are we missing something? In RTSs, yes. Not in FPSs. Because aim assist is kind of out of control. Like, if you watch Apex Legends, you'll see what I mean. You know, Apex Legends, like, aim assist kind of does, like, a giant chunk of the work. For the majority of players, like, it's easier. At the absolute highest level of play, like, we're talking Pro League, it's a bit more closer to 50-50, right? With some games, like, peaking out. Like, for example, Warzone, I think, is just better for controller. But, like, it's a little bit closer, right? But I always say that it's easier to be decent at FPSs with a controller than it is to be decent with a mouse and keyboard. Because of how overtuned aim assist is these days. And this comes from someone who, like, played typically top on, like, PlayStation 3. Done really well on controller, right? And, like, played back when controllers weren't overtuned. When you had aim assist, but it wasn't the whole thing. Right? Now you can basically custom kit aim assist. Like when you have a former Call of Duty World Champion saying aim assist is too strong, aim assist is too strong. All right, let's get ready to go. Can't play Elden Ring on keyboard mouse. Yeah, well, that's a different style of issue. Like that's because keyboard movements work in zeros and ones, whereas on controllers they work in decimals. And what I mean by that is like you can go, you know, you can go 50% movement, or you can go 100%. Like it gives you a lot more control. For sure. I don't know if I was going to go with Americans are slow. It's just like it's different culture and whatever, right? Because like in America, sarcasm is meant to be very blatant. You know what I mean? Whereas like, I think Germany and England in particular, sarcasm usually is a bit weirder. We take joy in the unobviousness of the sarcasm. All right, let's get ready to go though. So this, what was this? King of the Rockies, right? We've got a qualifying series for an American LAN here. 1-0, welcome back to Age of Empires for action. We've got Give You Anxiety going up against Philisberto to see who will make it to King of the Rockies, a LAN being plotted out for Age of Empires 4 later this year. Philly is going to open this series in the Abbasids and Give You Anxiety on the very competitive Iabids. But I got to say, guys, I think Iabids are chalked. Abbasids are the better civ. People saw my tier list recently. Some people vomited. Abbasids are just better. And especially in this matchup, like it's interesting because in the early days, people thought Abbasids were actually weaker against Iabids. The thought process was that Abbasids typically don't like tempo-based civs that tech up fast because they can't mirror it. Players quickly realized, though, that you don't have to panic or be in a rush. Abbasid 2 TC play is solid here. The follow-up play into Camel Riders, if you see a Camel Lancer Mass, is also a great way of shutting down your opponent. So I do think Give You Anxiety has his work cut out here. I'd say this matchup is about 80% favored towards Abbasids. If you play long feudal against Abbasids, they'll destroy you. They just have better military options in that age. If you play fast into castle, they can follow up on a slight delay and overwhelm you with a better economy. So curious to see what GUA's addressing to this issue is going to be. I do hope Philly's going for the Culture Wing build here. I think Military Wing has kind of done unnecessarily a lot here, and it would be pretty bad in this spawn with being a back gold spawn. Like, GUA should have very easy defense of this area. Run Outpost here should basically protect all. You could try to Ram Rush, but it just doesn't feel that great. Looks like it is going to be Millie Wing, though. Interesting. I guess he's probably worried about the opening Desert Raider, right? Yeah. I think you can kind of not care to a certain degree. It does idle you in a way, if that makes sense. So like the issue is, especially with a spawn like this, you'd have to walk off your gold for a few seconds because the Desert Raider would show up and you'd have to build an archery range and build 2 or 3 archers, right? I think that's why you're seeing Philly do this instead. He wants to try and remain open on options because if you look at his spawn, it's not just the gold, it's the stone as well, right? This should be a 2TC build. And if it's a 2TC build, you can't afford to give up the 40 base. So this is just a cleaner option. If you have a retracted gold or retracted stone, folks, 100% I think the play is to go Culture Wing. The reason is that when you then go Melee Wing and Castle, your opponent can't go Camel Lancers, which is their S tier unit, right? For the opening of Castle anyway, it's their S tier unit. Because Camel Riders destroy Camel Lancers. And yeah, it's definitely a good time to play the Abbasids. I think I put them... Did I put them in my tier list just below A tier? We done like a weird order of things where I was like, they are borderline A tier. They're just on the verge. They are that good now with the new Fresh Foodstuffs build. Moving it across to the mill was a really big deal. I just think they still have a lot of options. Some of them are kind of poo-poo on a stick, right? Like Military Wing is still 75% of games, but it's the fact they have that agency of choice that proves problematic for a lot of different matchups. And with current comp drafts featuring a lot more water hyper maps, Abbasids are just better and better, right? They have cheap docks to contest, and also the Military Wing play gives them a way of ramming out those docks early. How interesting. Philly, he actually does go for the outpost still. On the gold. Wait, is this 1TC Fast Castle? Alright, that is a little bit odd. Yeah, a bit surprised by this. I don't think you have to necessarily play the 1TC route. But in fairness, like, your economy isn't drastically worse right now, right? Like, if anything, it's going to be better because your Golden Age is stronger than the IBID one. The problem comes with the Growth Wing, right? The Growth Wing will put GUA a mile ahead. Yeah. Well, you say he's not going all in, but Philly's doing something weird with the build. I do agree. Like, I think Abbasids, most of the matchups just favor them. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what the clean order is that IBIS to win this matchup now. Like, probably, I think the only play you have is Growth Wing all in, right? Feudal Growth Wing, and then you have a better economy. And then you just build, like, Archer Spears. Because Boot Camp doesn't come in until quite late in the age, so you can starve him. Then he can't go Stone, and he can't build his Eco. I think that's probably the one way I could see IBIS playing this. The alternative is maybe Gamba Wing, but when do you ever do Trade Wing, right? Like, that's true RNG. If you don't get skirmishes, you're kind of dead. Gamba Wing can win if you have enough skill. I'm sorry, are you that person that goes to the roulette table and calls it skill? Saying that out loud, you genuinely sound like it. So Horseman follow-up from GUA. Philly, a cool reaction here. Has got the Camel Archer coming. This is a nice way of contesting the Camel Raider. You can actually beat him with that. And then you can just follow up your own Horseman. This used to be like a El Clasico Abbasid matchup where you build Horseman and one Camel. And the idea was you debuff the opponent's matchup in a mirror, right? Or he could just be doing mass Camel Archer? What? Alright, this is freaking wild. In theory, an intriguing build, right? Because if GOA does go Castle, you can block him with Camel Archer Mass because he can't play Gulems, you'll kill them. You can kill a trickle of troops in general, right? Like if you have 8 Camel Archers in position when he techs up, he's dead. The weird part, though, is if GUA now just plays Mass Horseman, he should be favored. Right? Mass Horseman and Archers. Yeah, which is now coming. A very different build from Philly. Does he have the food to back this up? I don't think he does. He's only got 8 sheep total. I mean, he's got the berries as well. It looks like he delayed going onto them. So realistically, Camel Archer count should get quite high. Camel Archers are expensive, that they recently got buffed. They're 10 food less, and they're also incredibly effective in the right matchups. Right? The only way to really reliably counter Camel Archers is to get Mass Archers, but even then you have a mobility issue, right? And I thought maybe this was going to be a bait and switch where Philly would go Horseman now and just destroy GUA for going Archer Horseman, because remember that debuff would give you the edge. It legitimately, though, is just Mass Camel Archers. Dude, I feel like I'm in 2021 and I'm watching an Abbasid one trick try to figure out builds. This is just wild. Remember, they have very high base damage, so like these Horsemen, they take an insane amount of damage. Right? They only mitigate 2 damage out of the 12. And also, they get stripped of 2 of their damage. Frontline with the scout as well is kind of cool. Damn. Alright, Philly's styling right now, and GUA's given up. He's going castle. I think GUA might be dead. The problem with what he's done here is he's now going castle age after he's lost the initial skirmishes. Usually the reason you do this opening as Ibids is to bait your opponent into overreacting and then you tech. The cool thing about Camel Archers is Camel Archers aren't an overreaction. We just mentioned they scale really well against heavily armored units because their base damage is high. So massing Camel Archers is a good feeling here. Yeah, agreed. The military wing was kind of redundant. Like, I think I said it earlier. Going into the culture wing would have been better. Even eco wing, because like I think we've seen Corvinus do these type of builds, right? Where even if you don't go multi-TC, eco wing is useful for very cheap farms. And it definitely adds up over time with houses and the lumber camps and whatnot. But realistically, I think this matchup, like, you know, Philly could go back in time as culture wing, melee wing. Maybe the thought process is if you don't have melee wing, you don't force this from GUA though, which is a fair point. Right? Like, RTSs are usually a balance of reactions and overreactions. See, another horseman goes down the back. Camel Arch is now hunting forward. Philly a little bit hesitant here. It's almost like he's not sure if there's a tech upcoming. And wow, GUA, he goes logistics. Very greedy. Very, very greedy. So he doesn't have any better eco at home. And Philly has mass Camel Archers. I'm struggling to paint the picture. I know I'm not Bob Ross, but I'm really not seeing it right now for GUA. Is he just going to ball archers at home? I mean, in theory, we mentioned against Camel Archers, it makes a lot of sense, right? But how are you ever then getting out into the map, right? I feel like you either have to guard home or escort to get the relics. You can't do both. Camel Archers now with a dive in. A few villagers are going to get sniped down. Undermesh is in, by the way, so this TC doesn't kill him quick. Scout is going to get lost. Bit of a mistake there from Philly. Overly frontlining there. I think he lost probably 1 Camel Archer too many with that dive. There wasn't that much value in staying underneath the TC towards the tail end. So maybe that'll give Geo some hope. Archer's still bulking. Logistics is 40 seconds away. Philly has started to slow down the camel pump and started to focus more on the macro. As soon as I say that, he used up 2 more camels. It works if you can keep killing the archers before they scale. The problem is, the way that Geo is playing this is fine. Like, close to the TC, if you hug it, Philly has to overdive. Because remember, archers have better range than camel archers. So I think what Philly's trying to do, he's trying to target the wood line because GOA's win condition is getting archers. If he can't touch the trees, he can't win the game. So that should be the end of the backstab. Tech up is complete though. Philly's got to make a choice. Is this going to be a long feudal or on his way to castle? So we've got more camel archers coming. Even getting the steel arrow now, so very big damage difference. I don't think Philosberto realized this is logistics. He's kind of playing like this is advancement, right? Because he's not blocking relics whatsoever. Yeah, he's camping gold. Oh no, guys, this is bad. He's trying to gold starve, but because GUA went logistics, he will actually have gold to play with. First relic now on the way home. I think he's about to realize it, right? Like when he sees that camel walking back, it's going to be like, wait, what? Oh no. I don't think he even saw it. He's going to realize when he comes around the back, or he should, right? Because now that he's over here where the relic's meant to be, alarm bell should be going off. Dive on the eco though. We'll find some more chip damage here. Philosberto might not have a second TC. He's starting to look like he has a second one. Being ahead by 7 villagers. Maybe more. Villagers. Philly a little bit slow in the reaction there. Missed opportunity to kill 3. We'll just have to settle for the 2. Philosberto, you are aware you're allowed to build other units. I just want to check. Right, there isn't a rule set for King of Rockies that you have to build 1 unit only. Just want to make sure you're aware. Archers haven't been upgraded for GUA. For some reason, he didn't queue the upgrade. He's got 550 gold right now. More villagers going down. That is now a 10 eco lead for Felisberto. Eco Wing on the way in 1 minute's time. So he's kind of got options now, right? He could play just a raw eco game where he inflates TCs. He could go all in off the back of this. Perry gathering in the center as well because GUA just has nothing to his name. In fact, dude's even adding in more of these dervishes to pick up relics. Alright guys, one's if Felisberto is going to keep building camels in castle, two if we're switching over. There's no way he keeps scaling camel archers in castle, right? Right? Dive on the double outposts. I can't believe this is working out. This is snowballing though. Look at the villager count. GUA, there's no getting away from this. He was like, there's no way he hangs on me. He has to leave. Wrong. Felisberto, with the ambitious dive, makes it pay off. A 20 eco lead now for the Abbasids. That's wild. All right, now you transition though, right? Like he would have queued up more camel archers if he was still pieing. He got the most value possible out of the remaining camel archers there. That was insane. Now the knights. Sick read. GUA already tunnel visioned and archers with the little eco you had. He can't match you into camel lancers now, right? He just won't have the numbers to favor him here. Felisberto actually just queued up more camel archers. What is this game? GUA has 3 relics. It really doesn't make up for the eco state. He's going second TC. That's a greedy boy maneuver. Meanwhile, Felisberto with Eco Wing has not even bothered to get Fertile Crescent. The problem with Camel Archers versus Desert Raiders is you kind of have to gap close on the Camel Archers, right? To really give your wrath over. Because I think it's also, if I remember correctly, the attack speed difference is pretty big, right? It's 1.38 seconds for the Camel Archers. Desert Raiders is much more delayed. Like, in theory, if you super skirt it, but I always find the issue with that logic is once you go past, like, 10 camels, your mass is too big and you kind of overstay your welcome in range, right? Key up on the crossbows. Camel Lance is also coming from GUA. TC is now going up. Other side of this, Felisberto has no interest in multiple TCs. Guy's been subscribing to the Donati account. Dive on the secondary, though, and he has been scouted. Camel Archer's going to move in. Lance is going to pivot target here. He should be able to get the TC up, but it is going to come at a price. Should be 2 more villagers going down, surely. Make it free. Too many people in the area. Maybe not. Just about keeps it alive. That's now a 21 villager lead. Now, Felisberto would be within his right to just set up a second TC now in a reactionary phase, but I've got a feeling we're just looking at gung-ho here. Philly adds in more production buildings. He's looking to send it. Yeah, Textiles really ain't helping here anymore, folks. These are Castlage Lancers. Would benefit from getting the Bloomery. Bloomery would give you free hits with the normal swords. I think that's the only criticism I'd have here with what Philly's doing right now. Now crossbows of his own. Makes sense, right? Camel Lancers have arrived. You can't directly contest that. You could actually build Camel Riders here. No cap. Now that your opponent's going Camel Lancers, Camel Riders just kind of wins the game. Right? Very mobile unit. A little bit expensive, sure, but it will easily frontline against Camel Lancers and support the crossbows. And also remember, down the line, you do have this blacksmith tech, Camel Handling, which will make your camels as quick as horsemen. It's still only 3 relics, by the way. He never picked the last 2. And now he kind of can't, because Felisberto's in position. Patrolling on one, gathering mass food on the other. Could GUA turn this around? For the time being, he's safe, but keep in mind, food is still an issue here. There's going to be a transition eventually. This area is not guarded. He needs more outposts or a wall, or we could just let the camels walk in. Uh-oh. This has to be getting so annoying. He will get back, but you can just camp here, right? This is denial of food. Philly instead dives again. Main fight. At least getting a little bit better for GUA, but not well enough. These idle times are kind of killing him. Giving anxiety, about to go down to practically no food. In fact, I don't think... What, has he got any farms? No, this is all his food. He's about to be at 0 food income. If Philly just keeps targeting that soft spot, I don't see how GUA ever mounts a defense. Instead, Philizberto is trying to break the hard spots here. Ram's now being built. GUA actually is in a weird position here, right? Like, you can't build Siege to now hold. Your opponent is mass Lancers. When have you ever seen a Bastards mass Lancers against Ibids? It's a very rare situation to find yourself in because the Camel Lancer debuff is just too threatening in most games. But Philly just so far ahead, man. The impressive part to me is the fact that Camels have remained a critical component of the build the entire way through. And we have got Camel handling now coming in. These guys are about to zoom. 1.87 movement speed. Like, plug the nitrous cans into the humps. We gotta go. Knock at the front door. GUA, reluctant to answer, but he's not gonna have much of a choice here. Lancers now strike towards that second TC. GUA needs to start holding. We'll at least reset it. Philizberto should be able to just target down these crossbows to the Camel Archers, though. And there we go. Starts to get in range. Camel Archer is insanely tanky here. 170 HP. Archer range is being targeted in the meantime. Lancers don't need to take the fight, right? He just needs the Camel Archers to trade out. If the Camel Lancers ever go down, that'll be the full die from Philly. Because then there's nothing to debuff him, right? He'll get good trades. Time being, though, he backs up again. Honestly, in a way, he's just, like, giving GUA opportunities that shouldn't be there. Like, if you just target this food area, it's over, right? If you send 2 or 3 Lancers down there, the game is over. Philizberto apparently wanted to make this a little bit more bullish, right? He wanted to make this more of a statement here about who's the king of NA. What better way to do it than full on sending it? Oh, sorry, the better NA player, maybe the wrong thing. Better American player. Wham and Puppy Paw are the likely kings that need to have those titles taken away. Sorry, Philly. Yes, Camels don't debuff Camels, but they do debuff the Lancers. Which is why he was scared to frontline with them with the Camel Lancers there. But guys, this is just turning more and more into mass Camel Archers. And the Lancer raid came in. Like, yo, Philly, have I got you on speed dial here or something? What's going on? The timing on that raid was perfect. So food now being blocked out again for GUA. He has at least got the Gathering of the Deer. That's something that Philly isn't aware of yet. The main army is coming more and more spooky. Spearman upgrades now on the way. Philizberto looking for a switch up. Lancers have found it as well. Moving across on the Deer. You don't even need to kill, guys. You just need to sit here. Just sitting here kills GUA's game. Because he's going to need to consider farms at home. 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Philizberto did grab the 2 remaining relics here. And a Golem switch now on the way. Kind of peculiar, actually. I think Spearman makes a lot more sense. Building Golems into crossbow Lancers feels like a way to feed a game. To put it in MOBA terms, it's like killing your opponent 5 times on lane, saying this is too easy, and then dropping your items. Let's see if it ends up dropping the ball here, though. We have finally got Mangoes on the way. It's GUA's hope of holding here. The bigger issue is holding isn't good enough. You need to come out of your base now. Right? Because you're either coming out of your base or you're building farms. Because once again, Lancers are being a pain in the ass. Remember, he can't go for these berries either. They're way too far forward. There's no retracted berry spawn in the corner either. So if Give You Anxiety can't come out, he is just going to die. And I don't know how you come out here. On an open battlefield, Philly will just kind of concave you. And agreed. Camera raiders feel better, but I think in this game, Spearman just makes sense. Your opponent built mass crossbows, right? Just build spears. swear, so many people do actually just sleep on camel riders. Yeah, Dragonman meant to say riders, not raiders, by the way. Camel riders are legitimately just being slept on. You know what's going to happen? They're going to get a 10 food buff where they'll cost 10 food less. And then, just like camel archers, everyone's going to start building them. Lancer raid again. The damage has just been adding up. It's crazy to think this whole time Philly's been 1 TC. Jiwei has been on 2 for a while now. Look at the eco state. 39 worker kills in this game. Jiwei has 41 total economy. Dive now comes in. Springles with the trade out. Manjanique gets taken down. A wall attempt here to reset things, but the Camel Archers with the dive immediately get the kill on the first strike. And this game looks done. Give you anxiety. No way to hold against this many camels. In the Battle of the Camels, we revealed the true king. And it is indeed the Abbasid dynasty. Yeah, the Gulem's actually just more or less Ahsoka at this point, but getting decent damage in. And that'll be opening game going to Philisberto to qualify for the NA LAN. Was it 23 buff? Wait, I thought there's still 240 resources on Camel Riders. You sure about that? Or are they 220? Actually, you might be right. Are they, yeah, the 160 food, 30 gold, 30 wood? Is that correct? I think that's correct. I was like, you know what we call that one? Qualifying game for LAN. And he builds only camel archers. Excuse me. Oof. Alright, so. Yeah. I think that's the way they done it, right? So we go in here. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, we want stables, don't we? Yeah. 160 food, 30 wood, 30 gold. I do think they are slept on way too much. Like, especially once you have the camel handling, that movement speed is just bonkers to me. Because you turn into kind of a better horseman in a way. Like, yeah, you cost more, but like you have the flexibility to then go fight. Right? It's just overall a very good unit. Definitely deserves to see more use. Alright, I'm weighing up whether we keep going with AoE 4 or if it's time for some Battle Aces. Should we do a poll? Battle Aces does go with, does have giveaways as well. Camels don't charge. I know they don't charge, but like, still. For mobility and then the clash against enemy cav. Let's do a poll. What to do? Cast AoE for 1v1s. Play Battle Aces. Giveaways. God, the text limitation on polls is really tilting. Alright, 2 minutes. Vote. Go, 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 go. What are we going to do? Oh, someone was asking if I voted earlier. I'm going to do it later. Poll stations stay open until 10. So plenty of time. Probably stream for like another hour or two, and then I'll eat, and then I can go give my vote. Whoop, whoop. Kind of weird that election day for us is on the same day as independence. Someone should just stick that in a manifesto. We'll reclaim the American islands. Huh? Well, the party's opinion on nerfing the Ibids. There we go, dude. That honestly, someone just turn up to a debate and ask those questions. I'll be facepalming the whole time, but well played. Really? No one wants Battle Aces? Even though you guys can get keys and get access. I haven't got any keys to give away for AoE. Gold level Battle Aces? Yeah, but the calibration isn't in order, dude. So you can queue into 7k people easily. In fact, we've beat 7, 8k people, so Suck on that. I'll cast. What do you mean? You mean you'll play Castle with ABBA and spam Camel Riders? Palaces looks really difficult for me. I don't think so. I think people just like they have this. I think they over fear things like that because like the reality is like you can watch AoV4 and have the same thing, right? Go watch Beastie and the actions he's doing, the way he's doing it, like compared to a gold level player, right? That's intimidating. It's fast, but like realistically, if you're not good at the game, there will be other people who are not good at the game, so you have a relatable experience. We thought he was trolling. What do you guys want? Do you want more King of the Rockies? Or are we doing Dragavan with Camel Riders? What do? Guess we'll do one or two more and then we can do some Battle Aces. You versus Dragavan show match. Dragavan's trying to keep his strat secret for LAN. Don't you want to keep yours secret as well, Philly? Say what? Do you mean the Dry Arabia game? Is it the Dry Arabia game, Philly? Where for some reason GOA picked Japanese when you had Ottomans, which is like the biggest counter imaginable for Japanese. Wait, what's Dragavan doing? Is he legit? It's not the best. Should we check this one out? Because I think he's going to do Camel Riders against Ayabids, funnily enough. How does he queue into Avali like this, dude? Out of all the people to get. That's like, we have to cast this, right? We kind of got to. This is what I love about Dragavan, dude. Dragavan's so entertaining for this kind of crap. He just walks in, he's like, I will discover the second moon of Earth. You're like, okay, whatever. Yep. And then you're like, he's actually doing it. He's discovering the second moon. Why? Oh, he's an entertainment lad. The only time I see Camel Rider good is in late game. They're really good against Camel Lancer spam. Like, if your opponent Camel Lancer spams, Camel Riders destroy them. Like, it's not even close, Philly. It's actually so one-sided, it's insane. The DPS check is redonkulous. How many times do I need to tell you? Spear's best unit in the game. But Spears can't then go and actively raid at the same pace. It's different. I'm not arguing that, like, statistically, Spears are the best unit for cost, damage, and whatnot. But Camel Riders give you a tempo. A really strong tempo. Sup, Crackety? How's it going, buddy? Britboy, I already went over this, mate. I'm going to be doing my vote later because you have until 10 p.m. as long as you're in queue. Oh, yeah, that's right, guys. Crackety is actually driving all the way to Norway. Duck that. I was like, Cow, you little pay for my flight. Wouldn't it just be quicker to go up to like the tip of Denmark and then get a ferry across? Wait, oh no, Phil's boat is doing that typical like American ignorance thing. Philly, you know there's a bridge, right? That bridge is expensive though, right, Crackety? I remember some Danish people telling me about it. Like, there's a Danish guy who he like worked on the other side of the bridge, but he lived like from where he lived, and it cost him so much, man. It cost him so much a year to cover that bridge. Because I think they toll both ways or whatever. Camel Riders versus Camel Knights, and he's confused why? Why would you be confused? Was it 30 less health on Camel Lancers than normal Lancers? And then your attack speed is notably worse. The bonus damage brings them up to the standard of, actually exceeds the standard of the sword attack. Like, there's no secret as to why Camel Riders destroy Camel Lancers. Yeah, but Philly, not all of us are pussies who sit on our base and wait for the enemy to come. Some of us like to gun for them. Choo-choo, mother ducker. Get a move on. Hey, this is classic American who played Call of Duty 4 sat in a corner trying to farm an attack helicopter. Move your ass out. Come on, zoom, zoom. Sweden, Denmark is expensive? You're taking the ferry. Oh, you are taking the ferry. Okay, yeah, yeah. So you're going to do the tip of Denmark, right? Or is it one of the German ferries? Got space in the trunk. Wait, Baltoon, what? You're in Sweden. Wrong direction, mate. Baltoon is just going to go across the west coast of Norway and stand there watching. Ferry comes by, he's like, throw me a rope! You've had planes since the 60s? Yeah, and you get ripped off flying internally in America. Congrats. Tell me, riddle me this, Philly. Why is it cheaper to fly from London to, like, what's it called, Colorado, than it is to fly from, like, I don't know, let's say Colorado to frickin' Florida? Explain that to me, buddy. You guys get ripped off. And you don't have alternatives because your train systems are shambles, right? Like, there's barely any trains. And they're not well kept. Like, you could go for a long bus ride across different states, but it isn't 1970, so. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should have, like, asked Cal to extend so I could stay a few days, because I'm leaving on the Monday. I think late on the Monday I'm leaving. So I'm not hanging around that long. I don't know. I guess I was more hopeful that I'd have more work lined up for July. It's been a bit of a slow month. In a slow year. It's so weird to see teams like Fnatic in Warzone. Alright, you guys ready? We'll kick off the cast in a sec. I like to just let them get a minute or two in. Let's be real, the first 2 minutes of AoE4 was pretty Resident Sleeper. Follow one unit? Yeah, I have mine set to T. I don't think it's T by default, though. Yeah, K by default. I have it T, because T makes 10 times more sense than K on the other side of the keyboard. So I've got Q for vision, W and E switch player, R hides and reveals text, and then you've got T for following players. And I can't remember if I had some for Y. I don't think I did. And then insert does the color switch, which, as you can see, fantastic capture age completely breaks, because for some reason this guy's red now, like yellow and purple on the minimap. Thanks, capture age. Actually, I don't know. That one might be the core game's fault. We're blaming someone, though. We're in a salty mood. I mean, yeah, the first 2 minutes do suck. That's why, like, Empire Wars was even envisioned to try and come in the first place. Is because in theory it could have maybe alleviated that, but it has its other issues, right? All right, you guys ready? All right, let's get to this. Challenge time for Dragavan. That's right. This guy loves to be thrown something by the Twitch chat. We gave him a spicy one today. Dragavan has to rush Castle Age, and he can only spam camel riders. And of course, when he gets this challenge, he goes up against a known person in the space. He's up against Avali on the Iobids. Now, this is a mixed bag, right? Avali, very capable player, won't be easily bamboozled. However, on the flip side of the civs that you can build camel riders against, this is one of the best ones to do it against, because Iobids want to open camel lances, and camel riders hard counter them. And it looks like Dragavan is already setting up for that particular build. One and all, welcome back to the spicy Age of Empires for action. We've got the Culture Wing into Military Wing build on the way. We're going to be playing a Lipany as well, which is really good for the Camel Rider spam because you've got a lot of food surplus nearby. We've got the berries, the deer as well. What's the initial haul looking like? Yeah, 11 sheep to the 9. Yeah, so better haul overall for Dragavan. Avali is going to try to scout in what's happening, so he should notice the Culture Wing. He should know his wings by now. Other side of this, it should just be your standard play into the Desert Raider, right? Ooh! Yes! Okay, this is sick. This is sick. We talked about this in the previous series between Iobids and Bassets, that I think the only way Iobids really beat a Bassets right now, reliably, is Growth Wing into All In. He's doing it. This is really smart by Avali. By having 4 extra eco, you can outmass the Abbasids. Even more so now because they didn't go for a military wing. I mean, I will say in theory, if I at Avali, he's not here. I would say in theory, the challenge was agreed before the game. I would hope Avali didn't see it and then didn't let him know that it's in it. So we have got POC on the way. Remember, Preservation Knowledge does work with your tech up cost, so you save 320 resources, although in fairness, it's actually 220 resources when you're fast castling, because you have to spend 100 resources for the tech. Like, he's full on gunning for it, though. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this from Avali. Opening stables first. I mean, you need the tempo, right? But realistically, are you not going to build Horsemen now? It's okay if it's Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders will do reasonable against Camel Riders. They won't break them, but they can contest. But if you open Horsemen here, it just feeds the timing on the Raiders. The Riders, rather. So Outpost coming up. And it is indeed Horsemen. So the Outpost should be able to address that, though. The berries are a little bit exposed. I think sometimes something that players sleep on in this situation is when you know you're going to be greedy like this, it makes more sense to maybe take the extra walk distance of going to the loose berries than the 4 berries first. The problem for Dragoman in this particular game is he didn't get Wheelbarrow, so that option's off the table. So yeah, but I have seen games where people go Wheelbarrow and they know they're going to be attacked, and they leave the berries that are out of range of protection from the Outpost until last. And often they pay a price for it. He does at least have a decent amount of sheep to fall back to, right? Yeah, 15 sheep should be more than enough to make work. Wait, how are there more sheep on this map still? What? Wow, Avali didn't get much of it. This might prove to be problematic. He's got pressure on his side, but 17 sheep now safely underneath the TC makes it very difficult for Avali to dive quick enough. There it is, guys. Military wing triggered. Dragavan ramping up for it. No similar move coming out from Avali, right? He's fully committed to this. Problem is, if he doesn't get Spearman, he's going to be fully committed to an Insane Asylum. Like, this is pretty rough. Building into Archers, it's tough for Dragavan because realistically, like, if he could just build Archers instead, he wins there as well. But, I mean, Camel Riders theoretically should work fine. If you get enough of them quick enough. My issue is, like, it's not a clean scale point. Like, Avali, in theory, can hold back an initial wave of Camel Riders if you mistime it. So yeah, kind of feels like Dragaman needs to hide this detail. Maybe you garrison in the TC as you bring them in, so he doesn't quite know. Rounds being built into. Avali looking to end the game now. Camel Riders aren't great at dealing with Rams, guys. They get bonus damage against Cav. They do not get bonus damage against Siege whatsoever, though. So kind of a weakness there in the build for Dragavan. And remember, the requirement is only Camel Riders. So I've got a feeling that attempt number 1 might end up being a fail here. Yeah, this is where you wish you were actually playing Ibids and you could just use the camels to build up a Mangonel to save your ass. Because he's about to get baked. Camel Riders do cost gold. They cost 30. Oh, Philly. I mean, he's got 381 gold, right? Like, he actually can get quite a few Camel Riders together. And remember, guys, he's only allowed Camel Riders. So this is one of those things where if you don't get a good fight on the reveal, you're dead. And the problem is, because you went Military Wing Castle, Avali should already anticipate Camel Riders. Weird part is he's not building like it. Outpost is going to get dented. This doesn't matter, right? Like, if you just use your remaining gold to mass camels, you're fine. Oh, no. No, no. Avali's revealed it, though. Okay, this should be an immediate Rax drop. No? He's just teching. Wait, what? I'm getting a bit worried now. Avali, it's almost like it's scramble brain logic. It's like, no, Dragavan's a very talented player. He wouldn't just build Camel Riders against me. That would be dumb. Right? He wouldn't just build one unit against me. He respects me more as a player. Sure, buddy. Camel Riders now moving in. Pretty tanky up against the archers. Is going to micro away the injured one. A little bit of clown carring going on, but Avali, that's not going to work. Village, the archers rather now in trouble. Okay, so Avali may have just lost the game, guys. He's got a tech up on the way. It's a panic mode one. Advancement wing has been activated because he has no other option here. There's no way. There's no way with Avali having all the info he could possibly need here that he chokes up against mass camel riders. Oh my god. Avali needs to do the forbidden. He needs to do something that no IBID player wants to do. I want to explain to you why you're not seeing spears here. IBID players hate building spears. It's their least built unit out of all the units. So he doesn't want to have to react to it, because especially against Abbasids, if this is fast castle, they could just get composite bows. But Avali seems to have been reading this game logically. There is nothing logical about this build. Desert Raid is now being stockpiled up, but guys, they are just worse camel riders. Right, look at the attack speed difference. Look at the health difference. You lose these fights. House is now being targeted down, trying to block Avali from getting the counter. Awesome Raiders at least going to come in. A little bit greedy from Dragavan. Didn't leave any camel riders at home because he's going all in to punish the tech timing. Desert Raiders, in theory, they can just tickle you down like this, right? Really, what Dragavan needs to do is find the gold to get camel handling. Otherwise, he's going to get kited, and he's got it. All right, this is really bad for Avali now. He needs that upgrade on Desert Raiders ASAP. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Dive comes in. Villagers being targeted now. Avali in trouble. Start step back here just to try and kite out, but the villagers cannot kite the same way. These guys are moving as quick as horsemen, but hitting notably harder. Oh my god, he's done it. Avali, the Desert Raiders don't play. Camel Rider's getting the big boy damage in. Equal on eco now. It's just non-stop Camel Rider pump. Oh, this looks like such a BM right now. Avali looking more scrambled than an egg. No gold access either, so he's limited on options on what he can scale into more of here. Food has been denied on the front as well. Avali at least has reserves of that. Dragavan, meanwhile, I think the sheep difference really has kicked in here. 4 sheep still to work with. Now moves out under the berries to the superior gathering rate. Remember, Golden Age-wise, the Abbasids are just better. 15% compared to the 10. Avali needs to strike back now. But guys, Avali has forgotten a key ingredient here. If Avali had Desert Raider tech coming in, I might favor him here. But there's a big problem. Camel Rider shields. This is sick. Right, it almost gives you the same armor as Desert Raiders. And the fact that Avali forgets to get veterancy here, or rather is slow getting out to get it, is a big problem. If he takes the fight ahead of time, he will be behind. He already is. Just don't know it yet. Desert Raiders looking to move in. Avali, what are we doing here? I mean, I guess theoretically you can start a step your heart off, but I don't think you do enough damage now that Undermesh is in, right? Like, you hit for a measly 7 damage. You can't even turn around. Oh, no. Desert Raid upgrade coming in. Dragavan has turned this into such a clown fiesta. Avali, please just build spears, man. Like, he's only allowed to build 1 unit. It's almost like Avali's convinced he's being baited and that there's going to be archers behind this. There are no archers. Finally, he realizes it. Spearman queued up. Dragavan, soft reset here. He could just flank resource, right? He's checking the forward food again. Oh, this is incredible. Avali's... I already know that Avali's going to be getting some DMs. Questions will be asked about this particular game. Still, with Spears coming, I can't help but feel Dragavan might now be dead. Whew. He needs to hunt eco. He's starting to skirt it. Looks like we have got extra armor coming in. Good protection against the ranged attacks. A little bit of a misclick with the A-click there. Dragavan is going to peel one off to hunt the back eco. And Desert Raiders have finally been upgraded, folks, so now they hit notably harder. The attack speed difference means that camels will still favor the Camel Rider side of things. In fact, Avali, please, melee. He doesn't even want to touch it. I mean, range damage didn't increase that much, right? Only +3 here. The ranged armor has offset most of that. Village is now in trouble. He ignores it. Melee mode does come out from Avali. Not the best of fights here, especially when you're going to lose eco on the back of it. Dragavan stabs down a few. Might be able to cleave some more through. It's now 5 eco lead. Make it a 6er. Dragavan, if he just gets out of here without losing too many camels, this is a very good position to be in. What? Dragavan, maybe don't give freebies. Oh, horsemen here, but guys, 2 horsemen is not going to scare here, right? Villagers can just stab out against this. As rightly he should. Dragavan not fearing the horsemen in this game. You build horses in a game about camels? No one cares. Okay, so where do we go from here, Dragavan? Because you haven't played for relics. I mean, you don't really need gold. You haven't built a second TC. I think Dragavan, I don't know, maybe he feels like he hasn't got enough income to afford second TC while scaling Camel Riders. I can kind of see where he's coming from there. But I feel like that might have been the thing he needed. Or additional raids. Speaking of second TC, Avali now going for his. Camel Riders, with the gap close. We'll start to clob in. Weirdly enough, we are stopping at 3 spearmen for this game. No veterancy. Star Step's starting to work, and if he gets stuck on the archers, it's even better for Avali. Camel Rider count down to 9. Villagers running for safety. Are going to get body blocked a little bit, but not enough here. Okay, I think this is now getting away from Dragavan. That was way too expensive of a fight. So many units lost here. Military Academy also being prepped to keep up production. And the bigger problem is on the flank, guys. Dragavan doesn't know about this TC. Another cool detail there. Avali benefits from taking the berries first. It's better. But also, another cool thing here. By going berries first, he doesn't kill the deer. He doesn't reveal the TC. Oh, guys. Avali's... Oh, no, dude. This is bad. Avali's the one getting relics now. I think Dragavan just thought this game was over and got a bit too excited, right? He's like, oh my god, it's working. I can't believe Avali's fallen for this. And he just relentlessly dove and threw away his advantage. I can't believe this, man. He was so close as well. I feel bad for him, right? I mean, when you get these kind of challenges, you have to keep in mind, look at it from Dragavan's perspective. It's a silly challenge. He takes it, and he gets excited when it's going to work, right? And he just kind of forgets what the big picture plan is here. Play a bit more methodical. There's another reason as well. Like, whenever you're obviously doing a one-unit challenge, your opponent has time to then react. He can pivot to the absolute counter. I think Dragavan got paranoid about that, and that's why he dove. He was worried that there was going to be a sufficient counter coming out, i.e. mass spearmen. Avali has finally realized that is the type of game he's in here. I think this is more Camel Riders built in 20 minutes than you'll see in like a 2-hour game with Abbassids 90% of the time. No, 98% of the time. We might be heading towards a trade here. 19 Camel Riders riding across, 11 Desert Raiders riding in. Reinforcements are going to get cut there, unfortunate, but Dragavan at least gets the early warning of what's coming. He preps the second wave. This TC isn't chained in, by the way. No fire armor. Also, another problem here. Like, you're trying to dive a TC with Desert Raiders. That's a big no-no. No armor. And he finds it. TC revealed. Avali stuck out in the middle here. This many torches should be able to easily take this down. Reaction is on the way, but Spearman count is not that high yet for Avali, and he lacks the Spearman veterancy. Dragavan hesitant to take that fight, though. Starts to turn for it. Spearman count, not high enough to scare him. He just sends it. Desert Raiders aren't here. They're still flanking, trying to go for the economy on the other side of the map. Mamluk's Bravery did come in, guys, so big damage buff coming in on the bonus side. Wallow opportunity. Avali should be able to push this away. So there's the Wallow. Camel Riders need to retreat. Dragavan walks in range. No! Oh, no. I don't think that's enough to stay here. The pathing. Dragavan should have peeled them south side manually. Instead, the raid force is killed. Second wave is on the way. But it feels like he's got nothing left here. Remember, those Mamluk's Bravery buffs are insane when they come in on the Spearman. Right, but bonus damage buff by 5 there is ridiculous, and that's just from Feudal Age. The Desert Raiders are about to find him. It's a Mouse Camelot. I hope he's got Kama Chameleon playing in the background. Dive in, melee mode activate, Dragavan. This surely should be it. There's no gate to get out the other side. There's no escape. Nowhere to be safe anymore. Avali has got this one in the bag. Melee gets activated once more, but back in the range. Even the Wolves joining in against him. Dragavan now, after leading for so long behind by 10 eco, he never took out the second TC. He never shut down the raids. Veterancy is finally on the way for Avali. Well, Camel Riders still look pretty good against Desert Raiders. However, don't think they're going to look that good against Veteran Spearmen here, guys. If Dragavan pulls this off, he's a magician. Tw 20 minutes for Avali to make spears. It's Iron Instinct, okay? Don't BS. If you were playing Ironbids 2, Philly, you'd wait. This is the unit that Ironbid players never want to build. It's wild. Even when it makes sense. What? What? Hold on. We've got an illegal move here. Hold up. Hold up. I like how Dragavan has reached that point. He's like, this game should have been impossible to lose. Now I must win it. He's broken the rules. No longer is it only Camel Riders from Dragavan. Apparently 22 minutes of doing this has made his point. We're now getting mass archers, and there should be quickly composite bows on the way. If he still loses this... Well, it's not just that it's so much fun, Philly. It's like no one expects mass Camel Riders, right? Like, out of all the units the Abbasas could build, like I said with Ironbids, they never like building spears. Abbasas never really like building Camel Riders. It's their least built unit. So you have that element of surprise, right? No one expects it. It's like Kremlin dropping the enemy base. No one expects it. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to get it together here, though. Archer count looking small. Camels. I'm going to start diving in. We'll trade the meat shield out to allow the Lancers to come through. But the Dervish shield's going to be there. Avali refuses to be budged, refuses to move. Might not have a choice, though. Frontline has been eviscerated. Archers trading out against their counterpart here, but that will leave Lancers to push Avali back at least once. Yeah, and this is a lot of Archers. I wonder if he could just creep towards the economy here, build the lead further. I think that's the bigger problem, right? Avali's eco lead is too big. I don't see this switching around. Dragavan, we salute you for the Camel Rider only effort. A missed opportunity to end that game quickly, but I think maybe he got a little bit too excited. I still can't believe it was this close against a no-name like Avali. Oh, that was brilliant. He was so close. Camel Rider only against a known pro. Oof. Well, wait, hold on a sec. Philly, earlier on, didn't you give me some crap about Spearman, the ultimate tool, even though I made the argument about mobility and map control? That's my point. I'm glad you're on board with it, dude. Like, this is the whole reason. Same reason why people try to play Cav, right? Same reason Camel Lancers felt oppressive. Like, it boxes your opponent in. If you react to me with spears, great, you react with spears. It's like when we play Battle Aces and someone has wasps and I have to build, you know, slow-moving units like recalls. It doesn't feel good. It feels like I've given map control. I didn't know Camel Raiders got obliterated by their Camel buddies. Yeah. Like, yeah, Avali, the thing was you needed spears for sure. Yeah. He wanted you to make Camel Lancers, so you lost even harder, dude. That game was great. What I love is the instinct of Avali after a clowny game like that, where Dragavan's doing a 1-unit only challenge. First thought from Avali is like, I'm gonna check KP's stream quickly. Oh man, what a great game. Was running still to be? Ooh, you weren't looking, were you? Did you? You weren't reading chat. You didn't know. Did you know he was gonna do Camel Riders? I'm curious now, because you were saying like theoretically you could have glanced it. He was listening. The entire, of course. I mean, a clown game about some KP stream. I mean, dude, people know where to get their content. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. I think we're a little bit into food. I don't think we're gonna top that one today, to be honest. Do we maybe play some 2v2s on Battle Aces? I think we could do a few 2v2s to round out the stream. So guys, I've got keys to give away. So if you guys want to try Battle Aces, and I encourage you to try it. Like, even if you're like, I'm an AoE person until I die, like, give it a shot. You might be surprised. So let me update the title. Can you share key? Oh, now he wants in. Hang around. We'll be giving away some keys. All right. They're paying him to give away keys? Yeah, right. How are you tired of Battle Aces? What? Talking about me streaming? I've barely done it. I think I'm burnt. I played. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I mean, I think the way you keep it fresh is just try new styles, right? Like, that's the thing I was saying. They're gonna need different content. Like, they can't just rely on the current state. They will have to add a lot of content over time. But the core foundation of the game, I find really, really fun. All right, so we'll play a few Battle Aces games, and I'll give away a few keys. Let me get my Knight Boot ready. And let me set up the command, because we usually go give aces. So let me set that up. Seems pretty addictive. It's really fun, man. It's so quick and so nice. It's like, even with, like, I get annoyed with some of the losses because some of the strats just feel really cheesy. But it's like, compared to if I lost against a cheesy strat in AoE4, it's nothing, right? Because it only takes a few minutes and you're done. So nice. So quippy and quick. All right, so let's see. Let's get the giveaway command ready. So we'll set the giveaway command to give aces like we normally do. And then we'll give away a few today. Let me know when you're sending me the keys. Maybe, if I get sent more, maybe I'll give you one. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have to put you in the timey outy zone for at least an hour or two, because you did... you have to watch, because, you know, you did say Camel Riders suck, and that is, like, that's sinful. Hey, look, I could cast Dimu's games. Alright, let's do some 2v2s, though. With randomers, so this is going to end really well. Said they were good in Imp. Well, now you've been convinced they're not just good in Imp. Welcome, sir. Oh, what was that I said in the other game? I was like, Camel Riders get a 10 resource buff, they're going to be broken. What now? Oh, man. Oh, what units have I got in my deck, actually? I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, we switched missile bots. I'm still not convinced by missile bots. I think maybe Scorps could be cooler. I don't have tier 1 air defense there, right? But we can fix that. We've always got dragonflies. Whoop, whoop. Oh, let's switch this to locusts. Locusts are kind of nuts, actually. The more I've seen locusts, the more I'm just baffled. Basically, they attack air or ground. They're really good against air, by the way. And they're kind of like the equivalent of Zerging in the air. They're only 50-50 compared to things like dragonflies, which are 125, 125. I'm not sure if Behemoth is the way to go when you've got Crusaders. I feel like you probably want Assault Bots or something. But that kind of overlaps with Gun Bots a bit too much. Maybe Advanced Blinks would be the better way. Or Predators? Maybe go Heavy Ballista. Let's try Advanced Blinks. Screw it. Screw it. Is it basically only micro? I mean, you have to think about your strategic choices, right? Get the right units, get the right counters. But it's definitely, I'd say, a lot more micro-focused, but not in a bad way, per se. I think it's very inviting to new players. Like, I played a lot of my matches just using Select All Army. A lot. And I do fine, right? I might change tilde and tab. I don't like having tilde and tab next to each other because I find myself often accidentally not selecting All Army when I want to and whatnot. Yeah, exactly, birds. A lot faster and without SimCity. Exactly. Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Like, this is, you know, the problem is there's so many things that gatekeep RTSs and keep new players out of the genre. So what they're clearly trying to do is bring new players in, right? They're trying to alleviate that gatekeep issue, which is very smart. Because everyone just keeps trying to make the next great RTS with the same systems over and over again, and then they wonder why it doesn't work and why no one wants to play the game. It's pretty obvious why people don't want to play the game. It's too complicated. We talked about this earlier, like CSGO as an example. I love CSGO, right? But, you know, thinking back, if I hadn't played someone I had people to play with, I wouldn't want to touch it because it's just like, you're so far behind the line. Oh no, it's Tomb.
Enemy. Your buddy just called in a
All right.
resource base.
So I got Waspy boys. It's okay.
Ready to smash.
We score. No optic and viewers, it's GG. Yeah, I mean,
Engine running. Defining locale.
there is a point where we have to accept that AoE4 is, like, even though it's in a great state, it has issues that were never alleviated from a core technical standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. I am skeptical about whether they'll be able to fix it
We
now.
move together.
Only thing can't stand is the voice lines. I like most of the voice lines. There's not many voice lines I don't like. I think they got a lot of cool, quirky characters, right?
Claws up.
They're not haunting us or anything. Do I?
Enemy tech is turning on. Be
Okay,
ready.
I'm just gonna Dragonfly then.
Get us in
Oh wait, no, my guy's
close.
going air. Okay, so I'll go ground.
Starting foundry.
Cut the chatter. Marching orders.
Oh, that was a bit of a mistake with him.
Iron ready. How far away?
Oh, we have been surrounded though.
Sharp wings.
Yeah, I thought the numbers didn't make sense. I don't know. My guy kept his blinks alive though, so it's fine. If I go mass gunbot switch now, I think we're fine. I'll be taking a third
Enemy
soon.
is building a resource
Yeah,
base.
and they're doing it too.
Enemy is
Get our
building
guys
a
here quicker.
resource base.
In the
They talk too much? I don't think they talk too much. They got character.
claw at full power. Ugh. Pick an efficient path.
Your buddy just called in a resource base.
Yeah, so we should be able to mop these guys up, right? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So,
Resource base warmed up and working. Your
dude,
buddy
we dunked them
foundry ready.
pretty hard. Uh-oh. Need to be careful of those. May have some problems. It's okay though. Shockers are a problem here, chat.
Arms ready.
This is fine, I think.
Workers under attack.
Oh, crap.
Units reporting
I haven't got the
damage.
solution to that, so he has to deal with that. Yeah, he's good.
Exposed rear.
I don't know if I
Workers
like my
down.
comp for
Units
two-player games.
engaged.
Maybe it's not great. It's hard to tell.
Workers.
Like,
workers,
I should
workers.
maybe, like, I thought he'd deal with the anti-air better, but he isn't dealing with it at all. Yeah. Like, it is on him to deal with the anti-air. Like, I'm frontlining for him and everything. I guess I'm just gonna go advanced
Starting
links.
advanced foundry.
Maybe it would have been better if I'd been the one doing air, because I have Locust to look forward to. Whereas, he's got the anti-air guys, so he should be fine. Those guys melt. Dude, we've lost so much eco. I think we might be dead though.
Enemy tech is
I don't think he
turning
handled the
workers
air
under
issue
attack.
very well. And he has shockers as well, which is another problem for us.
Engine running. We move.
Enemy tech is
Alright,
turning
we're
on.
gonna get around
Be
the back.
ready.
Hopefully it'll be good enough. Yeah, we look kind of dead. Big Sarge. He didn't handle the raids. I mean, you could say I didn't do anything, but like my deck, the way I'm going, it's obvious I can't handle air, so it's kind of on him
You
to
got a
handle air.
resource space taking fire. Exposed rear. Workers down.
Oh, we've at least got advanced
Foundry
links.
ready.
Maybe.
You got units in combat. Units under attack. Units reporting
You guys
damage.
move in, please. These areas are kind of horrible to have advanced links for chat. Jesus.
You got a
They're so
resource space
fat.
taking fire. Cover it.
All right. We've at least got the answer now. Oh crap! These guys should have been raiding.
Matching orders.
I screwed up. It's okay.
It's okay.
Food in 10 minutes. Okay. Well, I might eat mine a bit later. We'll see.
Select the enemy.
He's got those now as well. Problematic. Guess we can get some destroyers though. Am I kind of killing them slow? I kind of feel like I'm killing them slow. Okay. Nice. That's actually a really good cleanup for us.
Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Might have problems though.
Units engaged.
We dead? Maybe.
Units in combat.
I mean, I just don't know where my allies' army is at. What's happening?
Close up.
Is it me or should he have more army?
Should we start walking?
I feel like he should have more army than this, right?
Units under attack. Workers! 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 Units reporting damage.
Teleport.
Units.
We're dead.
resource- Workers getting flanked. Workers under attack. Exposed rear. Workers down.
I mean, I can't handle like the ballistas here, right? Not really.
Workers. Workers.
that's good, that's good.
workers.
I don't know, man. Like, am I just imagining it? I feel like there were big gaps in what
Keep
my
your head up.
teammate was doing
Bounce
there.
back.
I don't just want to blind blame someone. Like, I didn't do everything perfect, but I don't know what he was doing in the later phase of that game. Was he teching into Valkyries? No, I don't think so. That would have made sense. Was he like? What was he going for? Did he think his blinks for anti-air? Because I feel like, yeah, I don't know. That was weird. I still 1v1. That was very confusing. GG, Tuna. I'm guessing you guys were on
Resource
comms or
base
something.
enemy is building a resource base.
You guys seemed in sync. I don't feel like me and my bud were in sync. What should we build? It's got blinkers. Blinkers are kind of annoying here. I think doing
I got
part
my
part
tail
is kind of
at the
underrated,
chatter.
actually.
Optimal range 0. Give me a crack at him.
Shockers. I don't want to build too much clump. Probably on the air. Kill them.
Iron ready.
Like dragonflies. And then you
Get us
rush
in
locusts if he goes
close.
heavy air as well. That makes the
Command.
most sense.
Marching orders.
He's gonna tech. I don't think I go for a third because shockers will destroy me,
Enemy
right?
tech is turning on.
Yep, there we
Starting
go.
Starforge.
In the dirt. How far away? Ugh. Charge.
Do we go for his eco? I feel like I can kill eco much quicker than he can.
Get him surround arms ready. Finding locale. forward. Engine running. An efficient path. For the suns. Call the attack. We move together.
Oh crap! Didn't realize it wasn't.
Resource base warmed up and working.
Matching orders.
What's he gone for? Yeah, he's going
Cut the
shockers.
chatter.
So you don't. This is actually like good then.
Log
I don't want to get into air anyway.
Calculating overclock.
Can you guys?
Units in
go on the
combat.
back, maybe? I just got another wave.
Starforge
I guess he's gonna
is ready.
force me
Enemy
to
tech
defend
is
them.
turning on.
Those are
Be
blink.
ready.
Those are blink hunters or whatever, right? They're the anti-air. So I need to be a little bit careful with this.
Units under attack.
Oh, maybe not. Wait, I thought they're the anti-air guys. I could have sworn those are the anti-air guys, chat. Am I imagining that?
Standing side by side. Engine idle. Covering ground.
These guys should be going towards his base though. He's gonna have shockers, which is a problem. Wait, what? You guys, like maybe just. There we go.
Kill.
So I need to make sure I got mammoths because he's going to be a problem with the shockers for sure.
On standby.
He's owned 2 bases only though, so he's kind of lost the game already. I don't know what his plan is here.
Column moving. Overclock.
Is he just teching again? No, he still doesn't have his tech. So is he just going to swarm me in the air, I guess?
Gunbots ready.
That's kind of his only move.
Slow and steady. Standing side by robotic infantry. Fire, fire.
I mean, cute, but no.
No.
Recalculating approach.
Yeah, I think I just tech again then.
Starting advanced units reporting damage.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. This is fine, chat. Like, those guys are kind of slow, so I should be fine. I'm going to go into his main, though,
engaged.
when he reacts.
Units in combat.
He's in a very bad position right now.
Units under attack.
I'm pretty sure of that. Okay, so this is shocker bots. Okay, maybe not then. Dude, his build is so weird. It's very polarizing to me, actually. I should be able to hold on long enough, though, and then we should be good to swarm. Just need to be careful. Gunbots is going to be pivotal here. Want a few more mammoths, and then we want to have a bunch of locusts, and then we're good to go.
Circle up.
Blinks are so much nicer at high level, by the way, because you can actually position much more easily.
Morale low.
Iron ready. Optimal range 0.
Okay. He needs to go right now, though.
Advanced Starforge
Okay.
is complete.
There we go.
Units reporting damage.
It's fine, though. Locust win.
Units engaged.
Locust win. Yep, that gig. Oh, maybe not? Damn. Okay, Locust did not win that, chat. I'm a little bit shocked.
Workers getting
I didn't think I needed to micro to go into the main, by the way, so I kind of fudged. Oh, this is fine, though. I think we should be able to mop him up.
Units
I'm a
reporting
little bit
damage.
underwhelmed by Locust there, actually. I'm just a bit shocked by that. I didn't expect that. That's fine, though. He's going to lose his second, right?
Get us in.
So it's a little bit of a scrappy
Units
victory, but it's still a
engaged. You
victory.
gotta Units in combat.
I think I just let him do this, because if I go in too early, I lose my Locust, I lose game, right? Yeah, he's completely whiffed it now.
You got a resource space taking fire. Cover it. Workers under attack. Units reporting damage. You got a resource space taking fire. Units engaged.
That should be enough.
Units in combat.
Kinda weird
You
that it's
got a
not.
resource space
Is it 'cause they
taking
have less
fire.
range?
Cover it.
Like, chat, am I the only one looking at this and thinking this is fucking odd?
Marching orders.
Why are Locusts losing against that? What?
Workers, units. You got a resource
I don't
space
know, dude.
taking
That
fire.
seems
Workers,
fucked to me.
workers,
Pardon my
workers.
French, but also don't pardon my French. That is fucked. What?
Units reporting damage. Workers getting flanked.
That's a tier 3 unit, man. And I know it's cheaper, but at the same time, like, come on.
Exposed rear. Workers down.
I'm baffled.
Workers, workers,
I'm legit baffled, chat.
You got a resource. Workers getting. You got a
I mean,
resource
Fireflies aren't
under
going to fare
attack.
better, right?
Your resource space is gone.
Airships are dedicated anti-air. I think it should work that way. I think they're too tanky.
Exposed rear.
I don't know,
Workers
man.
down.
They feel kind of too tanky. Also, that logic, I'm sorry, but at the same time, like, yes, but it's a tier 3 versus a tier 2. Like, there has to be kind of reason within that.
Workers,
And I don't think there's reason within
you
that.
got a resource. Workers getting flanked.
Yikes. This feels like one of the weirdest games I've actually
You got
lost
a
in this so
resource
far.
Space taking fire. Cover it.
Laying down fire. Right now, this happening.
Like, 3 base versus 2 as well. Like, I don't know, man. I mathematically disagree with that.
Keep your
Tier
head
3, 3 base
Bounce
versus
back.
2, I should be able to spam Locust and win. That feels weird to me. That felt so wrong. That, like, out of the games I've had where I'm like, this just makes no sense, that is one of the weirdest ones for sure. What the duck? Maybe Valkyries instead then. Like, you literally can't, you simply can't play Locust without a good tier 1 anti-air then. Locust is trash. I feel like I've seen people do alright with Locust. I don't know, I was underwhelmed though. Because they get outranged as well, so it's like already a cringe fiesta trying to engage. I'd rather have advanced gun bots, to be honest with you. And then what? Maybe... Should we go back to sniper bots? Sniper bots kind of OP. Well, sniper bots aren't OP in 1v1s. They are kind of OP in 2v2s though. Their attack speed is way too good for how you can scale them in 2v2s. Never Kraken, that's because we like winning games.
Resource space warmed up and working.
I feel like if
Enemy
you're
is
somehow
building a
getting that much resource
base.
together to buy a Kraken, you've already won the game for a different reason. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
707. Select the enemy.
It's very rare that it feels like going in first is worth it here. I feel like Crabs is the only one I've done where I'm like moving across the enemy side early is good.
Cut the
Every other
chat.
time I feel bad about it. Like I just should wait for a very long time. Anyone else get that feeling? Oh,
Charge.
that and Wasps, right? But like, I'm a moral gamer. Ethically, I refuse to use those things. Let me get on my high horse.
Defining.
Enemy tech is turning on.
Yeah, so
Be
he's
ready.
going air. I think
Resource space
I'm gonna do
warmed up
this, and then I'm gonna
working.
rush
Pick an efficient
the
path.
thingy. This is very risky what I'm doing because I could just get clapped before I get online. We'll see if it works though.
Command.
Recall for early
Move
aggro.
together.
Your timing is so off with recall though. It feels weird. It can work. Not the biggest fan of that playstyle.
Matching orders.
Okay, he built quite a lot there. Yeah, he's going to have a window here. This is very risky what I'm doing. I think I actually probably should have teched up and then done second base.
Starting
But
Starforge.
we'll see.
Close up.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to bait him south side,
Melee
and then I'm going to
engagement.
ape in on the north. But if he builds butterflies, I might just die.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Yikes.
Standing side by overclock.
Arms ready.
Maybe?
Get us in close.
Workers under
This is
attack.
kind of weird.
Gun box ready.
And there we go.
Engine
Go
ready.
in.
Units engaged.
Marching orders.
Units in combat.
Give me a crack at 'em.
Units under attack.
Yeah, so you should just mob me up.
Units reporting damage. Units engaged.
I mean, the good news is he's wasting his time with his dragonflies here, when he should be killing my eco right now. And also he went dragonflies instead of butterflies, so that's like kind of better for me, I think. Now I just wait and I just mass butterflies to win. Dragonflies. Oopsie.
Robotic infantry.
He's probably going for my main.
Is
That's
ready.
what I do here. It's the most logical thing, to be honest. Oh no! Instead he's going to send it. Okay, bit of a weirder choice, to be totally honest with you. Don't really agree with it, but his choices to make. Right. Cool. Wait, what? Dude, oh, I clipped the map there. That was weird. I feel like I'm winning these, right? Yeah, I should be winning these. My base was up sooner. Ugh.
In the dirt. Pick an efficient path.
Nice bait him in. Yeah, he's lost. My micro on ground was a bit questionable there, but it's fine. I think it should be fine. Kind of weird that it's not fine, but then again, I'm not producing more units right now, right? Like, not ideal. It's fine though. Yeah, my micro sucked there. My mouse clicks are kind of weird today.
Go, go, go! Full on!
Nice, too many butterflies, mate. I think I'm going to Mammoth next.
Get at it!
Did I go after his eco now? Probably. It's weird to me that he hasn't done that himself. He should have been hitting my eco 100% with butterflies. Butterflies in the main fight was kind of a bait for him. Bit weird. Oh well. Alright, so let's quickly go into his thingy. Because that'll force a reaction. That'll get his attention.
Units in combat.
Oh, caught me. I mean, good eco damage done, right? Now we just monkey noise. Should have been building more sculpts for sure, but I think overall this is fine. Oh, he's screwed.
Units under attack.
He's losing way too much stuff. Let's do this. Nice timing, and GG. He's not even reacting anymore. I think he's kind of goldfished it. Poor guy. Whoop, whoop.
Enemy tech is
Yeah,
turning
definitely
on.
not my
Be
cleanest
ready.
micro for sure. What's he doing? Oh, he's looking for an out by going more air. That's ambitious. Out of position, mate. Gumbots, savior of the universe. Oh. Yep, please come towards us. Come to Papi. Da. So now you just kill his eco before we can get the air boys out. Whoop, whoop. Now, the only annoying thing with playing 50-50s is like you just spend so much time in the tab window holding the button down.
Victory.
I think that's like the only thing I'd like some alternative option for right now. I think that's what drove me away from like the double requisition resource type before as well. It does feel a bit weird. All right, should we do a giveaway? Exclamation mark give aces in chat if you want a key. Go, 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 go. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Exclamation mark give aces then. That's how you get a key. No one won a key. That doesn't seem right. There you go. My favorite part is when you explain exactly how to do it and people get baited into giveaway. It's give aces. Exclamation mark give aces. You had it right first time. Alright, I'll draw in 20 seconds. Could I maybe go recall instead of score gunbots, maybe? I don't know, I genuinely think at the highest level, blinks are just better, right? That seems like it should be better. It's the mobility logic, right? I think that just makes it better. Because you can blink, your blinkers back, and then your scorps go in. Same with any other melee. Alright, I'm going to draw in 5 seconds. Quick, exclamation mark, give aces if you want a key. Last chance. What's up, Kriegel Meds? Oh, were you my teammate in the game? Yeah, I was saying it felt like we weren't really in sync. I don't know what happened towards the end. It looked like, I don't know if your eco got hit, but I didn't see many units. It kind of looked like we should have been able to turn it around, but it was kind of weird multiple points. I was not happy with the fact that Locust literally just get dunked on by tier 2 air. That felt dumb to me, but yeah, is what it is. All right, drawing the key now. OG Black Forest, congrats, buddy. Let me go ahead and grab the key. Wait, where are all my keys? Oh, here they are. Whoop, whoop. All right, play 1 or 2 more, and then I'll give away another key. So 1 second. You hear Black Forest? Make yourself known, child. He hasn't said anything since we rolled. Black Forest. Re-rolling in 3, 2, 1. Alright, re-roll them. Speed Bob. Congrats. Here you go. Enjoy. Oh, your whispers are set to private. Unprivate them, bud. You were entered. What do you mean, huh? You were entered. It's just you didn't win. We'll give away another one in a few games. Spizbob, if you're here, quickly unprivate your DMs. Or I'll drop it in the chat and you can play the APM race with people. Yeah, I got a feeling Blinks might work better with Scorps though. The movement speed is on par as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, this actually might work better. Alright. Are they public? Spizbob? Because if not, I'm dropping it in chat. Haven't heard from you. Dropping it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final check. Yeah. Alright. Here you go. Have at it. Feeding Frenzy. I always do it that way because I know if someone just came in, went giveaway, and then left. I want to reward people for hanging around, not just running in and putting giveaway and leaving. Alright.
Enemy is resource base warmed up and working.
Let's see. Oh, he's double melee. Intriguing. It's very tanky as well. King Krabs is pretty good here. He's going to go air, right? And I'm going to then have to go air. Why would to get stream go claim the key? He didn't win. What are you on about? Okay. He's 100% going air.
707. Arms ready. For the
Enemy
start.
tech is turning on.
No?
Be ready.
What? Alright. Let's have a party.
Starting foundry.
I'm up for that.
Engine running. Snip, snip. Matching orders.
I mean, I can just build these. Crusaders are really good against King Krabs, right? Just have to be a little bit careful.
Optimal range 0.
I'm going to go third base to bait him to attack. Maybe it's a bad idea, but we'll find out together.
Get us in.
I'm going to be delayed in that third base slightly, though. I mean, he's got heavy hunters, which is out of position there. Like, if I only makes sense if I go air. Even then, I think mammoths can work, though. So
Resource base warmed up and working.
Marching
workers aren't
up.
alive yet, so maybe this is just a bit dicey, but it's fine.
Blank prime. How far away?
Where are my brothers? Prime loaded.
Wait, what?
Covering. Iron ready.
He's not attacking, though. So I guess he's waiting for King Krabs, maybe? That feels
Command.
weird.
Looking for.
That's a freebie. So you're not building third. You're like, what, not going into my thingy either? I don't know, chat. This is kind of weird. Very weird behavior. If he's at least going up, I could make sense of it, but he's not. He's just too base and behind.
Arms ready. Pick an efficient path.
I think he's gonna try to, yeah, overwhelm the King Krabs. There we go.
I am
Called it.
Enemies of the collective. Going there.
I mean, this shouldn't mathematically work.
Brothers. Follow me.
Unless, what the fuck? How is this working? I mean, that feels a bit weird.
Automated movement.
There's a lot of crabs, in fairness, but still. This feels really weird.
Connecting together.
Maybe I should have been going King Krabs instead of what I done?
Aim for
That's the only thing I can think.
Resource base destroyed.
Maybe I should have, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like Crusaders were going to do better than they did there.
on standby.
Am I delusional in that? Or did they just underperform like crazy?
Insert the prime. Add charge.
I'm dead. Going for base was the difference. I mean, yeah, it's an 800 resource difference, but
And bounce back.
that's like, what, 4 King Krabs? I just feel like my Crusader had done nothing. I would have been better doing this. I should have just done this. And then I could build mammoths. I don't know, I feel like I end up at this point every time with my land choices. Air always makes sense, and land just doesn't with the way we build. Because like what you do is you go air, and he baits into going heavy hunters, and you build mammoths. Small crab surrounded. I know they surrounded, but like at the same time, they fucking melted. Like that was insane. Kind of expected a bit more. Or maybe I was just over anticipating what Blinks could do there. I guess like their damage wasn't... Yeah, they're 1 damage, right? Maybe that's the issue then. I expected to have more DPS in the backline than I actually did. It's like maybe... I mean, it's weird because Recall's like, what? I don't know. Sometimes when I watch Blinks and Recalls, their damage looks like it's a 2-pip. It feels weird. I honestly, by the way, don't understand why Beetles exists. The more I'm kind of looking at the comparison of like Recall Hunters versus Beetles, for example. I mean, they don't feel like they have 2 movement speed. Yeah, maybe I should stick Gunbots then. I don't know, I just don't like Carpal Tunnel. So, alright, we'll get back to that then. Yeah, I think Gunbots would have cleaned that up probably. His draft was A-Brain. I should have just like I didn't need to front that. I could have just waited and let him go into the 3rd, and then I used that as bait to take a good fight. But it's what it is. What else? Build a bridge. Move on.
Enemy is resource base warmed up.
Just gotta keep that in mind. Crabs don't feel like they should do that much damage to the tankiest unit in the game, but you live, you learn. So usually when you're playing Recall, you want to be going for an attack, because that's your big advantage.
Engine running. We move together.
But we can pinch him with Scorps.
Call the attack. Matching orders.
If he doesn't attack with Recall, I feel like he's playing Recall wrong. What's he going for? Is he a Mortar Boy? I feel like he's going for the ground.
Enemy is building a resource
A
base.
3rd, really? Alright, I'm just gonna all in that then.
Iron ready. Get us in close.
I'm gonna do this.
Engine idle.
My Gunbots can come in behind.
Command. Marching orders. In the dirt. Sharp blinks. How far away? Ugh.
Starting Starforge.
Engine running.
I think I can kill that.
Gunbots attack.
Am I really not able to fucking kill that? Holy shit, Gunbots, please.
Enemy tech is
Oh,
turning
that's
on.
kind of annoying.
Be ready.
But he went, oh, this is perfect. Like, yeah, I'm fine. Dragonfly should be fine.
Charge.
I need to kill that base soon, though. Yep, off we go.
Scurrying.
So I guess he's gonna, like, maybe just try to recall into it, but I should be fine.
Gunbots.
Engine running. Give me a crack at it.
Maybe I'm dead from this, though? I don't know. I'm trusting in Dragonflies to clutch me up.
Get him surrounded.
Nice. Just about. Jesus.
Enemy is building a resource base.
I mean, I threw away a lot, so maybe it's fine for him.
Overclock.
Recall can be good. Yeah, I know recall can be good.
Going red.
But, like, I don't know. That felt like my firepower was a bit
Starforge
more lackluster than it
is
should have been.
ready.
In holding. Target.
Robotic infantry.
Banking.
Yeah. So now he's just going to transition, right?
No.
Dragonfly.
Guess we build mammoths.
Dragonfly selected. Descending to deck. Buzzing the
Kind of movement speed then.
from the sky. Standing by.
So he saw me go there. Now we go around the
Give your
back.
next order.
I don't know. The more I play, like, try to play Scorp plus this, the more I'm like, I don't like Scorp with Gunbot. It's a bit weird.
Fresh shell. Get us in close.
Oh, fuck off. I forgot he had that crap in his contract.
I have been swamped. On the moving.
Full throttle.
Yeah, he thinks I'm going back in, so now I'm going to go there.
On standby.
Ready to intercept. Got a bandit. Alpha Mike Foxtrot.
go
Enemy
like
tech
this.
is turning on. Be ready. Recalculating. High speed, low drag. Banking.
I think we're doing fine here, right?
Your next order. Send me to the front.
Resource base warmed up and working.
Sending to death. Bogey. Dragonfly.
Show me a weakness.
Are you waiting for me? Oh, there we go.
Dragonfly selected.
Fresh shell.
Units reporting damage.
How the fuck is he back here this quick? Holy shit, that's
Units
a lot of
engaged.
lots of
Units in
blinkers.
combat.
Armor forward. Get at it!
Units under attack.
Oh my god, dude. Can you let the fucking tanky boys through, please?
Show me a weakness. Found the cover. Overwatch.
Corona suit.
Units reporting
I
damage.
think overall this is fine.
Let them stand against us.
Yeah, I think that was a reasonably good trade. Not my cleanest, but it'll do.
Gizmo good. Full thrust. Wings out.
Okay, now he's got his air boys. This is a problem.
Flanking. Ready to intercept.
He pretty heavy switched into them actually.
Air ops here. Got a bandit?
Very reasonable people. That sounds like you're just kind of insulting my ability to play the game.
Teleport.
Maybe I'm just competing better with them.
Pass.
You know, XD is a possibility though.
Recalculate. Dragonfly's attack.
Units engaged.
Have I lost this? I think we're good. Just want to clear out his anti-air and then yeah, we're good.
Sky.
Now he's gonna overextend.
ACL.
Overwatch. Rounds on fire.
Corona's.
Engine idling.
Sending to death.
This is fine.
Box away. Gizmo.
Am I losing this base somehow? Like mathematically, this seems dented. I don't feel like I took bad fights.
Resource
And I
base.
raided the shit out of him. And I done lots of damage with the butterflies, the dragonflies.
Let them stand
So
against
why am I
us.
losing this game?
Column moving.
Like it mathematically racks my brain that I'm losing this game right now. Because it doesn't make sense. I don't know, this shit seems dented. Did I take bad trades? Like, be honest, Jack. Because I feel like my Dragonfly's done insane eco damage for the most part of that game. Like, mathematically, that shit makes 0 sense. Right? What's up, Larimbo? How's it going, bud? What did you do? Did you do like a similar thing? Like, it doesn't make sense, right? Any units are better is a dog shit answer. Like, that's so what? It's just so it is just balanced then. I mean, maybe that is the answer, but that's an annoying answer then. I don't feel like your shock has done insane amounts. Like, I had a bit of miss micro there, but not like he lost a lot to splash. I don't feel like I lost too much to splash though. He lost all of his eco, or like over half of it, right? I just don't think that makes sense. Like, that 100% does not make sense. What? Can't comment. I mean, dude, I killed so much of his worker line, it's insane. Like, my mid trade was a bit weird because shockers are weird, but still. Before eco damage? I don't think he did. Though, that's the thing. He lost a lot when he dove that third, right? But then he had millions again, even though he lost all his eco. That's what I mean. Like, that, I just can't. I can't process the logic there.
You got us.
Like, mathematically, something did not add up there.
Proper showstopper. Now.
Very tilting game.
Scanning. Go, go, go! Gunbox moving.
We are crabs.
What are we gonna do? I'm gonna wait for his choice.
Enemy is building a resource base.
What?
Charging.
Click, click,
You
click.
okay there, bud?
Crack a leg.
Gunbox ready. Calculating grid. Fire, fire.
Okay.
Rockets with them. Surround them.
Robotic infantry.
Units in
I
combat.
guess we should
Starting
do that.
Starforge.
Triple tap.
But of course.
Get the other one. Okay, that should be mathematically a good trade, right? He now misses out on over 100 resources.
Reload. No. Location. Loading. Overclock. Hurry up and wait.
I think this is the right play.
Kill.
Am I just getting crab botted? Yeah.
Laying down fire. Get
As long as you hug here, I think it's fine. Space is about to come online, so we just kind of flood him now.
Full auto. Leg actuators active. Overclock. Contact. Bound and cover.
He's losing a lot for this.
Bang, bang.
Am I just getting crab brains? I feel like I'm just getting crab brain, chat. Is that actually good here? I feel like he's lost way too much here. He has got third base, but now I can just do this.
One in the chain. Gun box moving.
Yeah, this game should be over. I mean, his eco is online. Jesus, that's a lot of crabs again suddenly.
Engine.
I've only got one overclock is the only risk here. But I've got these guys now. So,
Calculating grid. Rounds on target. I have been sworn.
yeah. I think this is A-Brain now. Please play with my mammoths. My little woolly mammoths. Nice, he got baited. Dude, this is what makes mammoths kind of OP. Like, not them themselves, it's the flexibility to make your
Enemy
opponent
tech
think
is
you're doing
turning
something
on.
that you're not.
Be ready.
That crap is really strong. I
Resource
don't think there's
base
something
warmed
that's
up
great
and
for
working.
Splash versus Crabs. I've tried, like, Bomberlings suck, for example, really badly. It's probably things that are alright, but nothing that's broken.
Gun box ready. Going red. Position.
That's fine.
Full auto.
I mean, he's lost the game already. This is definitely over.
Better cover. Fire. I have been sworn. Overclock. Triple tap.
Wait, why am I singing the American?
Victory.
American. Alright, do a giveaway after the next one. No, I might have to call it, we'll see. Crab's the best anti-splash tier 1? Yes. That's why I just switched off of Scorps. Because, like, everyone's running shockers and crap like that right now, right? Like, so you just don't want to be running Scorps. AoE Splash seems to be quite meta-based right now. So, like, Scorps kind of suck unless you're playing against Wasps. And I haven't seen any Wasps today, but I have a feeling that's about to change. Let's find out. Ready? It's Wasps.
Resource base warmed up.
I mean, it's like you can't make this crap up. Just love the prediction on it. Play 3 10k players, I can't win any. Yeah, their matchmaker's kind of rough. So he's gonna go air, right? I mean, he has to, but I have to as well. That's what I mean. I don't feel like I like the way my land works right now with this option.
Infantry unit on robotic.
Oh crap! I overreacted.
You got a resource
50 gun
base
box.
taking fire. Cover it.
Bang, bang. Bound and cover. Laying
Your
down
builds
fire.
are cringe.
Reload. No.
So I guess let's just do it.
Starting Starforge.
Wait.
He's waiting to see what I do, right? I'm pretty sure that's what that was about.
Enemy tech is turning on.
There it
Be ready.
is. Called it.
Get at it. Go, go, go. Gun box attack.
I think I just want to 8-brain him.
Gun box here. Rail.
I don't know if this works though.
Fire, fire.
Does this work?
You got a resource
Maybe?
base taking fire. Cover it.
Brown. One in the chamber. Kill.
Because like he can't
Exposed
now get me
rear.
out of position.
Workers
That's my
down.
fault, right? Oh,
Engine idle.
that was a misplay by me though.
Overclock. Calculating grid.
You
Rounds
got a
on target.
resource base taking fire. Workers, workers, workers.
Have I lost too much?
Location.
Maybe.
Loading.
I don't know. Like
You got a
maybe that was just the
resource
wrong
base
call.
taking
I'm just
fire.
looking for new ways to beat
Cover it.
Wasps because I hate the cringe factor of like you must sit in your base and do nothing and jerk off into a pool of
Starforge is
gears.
ready.
And that is the only way you will potentially win. That's boring. And that's exactly why wasps are just really badly designed. Wasps are the epitome of anti-fun. Change my mind. I mean, he's got he's got thingies now, so like I just die, right? Like his hornet should be able to kill me when I come in. And he's also got his gunner boys. Yeah, I might just be dead, chat. I don't know. That trade felt like it should have been better than it actually was. And I think I might be dead because of it. Maybe dragonflies just aren't good enough. Oh. That's good eco damage, actually. But he did just kill my worker line again, so I'm dead.
Enemy is building a resource base.
And I think this build only works if you get these. Dragonflies just kind of suck.
Workers under attack.
With this comp anyway. So you either have to get a tier 1 air unit or you have to go dragonflies. Those are legit your only options. Like you have to get tier 1 air unit rather, or you have to go airships. That's your only option. You can't get dragonflies. They don't trade well enough against airships. Mr. Krabs, do I get rid of you? I feel like I want to keep Krabs. Missile bot's kind of funky. Alright. I don't like recall hunters. Let's try missile bots. Apparently, according to their stats, they should be really good, but I've been underwhelmed. Exclamation mark give aces if you want to win a key. I'm going to do another key giveaway after this game. And then I'm going to go eat my very cold curry. Wow, wow, wow.
Resource space warmed
Yay,
up.
it's wasps. As you can tell, I'm ecstatic about wasps. Okay, hear me out. With gunbots, you just let him get on the economy, and then you just, like, you spawn 1 million and overclock, maybe? I'm wondering if that's better. If he wants to go in, let him go in, right? Because, like, you get rid of the threat, and then you counterattack. I just, like, the problem with gunbots, it just feels like they're not quick enough to counterattack, right? I've had this time and time again. Like, you saw when I tried, he just had enough wasps to kill me. It's very weird. Alright, here you go. So, let him go in.
You got a resource space taking fire. Cover it.
Like, why is... I don't know. I don't think that this should be close, but
Enemy
kind of
is
was.
building a resource base.
Can we just...
Starting foundry.
Maybe do some greedy and go foundry. Foundry's probably a mistake, but screw it. Nah, you're fine, Lorenbo. It's all good.
Gunbots attacking.
So he's just going to attack here. This is where recalls can feel a lot better, by the way. I do need to attack this third soon. But I don't think I have to attack it too quickly.
One in the chamber.
Maybe I should have went third against this.
Enemy tech is turning on.
And there's his
Be
tech.
ready.
Ah, dude, I knew I should have went there. I could feel it.
Engine idling. Location loading.
Alright, so. In you go. Get some damage done, big boys.
Overclocked. Overclocked.
Units engaged. Exposed rear.
Nice.
Workers down.
Oh, no. Wait, what?
in
How am I
combat.
losing that? What the fuck? Dude, again with this shit. Just wait for pink crabs.
Gunbots ready.
Oh wow, he didn't even finish me.
Kill. SARS fueled up. Robotic infantry. Rounds on target. Better cover.
That's a really bad fight from him.
Crown of destruction.
Resource base warm. Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, he wasn't attacking. That's rip.
Rita? No.
I think we're controlling him reasonably well, but he has tech coming, right?
All leg.
Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna send it on him. That base needs to go. Uh-oh. Am I dead to Ballista? Maybe. Wait, why are you guys not attacking? Oh, nice. Gave me 3-piece. Dude, that's not a good trade. That is a really bad trade, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, you messed up big time. That was a really bad trade.
Overclock. Round and pound. Hammer ready. Circle up.
I think that is how they say it. Yeah.
Get your name cracked.
Round of applause. Oh, eat it. Freaking
Every
Wasp, dude.
win is earned.
I hate Wasps.
Bravo.
Like, every game where we beat a Wasp guy is a good day. A damn good day. Duck those guys. Ugh. By the way, I refuse to ever use Wasps. I will never, ever resort to it. I hate it. It's cringy. Whoop, whoop. Man, this rank reset's kind of making me look shit now, isn't it? Were we close to 4K like several days ago? And then we had the rank reset. Yeah, we hit plat like a few days ago. Mathematically, we should be diamond at least. Yeah. Alright guys, I'm going to do a key giveaway. If you want to win it, exclamation mark give aces to enter. Go, 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 go. And then I'm going to find someone to raid because I've got to go eat. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. Let me see how I feel. Check in around midday. If I'm not live, I won't be live. I'm just, I'm feeling pretty rough still. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I've got a bad feeling it's one of those second wins before I feel really rough. So we'll see. Plus, I want to spend some time with my partner because it is her birthday on the weekend. And we're busy with other things on the weekend. Actually, no, sorry, I won't be able to tomorrow. Yeah, sorry, no, definitely won't be able tomorrow because I've got something for my niece. And then I've got some things to catch up on. Then I want to spend some time with my partner. So, sorry, no stream Friday. But I will be streaming Monday, Tuesday before I fly out to Norway. So get those exclamation mark give aces in. And let's see who's going to win a key. In fact, you know what? I'll also be giving away 3 or 4 keys later on today on my Discord. So exclamation mark Discord. Make sure you join there as well if you don't get a key. I mean, it's a good place to be anyway. We're building a community over there. All right, rolling now, baby. Whitey, you here, bud? Congrats, Whitey. You have one lucky. Let me copy and paste that now. Nice. All right, congrats, buddy. Let me whisper it to you now. There you go. Enjoy. Have fun with it. All right, guys, I'm going to raid through, so no need to go anywhere. We're going to shift the party across to Gemini. Is that the guy that cast with Tasteless? I think so, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Is this the guy? I don't see any details on it, so I'm not sure. Maybe Old Son of Lee. Oh, it's Jay's online. Did I raid Jay yet? I don't think I did. We're chatting. Jay's a really nice person. We were in their chat the other day. Go hype them up. They are very high ranked, actually. They are top 50 in Stormgate. They were top 20 in Zero Space, and now they're going for top in Battle Aces as well. So much love, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Next stream should be Monday/Tuesday. Maybe we sneak one in on Sunday, but Monday and Tuesday give the scheduled ones. Appreciate you all joining me. Hopefully you'll join me again very soon. Toodaloo.